this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February. In Warsaw, Warszawa. So I'm in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga, about 10k to go. Running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, in Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26. Out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam is canals. There's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th. 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it, and I have. It looks like I'm going to do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end. Marathon 28. Yeah, I'm going to do a gig now, do a stand-up gig, and look at this. Da da da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. Goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. We'll be strong. I'm going to kick it off right now, and let's get this going and get the first marathon in London going. Cheers, see ya. Boys. I have just finished in Portugal. There you can see the Portugal flag. Got a train, night train, from Lisbon to Spain to Madrid. So I'm going to start running right from the station. Italy now, yes, there we go. Italy. Running through the streets in Malta, in Valletta. Is it the 6th marathon? Nicosia in Cyprus, which has had its own problems of separation, division. In Greece, in Athens, Sofia, Bulgaria, day 8. Here in Bucharest, in Romania, running in the snow. This is Hungary. Hungary is in Budapest. The February 11th, and 11th marathon. You see, it all ties up. And this is Slovakia, Bratislava in Slovakia. Off to Vienna. Each one I get up and I'm thinking, Zagreb, Croatia. Here we are. Slovenia. Ljubljana. Is this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February. In Warsaw, Warszawa. So I'm in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga, about 10k to go. Running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26. Out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam is canals. There's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th. 28th tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it, and I have. It looks like I'm going to do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end. Marathon 28. I'm going to do a gig now, do a stand-up gig, and look at this. Da da da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. Goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. We'll be strong. I'm going to kick it off right now, and let's get this going and get the first marathon in London going. Cheers, see ya. Boys. I have just finished in Portugal. There you can see the Portugal flag. Got a train, night train, from Lisbon to Spain to Madrid. So I'm going to start running right from the station. Italy now, yes, there we go. Italy. Running through the streets in Malta, in Valletta. Is it the 6th marathon? Nicosia in Cyprus, which has had its own problems of separation, division. In Greece, in Athens, Sofia, Bulgaria, day 8. Here in Bucharest, in Romania, running in the snow. This is Hungary. Hungary is in Budapest. The February 11th and 11th marathon. You see, it all ties up. And this is Slovakia, Bratislava in Slovakia. Off to Vienna. Each one I get up and I'm thinking, Zagreb, Croatia. Here we are. Ljubljana. Is this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February. In Warsaw, Warszawa. So I'm in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga, about 10k to go. Running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26. Out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam, there's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th. 28th tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it. It looks like I'm going to do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end. Marathon 28. I'm going to do a gig now. Do a stand-up gig. And look at this. Da da da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. Goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. We'll be strong. Morning, we're running Sweden today, Stockholm in Sweden. And we're off. 21st marathon, 21 days. I'm going to walk and acclimatise. And welcome, we're running Stockholm in Sweden today, capital of Sweden. That's the country was celebrating the Swedish flag there. I went on a holiday in Sweden when I was 3, and we stayed with the Ritson family. And I'm going to talk to Elizabeth Johansson, who was born Elizabeth Ritson, and obviously a name change when she got married, but it got 12:15, so I'm going to talk to her. And yes, so that is great. Thanks for changing that, Ian. Sweden, does it have that many E's? How many E's does Sweden need? I'm not sure on our list, but do you see me, Ian? Oh, well done. Very quick change. Thanks. I was just going to be OCD on that. Let's get Sarah up on the screen.
You correcting spelling?
Yeah.
Impressive.
Well, I know how to spell Sweeden. That's a wild amount of E's. But I've pressed on the E button. So that's who we're going to be talking to. Elizabeth, a friend of mine from years ago. And basically, if you've seen the Believe documentary, her father was very into, Tori Ritson, very into shooting things with not even a super, I think it was a standard 8 camera. And he knew my dad and her mum, knew my mum well, Stina, knew Dorothy well. They came over and visited in Northern Ireland and shot a lot of footage from there, which is in the documentary. So that's how that worked. And yeah, it was amazing to me. I did a gig in Göteborg, which is Gothenburg. I'm actually going to stop because my laces are out. Again, not quite tight enough. I need to get my laces right. And then I'll be okay. So, there we go. So, getting a little bit of walking, a little bit of running, just acclimatizing in to the beginning. So at 12:30 I'll be talking to Andrew Usher, who's a Zwift runner from the app, the Zwift app that we're using. Good morning, all people on Zwift. Clive Fittermore, Jason Mitchell, Stephen Cousins, Adam Koffler, Richard Melick, Amanda Moore. Hi everyone, MHG people, all running along. Thank you for being with it. Well, we're walking at the moment, aren't we? Just trying to get myself in a good place. I'll be talking to Hannes Berg. Hannes Berg at 1 o'clock London time, who is someone who's a fan who's donated. We're going to have a chat with them. They're originally from Sweden, so I assume they're living somewhere else at the moment. 1:30, James Golding, an endurance cyclist. Right, so knows the endurance thing from the cycling point of view. And that's, they must be doing kilometre after kilometre, miles after miles. That's at 1:30. 2 o'clock, Karen Pudner, who is a fan from Manchester, also will have donated at eddieizzard.com. That's where you can go to donate. We're 20-man marathons today at the end of it, and after today I'll only have 10 to go. So that's good. 10 is a grabbable number. 11 is today. Well, yes, let's say from tonight I'm going to keep thinking of the 10. I'm going to talk to Eric Min, who is the founder and CEO of Zwift, I think co-founder, because well, the idea comes from John. I'm not sure John's last name, but anyway, yes, set up the company, or the company came around it, but Chief Executive Officer of Zwift and a fundraiser. Worked for JP Morgan. Want to know about Eric's early life? That would be good. Shape of Stories podcast, 3 o'clock, the Shape of Stories podcast. That's what I'm going to be doing at 3 o'clock. 3:30, as usual, social media questions from Twitter, from Facebook, and from YouTube. That will be happening at 3:30 to 4 o'clock. Dan Snow, TV presenter and historian. Dan knows a lot. I know a lot of history, but Dan Snow knows more history. And one of the Snow family, having talked to Jon Snow earlier in the call. But yes, Dan has a very broad knowledge of history, so we can talk to Dan about that. Davina McCall, 8:30. Davina McCall, TV presenter in this country, also whose mother is French, so elle est couramment en français. Elle parle couramment le français, and I will be doing my show in French on the 28th. We're doing a marathon, a virtual marathon for Paris, so that's on the 28th. So if you are a French speaker, French teacher from France, do buy tickets for the 7 p.m. show. Go to eddieizzard.com. Again, that's the first port of call, and everything is there. You can buy hats, Make Humanity Great Again hats, masks, t-shirts, all there. All the profits go to charity. You can buy tickets for the shows, 7 p.m. every night. They go to charity, the profits. The profits, because there's a little bit of cost there. Or you can just hit the donate button with any credit card in the world, from anywhere in the world, and go through, and it all goes to charity. The charities that we are highlighting, and hopefully some more besides, depending on how much we manage to raise. So, yes, so 28th of this month, the show will be in French. 23rd, which is this Saturday, what are we on the 21st, so it's 2 days' time? Yeah, it's Thursday today. So in 2 days' time, it will be in German. Alles auf Deutsch. I'll be running a virtual marathon for Berlin, capital of Deutschland. And I did my practice today with Sigrun, and hopefully we'll be talking to Sigrun. Have we set up talking to Sigrun?
Yeah, we should on the Berlin day, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Do you want to send that through to Miranda, that save her time, and
see when Sigrun can make it, yeah.
Actually, yeah, so we can, she's volunteered to be in on that and be the voice, the Stimme Gottes. The Stimme Gottes, the voice of God. Well, just help me out on that one, but anyway, she's a wonderful person. Then Tom Williams, the COO, Chief Operating Officer of Parkrun, will be on with Tim. Parkrun's a big success, 5K runs. Link that in with the app, which you can get in the UK, hopefully around the world, from couch to 5K, which just encourages you to get off your backside and get out there. And if you say you can't be bothered and you just want to stay on the couch, you will have a shorter life. It will wipe these things. If you don't use them, you will lose them. That's it. And you might think this is really pulling me apart, but in fact I'm getting stronger. That's the odd thing. You sort of get stronger. And then Joe Wicks, fitness instructor, has become very well known during COVID, really pushing to help people stay fit, good for mental health. We'll be talking all about that at 5:30, and he might be with me when I finish. Hopefully he will, seeing me through. Is Tim staying on into the Joe Wicks segment?
I'll check. I'll check.
He can if he wants. It seems foolish not to, seeing as it's his subject. Yes, Stephen Cousins, Tom Williams from Parkrun on later. Who else was on? Eric Min is on from Zwift is on at 2:30 p.m. London time. There we go. Yeah, it's 2:30, guys, on Zwift, 2:30 p.m. London time. Eric Min is on. So there we go.
I should say there was a nice Zwift thing happened earlier. So I can see when people start following you on Zwift.
Yeah,
so there's lots of people who kind of start following. So there's an alert message that comes up that says, you know, so just now David Franco is now following you, right? Great. But earlier, someone who's obviously got their name as A Bear, which I don't know if it's like Andrew Bear or someone, but it came up as A Bear, which was kind of great. So it said on a message, A Bear is now following you, which I quite enjoyed.
There you go.
Yeah. Which actually goes with your theory of anyone could do a marathon.
Anyone could do a marathon if they are being followed by a slow bear. They have to be slightly slower than your speed of marathon. If they're too fast, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't be a good ending. If they're too slow, you wouldn't be that bothered.
Yeah, it seemed quite fitting. I quite enjoyed that. That was a little earlier.
A bear with a bad leg. How about that? That would work, because bears can actually go quite fast.
Bear with tenosynovitis.
Yeah, with tenosynovitis, who is the lead singer. Alice will be talking to them. Tina's coming in and talking in a creaky way about inflamed tendons, which is what I got in the right leg. Yes. Oh, and we're all set up with. So we're going to be going for 12:15. 5 minutes time talking to Elizabeth Johansson. Maybe it's Johansson. Maybe I should hit the first syllable. There is a tendency to hit second syllables in English, I've noticed. Quite often it's third. It's like Kamala Harris as opposed to Kamala Harris. But then I'm Izzard. Some people in America call me Eddie Izzard. It's not the second syllable stress, it's the first syllable stress. It's Izzard. But then it used to be French, which would be Izzard. And the D would be silent, hidden under a pile of leaves. Thank you. Straggling along here. Yeah, I've got a speed that's just slow enough to be walking. So now I'm just.
Yeah, it's interesting the emphasis in different languages, isn't it? Because like the Spanish language, all words only have one point of emphasis.
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
And in Spanish, in case you don't know the accents, if you've learned French, the accents mean different things. One, the right hand bit is higher, one goes up. And that means it sounds like a, manger, aller. And the other one slopes downwards. That's a grave accent. What does that do? I'm not sure if that has actually a sound. I'm not sure if that is. That's just there for no particular reason. Whereas in Spanish, it doesn't change the pronunciation. It just. Whoa, that's too fast. Sorry, I can't do it. Back to 6. In Spanish, that's just where the emphasis comes. So if you see an accent on a Spanish word, that's where you put your emphasis.
It's really logical, isn't it, in Spanish? And very phonetic as well, I think.
Yes, it's very phonetic. African names are pretty phonetic if you're an English speaker. Richard Iowadi, I-O-R-D. It's the names. I think his dad was Nigerian, so that's how that works. And how do I feel today, Adam? I'm feeling okay. Adam Koffler from Zwift. I'm feeling well. You know, I'm trying not to go too fast at the beginning, just to acclimatise again. I finished on TV on a TV link up with Scotland the 9 show yesterday. So they saw me finish, and. But I managed to get a faster one in yesterday, but still 6 hours, it's not that fast. But I have no... Oh, hello. Well, that's the wind. Wind making funny noises. Yes. So, and I'm talking to a Zwift runner, Andrew Usher, at 12:30 as well. And are we lining up okay for Elizabeth?
Sure are.
Yeah?
Just standing by now.
Excellent. If she's standing by, I'm ready. I'll talk to her if she's all ready. Oh, does that make sense, Ian?
Yep.
We'll do facts on. Well, after Elizabeth, we can do it. So.
Yes, I have some lined up.
Sorry? Yeah,
I've got some facts lined up.
So, Ian, did you say we're ready to go, or actually you're still just lining it up?
Putting you through right now.
All right, here we go. Hi, Elizabeth.
Oh.
Hello. Hi there. Hi, Elizabeth. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I can see you clearly, Elizabeth. I can't hear you. So you might have to unmute your button. Can you hear me? Put a thumbs up if you can hear me. Do a thumbs up if you can hear me. No, you can't hear me. We can see you. Okay. You should be able to hear me even if you can't see me. All right, that is like Miranda. So,
Yes, it looks like Elizabeth might be going out and coming in again, maybe.
right, technical problem there.
Yeah. I'll do some facts, and then...
Yes. Just
and then,
cut in at any time.
Yes,
Will do.
yes. Do feel free to stop me at any time. Yes, and then Elizabeth can tell us if they're correct. So, facts on Stockholm.
Yeah.
So, Stockholm...
And Sweden.
And Sweden. Stockholm is famed for its iconic city hall, also the world's first open-air museum, and the fabulous ABBA Museum, of course.
Oh, yes.
But it is also the place that had the world's first national city park.
Oh, wow.
And it includes museums, entertainment areas, 4 palaces, and also Stockholm University.
Right. First
Which is
national.
lovely, yeah. It has the world's largest hemispherical building. Oh, the Ericsson Globe. I think we played there. I think it's the venue. Might be wrong. So that's just south of Stockholm's Södermalm district. It's the world's largest hemispherical building, diameter of 110 metres and a height of 85. And if you go up there, you can see anywhere in Stockholm. There you go.
Hi,
We now have an Elizabeth
Very
again,
good.
hopefully, for you.
Yeah. Hi, Elizabeth.
Hi.
Hi, you can hear. I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you now. Sorry.
Excellent. No problem. How are you today?
I'm good. I'm bored with Corona, but it's amazing to see you run on time.
Yes, running. I should explain to people that me and Elizabeth, well, I've known your family since 1965, haven't I?
Right.
1965 was the first holiday. What year were you born in, though?
69.
69. So Elizabeth's
Yeah.
born a little bit later, but it's the Ridson family, and your parents, Tore and Stina, and they were friends, and Stina was good friends with my mother, Dorothy, one of the few
Right.
people. How's your mum? Is she still
Yeah,
doing okay?
she's still around and trying to avoid to meet anybody now during the
Yes.
coronavirus, but that she's fine. Yeah.
Well, give her my best wishes, because she's one of the few people who knew my mother, apart from me and my brother now. My father, I don't know if you probably don't know this, but Dad passed away 2 years ago. But
Yeah, I know.
yeah, it's anyway, that was his 90th year. But we have this fun story, and I want you to tell it from your point of view of how we met, because I was playing Gothenburg, yeah, which pronounced in Swedish is Göteborg.
Göteborg.
Göteborg. So that's how it's pronounced in actual Swedish, whereas Stockholm is pronounced Stockholm, which I find quite funny, because they're just so totally different. So that's
It is.
the city you hail from, and we knew your family. We went on a group family holiday before you were born, 1965 in Sweden, and you had a summer home, I think, down near Malmö, somewhere down south. I can't
Right.
remember where that was, what the name of the town was. But do you remember the name of the town?
Yeah.
I keep forgetting the town.
It was. It's actually. I think because we have a film from this when you were a child.
Yes.
At the time.
But-
That took. Yeah. So it was in the south of Sweden, in this little coastal town called Bedinge, Bedinge.
Right.
We had a house there, and I think it was also actually up here by the coast on close to Marstrand. when
right.
you did your
Where we
parents.
were, but
Because we have-
sorry, carry on, I'm interrupting. Carry on.
Yeah, we have pictures from that as well, and then we had these fantastic pictures from when you and your brother, mom, and dad, and my parents went to this amusement park in the city here, and they walked like with the strollers, but they all had these suits and hats, and they looked fantastic. You know?
Yeah, 1965, and I remember it. And your dad was mad keen on video, cine film. Yeah, tell us about that. He loved that, didn't he?
Yeah. He was filming a lot, my dad, and also from Ireland, and of course when they lived there together with your parents. It was very exotic, I think, for my parents to be there. And my mom stayed at home, and my dad worked at British Petroleum with your father. And so we have a lot of film from that time as well. But you have used some of that in your documentary.
Yes, in the documentary, because I hadn't seen that footage before. So, how did you get to the gig where you met me for the first time? How did that happen? You just heard that I was on?
When we met the first time?
Yeah. Was it in Gotham?
It was actually my mother who said to me that she had seen an ad that Edward, well, it was Eddie, but she said Edward is coming and will perform in the city. And I didn't know so much about you then. I've heard a little bit, and I've seen something on TV and stuff. And so we went to this place where you played. It was like a stand-up comedian club, basically.
Yep.
And I remember that my mom said that maybe you should bring some of these photos from when they were here and show it to him, you know.
Yeah.
So I did, yeah. And you were kind enough to meet with me, and I had also had a film. I remember we went to your hotel room and watched the video from you were playing soccer with your father. And
yes. And that's just wonderful footage. So your dad captured our childhood, mine and my brothers, and our family life was captured by your dad, which we didn't know. I didn't know that because I was too small. But it was beautiful. It's like refinding a lost childhood, and with video of Mum as well, moving around when she was still well, before she got ill. So it was a beautiful thing. And I was very happy that you did that. And if you hadn't been there, I would never have seen that and never have seen that footage. So, just, it was very good. I'm so pleased that you did do that. Now tell us, what is the situation happening in Sweden, in Göteborg, in Gothenburg, COVID, everyone is locked down the same as us? Is that what's going on?
Sweden is not in lockdown, but it's restrictions instead.
Right.
So like the restaurant have to close at 8 in the evening, but they are open.
Right.
You have to leave at so it's not really a party feeling, and people are sort of asked to work from home as much as possible.
Yeah.
You can still go to the office if you need to. And you know, public transportation is you have to avoid that if you can. But I mean, everything is open. It's not closed. It's just that it's very empty. People are at home, or you know. So it's I think it's a sort of a. It's not as harsh for people, I think, as it is maybe in England, where it's really a lockdown.
Yeah.
But still, of course, it's not fun.
So if yours is still open, if Sweden's still open more than us, then your R number, you know, the R number, the people catching it off, you must have a lower than 1 R number, I assume. You know the R number thing?
I know. I don't know exactly what the R number is, but we have never been in lockdown. We never closed.
Oh, wow. Well,
so Sweden has been open the whole time. It's just that it has been sort of voluntary restrictions, you know, and people have really, I think, obeyed most of them anyway. But
yeah. Well,
so, I mean, it was really bad at the beginning. I think in the spring we had a lot of people that were sick and a lot of people that died. But I think it's becoming a little bit better now, I think, and with the vaccination and everything. So I look forward to the summer.
Yes, spring and summer would be better. And is it freezing where you are in Gothenburg at the moment? Is it a minus something crazy or not too bad?
If it's freezing, or what do you say?
Yeah, is the temperature outside? I can't see outside your window, so
Yeah.
is it freezing cold or not so bad?
No, it's not too bad. I think last week we had snow. Now it's not. Now it's like, I don't know, 5 degrees or something. So it's kind of a bit of a springtime. Actually, I can see the sun now. We have not had many sun hours this winter. It's been really gloomy, I think, from every point of view.
Good to see the sun. Yeah, we're here by the Thames River, Riverside Studios in Hammersmith, and it's just kind of grey at the moment.
Yeah.
But and I know you took a year out sabbatical from your business. Are you back working again outside the COVID times? Will you be back in with your business, or what's your work at the moment? Once you get out of this COVID thing, what are you doing?
I'm working with our company with the hotel and restaurant design, and we have quite it's a hard business, of course. All the hospitality sector is hit really hard now from Corona, but we're doing projects all over. So it's okay. It's just that you miss colleagues, you miss your fellow design companies in the world, and but it's okay. I think we continue working. We get some new requests, and I was out I did nutritionist training.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So
that's why I was last time we were running your marathons. I was very curious about how you got enough energy.
Yeah, well, I don't quite know, but we try and fuel as well as we can. We do get good advice. And the weird thing is you get stronger as you go on. That's the unusual thing. You wouldn't think so. You think you just get weaker and weaker and weaker. But there's something in the body that switches on, and the mind and the body, I don't know. It's something that maybe it's something old from the days when we were hunter-gatherers that switches back on. That I'm a little stronger than I was before. Sorry, I interrupted you there.
No, I said it's amazing what you're doing. And I'm also working with this lighthouse project. Have you heard about that?
No, tell us about that.
Yeah, it's an island that has a lighthouse and a tiny hotel just outside on the west coast here.
Yep.
And we got a lot of it's been going really well. We just started it this summer and took it over. So we're running that now, and we're doing a fantastic project with a film festival. We have a really big film festival in Göteborg.
Oh, wow.
And and this year it's going to be digital, of course. Nobody can go to the cinemas.
Yep.
And we have they have sent out an ad that people can apply to stay 1 week in the most isolated cinema location in the world. It will be about 1 week all alone out on the island, just watching film.
Right. Yeah, and so you're actually running that place on the island.
Yes.
Yeah.
You have to come and visit this summer.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I will try, and I never know what the hell I'm going to be doing, but I do love to come back.
I know.
Okay,
You can row.
Yeah, row. That would be fun. I'm going to let you go, Elizabeth. Thank you for dropping in and talking to us. Thank you for telling us how things are. I've got another guest coming in at 12:30, so our time in a couple of minutes. But stay safe and give my best wishes to your mother and the family, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right, take care. Good luck.
Thanks, Elizabeth.
Bye.
Bye. So, that's Elizabeth Johansson, who was maiden name was Ridson, and the Ridson family we knew since 1965, maybe even 64. Probably 64 actually. When I was 2, and we went on holiday in Sweden in 65, and we left from a boat that went over the North Sea. I think we went from the same port that isn't used so much now, but it's the port where Queen Elizabeth went down and gave a speech to rally the troops, but unfortunately that speech was given after the Armada had finished, which is a bit weird. Begins with a T. What's the name of that? Ask Dan Snow later. From the port of God, it's gone out of my head. I'll have to look it up. Anyway, talking to Andrew Asher any minute now. I'm ready to talk, and we will still talk about more things from Sweden when we get a gap and a break.
Hi Eddie, we have Andrew here ready for you.
Very good. Andrew, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well. How are you doing?
I am okay, thank you very much. You don't happen to know, you're not any good at history, are you?
Yeah, no, sports science is more my type of thing.
Sports science, all right, because Tilbury Docks, that's it, Tilbury Docks. Sorry, that's where because I just was talking to an old friend of mine, which you might have seen just before Elizabeth, and we left from Tilbury Docks, I believe, and that's where Queen Elizabeth. Here's a bit of history for you to put in your pipe, which you won't need because anyway, it's not. But Queen Elizabeth, the first, famously went down there and said, "I may have the heart of a woman, but I have the stomach and the mind of a king, of a queen," because my dad was a king, and you know she did that thing and rallying the troops. It's a kind of great speech. Unfortunately, it was after the Armada had happened. So it's kind of pointless, but they just, in history, they just go, oh, forget about that. She was rallying the troops to go and do nothing. There you go. Anyway, tell us about yourself. Now, you're a Zwift runner.
Well, I'm not so sure I would say that. I'm starting to despise my treadmill.
Yes,
I have been running with you every day, but there are moments I look at the treadmill and think about disassembling it. So I'm amazed at the fortitude that you've had so far. It's been amazing.
Well, you'll notice that the technique I'm doing to keep my brain off the fact that I am doing a grinding thing with no visuals is talking to people.
Yeah.
And it does sort of lift your brain out of your body. Because at the moment, you know, the right foot's grumpy and it doesn't really want to run very fast and all this stuff. I have to start a little bit slow every day, which is not great. But, you know, if I'm talking to someone, it just helps, even though I can hardly get the words out.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was a good pace. I thought yesterday was quite good.
Yesterday got fast. I was amazed that the left leg was up and working because we strapped it up like crazy. And, yeah, so it just got, because I was trying to do 6-hour marathons, but they were all coming in at 6.5, which is, as you know, not very fast, but what the hell. Tell us.
Yeah, well, I mean, I did my first ever marathon last Friday alongside you.
Wow.
I did have moments where I wondered why I was doing it. But that was the first time I ever did that distance.
Wow.
So that was kind of interesting.
I think it's going to be more fun if you ever do one again outside. You'll find that more interesting.
Yeah, I mean, well, hopefully things will change. I was speaking to my wife about it today. She's a GP, about the COVID vaccinations and how it's going and what the likelihood of anything resuming is actually going to be.
What did she say?
I think she feels it's still maybe a couple of months away before any normality is going to start to kind of set in. It's difficult. I mean, I'm a sports scientist, so I work a lot with professional boxers. And everything's on hold for those kids. You know, they're just kind of waiting. They can't compete. It's keeping the motivation, which is why what you're doing is very inspiring because a lot of our youngsters are probably, you know, a bit of lethargy's kicking in.
Yeah.
And this is a good example of what you can do and how you can keep yourself motivated by a task-orientated goal. So I think it's...
But I must admit, I also have lethargy floating around my brain while I'm doing this.
Yeah.
But you might have heard me say my technique generally is to set a thing up, tell everyone I'm doing it, put some cameras on it, and then it's too embarrassing to stop. That's the idea. I just have to carry on. Otherwise people say, well, that was a waste of time. So I marshal on.
Yeah, it's been interesting because inadvertently what you've actually done is create this massive community of people on Zwift as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's quite fascinating. And, you know, communities is something that I find quite interesting as a subject, coming from growing up in the East End of Glasgow in the 70s where there was no social media and everyone helped each other out. And I think society's changing quite dramatically, and it's nice to see social media and things like Zwift being used for a really positive outcome. And I think, one of the things that's happened here is there's been so many people have got together to run with you. It's been quite inspiring to see that happen.
It is wonderful, and some people are putting MHG, Make Humanity Great, in brackets after their name, which is very nice, and wearing the blue shirts, and they're all kind of walking along with me, which looks, I'm sort of half running, half trotting, and I can see them on Zwift at the moment, sort of walking along with this, going, this is slow. But they've been very nice and bearing with me as I sort of flail about a bit, trying to get...
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting because we stop when you stop and we run when you run. So it's interesting because it's making full marathons and half marathons very accessible for people that've never done it.
Right.
Which is great,
yeah.
Because it's going to be a springboard for people to move on to other things, and I think that's quite fantastic. From a sports science point of view, I think it's quite interesting. You're starting to see people go, well, look, I could probably do this. Because people tend to go out and run too fast.
Yeah.
They tend to forget they can go slower and make more distance.
Yeah. And
so,
I do think, it does seem to be better for you as a sports scientist. You'll know, you'll have an opinion on this, that the sprint recover tends to be generally better for an individual. Would you say that? And these endurance runs are a different kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, you've got different, obviously, breakdowns of your protein and your muscle fibers, and we get different needs for recovery. And it's kind of interesting. I mean, I work with mostly professional boxers who do running purely historically, as a way of controlling weight.
Yeah.
And when we get clients that are marathon runners, it's completely different. Their fueling strategies are completely different. Their needs are completely different. Their protein's different. It's interesting, but we tend to see a lot more injuries in long distance runners than we do in sprinters, which is kind of interesting lately.
Oh. Yes, yeah. No, I would believe that, as my legs keep complaining to me.
So I was wondering, what are you going to do with the treadmill afterwards? Are you going to auction it off, or just blow it up, or throw it in the ocean? Or?
These are actually borrowed. The good people of Zwift managed to get us. Well, there's a backup one over here. From Woodway, we've got these borrowed. But I have one at home, which I bought to train on, a Nordic track, which I will be auctioning off or doing something with off, because it just is sitting in the middle of my main room, and so I can't sort of move anywhere in that. So I will have to just pass that on, because I don't really. I like being outdoors. This is the thing. I love being outdoors.
It is a very different thing, though. I mean, I've discovered, I think I've done 10 half marathons now and 1 full marathon, and it is a mental challenge. I mean, it is really taxing. I mean, I think people probably don't realise just the mental fortitude you need to do what you're doing. It's hard going, really hard.
And it's harder indoors as well, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I'm in a garage, and here in Perthshire it's only about 2 degrees. It's absolutely freezing.
Oh, whoa.
Snowy at the moment. So every time I go in that garage, I do despair and swear a bit, and then get on the treadmill and get it done.
Can you get any industrial blow heaters sent?
No. I mean, I thought about that, but you warm up relatively quick. It's just especially in the longer runs, it can be a bit chilly and cold, sweaty, but it's generally.
Normally you're used to a breeze or something coming into your face, which when you're inside it doesn't happen, and that's quite weird. But you can, it's just a different way of running. And also the belt is pushing your legs. Instead of your body pulling your legs forward, the belt is pushing them back. So again, different injuries. Tenosynovitis I have. Right shin, and that I couldn't even pronounce it, but that's been going on, and stuff I didn't even know about. But yeah, you hang in there, and people are.
So when you complete these challenges, what do you do afterwards? You just completely veg out for a few weeks and just not think of any other challenges, or do you think?
I don't think of other challenges, because I got my sort of life to get on with, and work to do, and of course I'm not getting paid anything for this, so I just you got to pay the bills, keep doing that. So that starts a couple of weeks after. But I found when I first did it around the UK, 43 marathons, up as far as Stirling, which is near Fife. Where are you, Perthshire?
Yeah, personally, yeah, a little village called Meagle, a little commuter village. So we're not that far from Stirling. We're about an hour,
Yeah.
just an hour.
I was disappointed. I needed to go further up into Scotland, but I did run 8 marathons through Scotland. So, but after that, I thought I need a week and of nothing. So I went to a place where I could just really kind of veg out. But after 3 days, I started running again. 3 or 4
Really?
days. Yeah, I did a half marathon. I think I was about 4 days. And since then, I take 1 day off, and then I don't necessarily train all day, but I'll go and do some interval training or a 5K or something on the second day. That's what I predict I will do on the Tuesday after this finishes, because we got till this Sunday and then till the Sunday after, and that's when I finish. And but I predict 2 days later I'll be out doing something, because you get a level of fitness, and it's nice to keep it around there.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
bizarrely, you can carry on because, well, I suppose, I mean, you work with military people as well, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
when I was a kid, I did want to be in the services in the military. And I had the officer cadetship papers, and I was going to do this, but also it didn't quite fit it with all the creative stuff I wanted to do. So in the end, I went with the creative. And, but I'm sure military people, if they do an operation, then afterwards, you know, if they're fit, they'll carry on. They don't have to, unless there's injuries, they don't have to stop immediately and just stop for a whole period of time. So I find it's easy to carry on, and I can adjust fairly well. I've done, this is my 4th one that I've done, big project. So, yeah, but the first day, sleeping on the first day, a lion. I want a lion. That's what I want.
A lion, yeah. We find some with the military people we work with, they tend to remain active all the time. They would just want to kind of keep putting miles in, so they can do their tactical kind of battle marches and everything else. They're kind of in, I was in the cadets as a child as well, and real fond memories. You don't see it as much now, the cadets. Even locally here, there's not really a big presence of the Army cadets, which I think is a great shame, because I really enjoyed it when I attended as a child.
That's interesting. I was in the Scouts and then the Cadets. The Cadets were compulsory at the school I was at, but the Scouts were voluntary. I loved the Scouts. We did rock climbing, we did under potholing, but down water mines, and we did canoeing down rapids, a number of amazing things. 1 year of my life I did amazing things, camping, building fires, cooking food on the fires, bivouacs, hikes, treks, all this stuff, and then it stopped. A bit weird. And then the cadets was a slightly different feel. But yeah, why do you think there's less presence? Do you think there are less people signing up for the cadets when they're younger?
I think so. I mean, we coach a lot of youths as well. We do a lot of youth boxing, a lot of youth martial arts, and the numbers are definitely declining. I think it's just different times, different generations.
Yeah.
We've seen quite dramatic drops in numbers with youth training over the last probably 5-10 years, which is a shame, because I think a lot of these youth programs really help people find a safe space to identify who they are and how they function.
Yeah. And you can't really sense why it's happening?
I don't know. I mean, I've got a 15-year-old teenage son who was really sporty up until about 12, 13 years old, and now he's like a zombie. Long hair, mopes around, typical teenage things. So I don't know. I think it's just a cultural change, maybe a society change. I probably think there's probably less funding as well for a lot of sports. I think volunteers are probably stretched a lot more than before as well.
Yeah.
There's a lot more red tape as a volunteer as well.
Oh, yes. That's true.
Which a lot of them don't want to do. But it can be really rewarding taking youths and, helping them turn their lives around. And the kind of, and boxing's a very polarised sport. Some people like it, some people don't. But for young kids, it can be quite life-changing. It can teach them a good structure and discipline and respect for community and everything else, and can have really good positive outcomes.
Yes, that's curious. Less people going. I do remember. I went to a school that didn't play football, and I love football, so I ran like an idiot when I was 11 and 12, and in the first team for football, and then went to school that didn't play it. The other sports not so good at, and I just really kind of stopped all organised team sports from the age of 12. But maybe that's why I got this weird thing. Actually, you're a sports scientist. Here's a theory. A lot of people say your knees, Eddie, your knees. My knees never have a problem. In fact, I actually screwed one up by trying to do a standing jump like I was a kid over a small barbed wire fence and there were nettles. So I just said, I'll leap over this. And I did it too strong and I felt something tear immediately and I could feel the knee filling up, but that's healed up and it's fine. So either I've got bizarrely good knees, or the other thought that came to me was, if I was really training up to puberty, then I hit puberty, where all the bones are changing, hormones coming in, and I wasn't really doing much physical activity, definitely not intense physical activity like before. So maybe that was better for me to not really push it in those years. I don't know.
I mean, it could be. I mean, it just can be genetics as well, and kind of what you have, and it is interesting because running's a funny one because you have some people that really struggle with the knees, struggle with the quads.
Yeah.
And then you have people that have never run in their life that just suddenly take up marathons and half marathons, and just in their later life, that's all they do is run. And I know loads of people in later life, and I'm in my late 40s, that have taken up squash and absolutely love it. And, I don't have any problems. And then you have, primed athletes that are getting injuries left, right, and centre through overtraining. And I think that may be the key. I think if you don't overtrain and overstretch it, and you give your time to recover, I think the recovery, one of the things we always say to athletes is you need to learn how to do active recovery.
Yeah,
everyone,
Sorry, I'm interrupting you, but I'm not really doing that, am I? I will at the
No.
end,
No. But I think your pace and the fact kind of you're not highly explosive, it's a nice steady state is what's going to help you get through it. But obviously you are going to pick up potentially muscle strains, quads, calves, toe problems with shoes, all these type of things.
Yes, it is. I think it is that. I'm incredibly slow because if people don't know it around the world record for the marathon is 2 hours and I'm coming in at 6 hours plus change. So there is a thought that I'm just not beating up the body that much. The striking of the ground isn't that hard because I do that. So maybe that's the thing.
But you've also got a good team around about you as well, and that's the other thing. A good physio, a good nutritionist, they can do amazing things for you.
Yeah.
I mean, I always say that to athletes as well. Get a good physio, worth their weight in gold. They can get to the problems before they become major chronic problems. And it's the same. It's the same with your nutrition. There's a lot you can do, in the world of kind of sports nutrition to kind of aid your recovery as well.
Yeah.
Things are changing all the time. It's kind of, when I think back to when I was at university years and years ago, just how much everything's changed. It's kind of insane.
And what did you study at university?
Well, actually, originally I studied computing science.
Oh, wow.
And basically what happened to me was I then fell in love with my wife and we ran to the Highlands. We opened up a medical practice. So she had the sensible job and I had this kind of sports job. And then in my mid-30s, I realised that as a kid, all the coaches I had, even though they had really good intentions, never really understood any sports science. Even in martial arts, you were just taught by rote. An instructor just became an instructor because they had been there for X amount of years.
Yeah.
And I was coaching a lot of kids, and I was coaching a couple of kids going for world titles. And I wanted to change that. So I wanted to go back to a bit more informed approach, because I think knowledge is power. And I think the more you understand, the better it is. So I've kind of found myself just, going back into sports science. And I'm actually doing my master's degree at the moment as well at Roehampton University in sports science, looking at caffeine. So for me, it was a big change. I wanted to change the way we coached. I wanted to have a bit more sports medicine and sports science applied. And I wanted the kids that we coached to be taught these things as well as part of their coaching. So they could be aware of, how to cook, how to understand how their body behaves, how to understand their psychology, how to understand how to be an individual.
Yeah.
Because that's really, really important. And it's really that approach has really worked well for us. So all the kids that train with us get taught basic sports science and anatomy and physiology, and they're taught that that it doesn't matter your background, you can aspire to be anything you want to be.
Yes, absolutely, and that's boys and girls, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like where I work up in Aberdeen, Northern Sporting Club with the pros, we've got loads of really inspirational people, but one of them is Kristen Fraser. She was Scotland's first ever female boxer. She had a really nice documentary done on her earlier this year about not only the fact that she a Commonwealth champion, but she was openly gay as well, and she's just a massive inspiration to all the kids up there, and it's just fantastic.
That is brilliant. I don't know how old you are. I'm 58, but from my childhood to now, well, I shouldn't, as a trans person, I never thought I'd be doing this. And the people say, yeah, well, fine, let's see what you can do. And things just have changed. I feel sometimes the world is half going forwards and half going backwards at the same time. But Donald Trump is gone now, so maybe that thing is...
Yeah. I think about this a lot myself. I think in some ways the internet and social media and the changes has been good because it's opened things up. But on the other hand, I think we're losing face-to-face conversations, and we're losing the ability to understand the nuances of language and sarcasm and subtleties in tone. And I kind of sometimes think about this with the kids I coach in my own son. They're so online with Discord and all these chat systems, but face-to-face I think is missing. And I think sometimes you lose that human touch of understanding reactions of someone based upon their facial expressions and everything else. And so I agree. I think in some ways we went really forward and progressive, and I think in other ways we haven't.
Yeah, I think any new invention, I've tracked this, and any new invention will help us go forwards and then encourages certain things to go backwards. You can learn how to save a life on the internet, and some people are telling people how to take a life on the internet. So,
it is give and take. But hopefully, with the changes in politics overseas, we may see a positive change, which I really hope we do.
I think, as you know, my title is Make Humanity Great Again. I can't remember how I got that title. Someone had a title a bit like it, but I can't remember. I think there's somewhere in the history books around gone. But it seems much better to do that, and I think hopefully President Biden will be definitely trying to make humanity great again, all of us. He's going to sign up to some new accord, the accords like the Paris Accord on climate change very quickly, and so we can snap back into and start moving forward.
I think with the last 4 years in COVID, we could just probably pretend it never occurred and just move on, just kind of move on. Some strange movie scene. Exactly. But what you're doing is great. The Swift community is really behind you. Stephen Cousins and Clive and all those crazy runners that are there every single day. It's quite amazing. And I think for the last day, there's going to be a huge turnout of people doing marathons for the first time. Yes. So it's going to be really interesting.
That will be fantastic. I'm going to let you go, Andrew, so you can relax, stay safe. Best wishes to your wife, your GP, having obviously a hellish tough time at the moment, all the GPs, anyone at NHS. But thank you for talking to us.
No problem, and I'll see you on Zwift later.
Yes, absolutely. Take care.
Take care, bye-bye.
Bye. I'm going to have a quick loo break.
I will have penne alla arrabbiata.
Yeah, well, you want to try.
Do you know who I am?
All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there.
So, have we got the Ian? Have we got the video? Number one.
Yes, we do.
Let's show it, and then we'll talk to Hannes. So this is Marathon 21, Sweden. Sweden, where's your flag? There we go. Sweden, Stockholm. First went on a holiday in Sweden in 1965. I was 3. I threw up a lot on the boat, I think from Harwich, because I'm quite good at throwing up on boats. Motion sickness is called. That's just another one of my skills. So, I think it's just above freezing, get going, cloudy, but maybe some sun later. But good to be back in Stockholm. Okay, Marathon 21. Once I've done this, 721, that's 3/4 of the whole 28 marathons done. So yes, make humanity great again. Off we go. Marathon 21, get this done. Thank you. Talk later. Hello, hello, hello. Hi there, hi there.
Ah,
Hi.
now I see something.
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
I can see and hear you. Hello, Eddie.
Hi, how are you? Hannesberg. So, I believe I've been given information about yourself. You're originally from Sweden, but I assume you're not there at the moment. If you're...
No.
Wait.
No, I'm actually in northeast China.
Wow. Wow. What time of the day is it in northeast China?
It's almost 9 in the evening, so it's black outside.
Okay.
And it's, yeah.
And how is the COVID situation in China? That'd be a good thing to start with.
It's they've been very, let's say, anxious about a second wave coming out.
Mm-hmm.
So any case popping up, they'll lock down entire blocks, and even second degrees or third degrees contacts, they'll be put away for quarantine. So I have colleagues at work who just got called, you gotta go to hotel, stay home for 2 weeks. So they're very quick and very brutal in their reaction, but they don't have any much cases. So
Right.
it seems to be efficient.
Yes, yes. And so you were born in Sweden, raised in Germany in a European school.
Right.
So do you have, I take it you speak Swedish and German and maybe and English, or?
Well, yeah, English, yes.
Yeah, obviously.
I speak a little bit of Spanish, although it's
Yeah.
getting kind of pushed away because I'm trying to learn Chinese, and it's kind of pushing the Spanish away.
Now,
But
Chinese, Mandarin Chinese, I take it you're learning. Is it Mandarin?
yeah, it's Mandarin. It's Mandarin.
Could you take it, because that's on my list to learn, to do standard.
Oh.
But it's after Russian and after Arabic, and my Spanish is coming up now, so can you tell us, for people watching, tell them about the tones, and just an example of one. If there's any one word you can show that with the different tones mean different things. I find that fascinating.
Yeah, they have 4 tones, actually 5 tones. So it's basically a straight E for 1.
Yeah.
And then you can have going up E, and you have a third tone is E, and fourth tone is E, like sit. And there's a 5th tone which is just toneless, basically.
Wow.
And so they each syllable, like they just have like 200, 300 syllables, but each of them can have many meanings. So Hao has 55 different meanings. So it has different characters. So it all belongs to context. So in Chinese, it's really easy to misunderstand, because you can say 3 words, 4 words, and these can mean many different things. So everything depends on context.
Could you give us an example, say with how, that if it's like this, it means this, if it's like that, it means that? Can you do that?
Nah, I would say my Chinese is too poor. but like Bauma, which is the company I work for, it's BMW. It's Ma means horse, but Ma can also be the question word, like Ni hao Ma. So the Ma end is the question. But I'm too bad with the tones to really tell you which one is which.
I know there's an Irish comedian who does stand-up in Mandarin, and he was talking about how people, when they're learning Mandarin, they use their hands to show that they're trying to go up or down with the tone. Is that, have you found that, or was I misunderstanding what he was saying?
Especially for Germans, it's very helpful because they don't have tones or melody in the language.
Yeah.
But actually, funny enough, as we are in Sweden running now, Sweden has tones. So for my ears, it's kind of more easy to learn Mandarin, I would say,
Oh, wow.
than for Germans. So
Give us an example of Swedish tones, because I didn't know you had tones in Swedish.
well, it's more like a melody. So, for example, tomten, that's the foundation that your house is on, like your yard. And tomten, that's the Santa Claus. So one goes down up, and one goes from upwards downwards.
All right. Okay.
So it's very melodic language, and that's why the melody tells a lot. So you can almost speak Swedish with a closed mouth, and a Swede will still understand you.
Crazy. So, are your parents both Swedish?
Yeah, I was born in Sweden, Swedish parents. We moved to Germany when my dad got a job there. So we moved to Munich.
München. Das ist sehr gut, weil ich mache ich mein Show auf Deutsch machen. No, ich werde mein Show auf Deutsch machen. Die 23 Januar. So on the 23rd, I'm going to run a virtual marathon for Berlin, and I'll be doing my. I don't know if you know this. I do a show at 7 p.m. London time every evening. It will.
Yes.
It will be in German on the 23rd. So, which is tough for me. It's my third language, so it's tough.
It's amazing. I heard you do way back. I heard a story that you do the it's phonetic almost, like you memorize the whole sequence, and it's not like you need to really.
No, it's changed. Initially, my German was just not good enough. Then my brother, who's more of an expert, said you better just learn it line by line. Because your German, I only did 2 years at school. But what I did the last time was I did a different thing. I did learn key phrases like ich bin an einem großen Haus vorbeigelaufen, which I ran by a big house, which in English is so easy. I ran, past tense, nearby a big house in the country. And in German it's got this an, and you've got to say ich bin, because it takes sein, and gelaufen is at the end of the sentence, and you've got to remember vorbei. So those phrases I will memorize, but everything else I just estimate. And I decided the nominative, accusative, dative, and genitive I'm going to ignore. And the masculine, feminine, neuter, I will ignore. Not ignore, but I will estimate. I will estimate the endings. And I assume the intelligence of the German-speaking audience who's watching me, and that if I get it wrong, like a child, I'm basically like a child of 5 or 6 who gets the endings wrong, and they'll work it out. They'll work out, oh, you mean genitive, it's how you said dative, but it's, they can work it out. So that takes a lot of the stress off me. So now I'm not learning it phonetically. I learn some phrases completely, but I do understand how the phrase works. But mein Deutsch ist nicht so gut, nicht so schlecht, aber ich kann ein survival German. I don't know how you say a basic German, survival German. That's what I got.
Yeah, life skills. Yeah.
Yeah, I could do that.
So basically, you're speaking German like a Chinese person.
Like a child of German, like a 5-year-old child, maybe with the brain of a 58-year-old adult. That's
well, it's still very impressive, and I guess it actually adds comedic material to the show that you do it in with a.
Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes just working with my teacher, my friend Sigrun Mattisson, this morning, and she said, you get that wrong and it means a completely different word, so make sure you hit that word correctly. Fettleibigkeit, and because I was saying Fettleibigkeit.
Oh yeah, that's different. Yeah.
Is that different?
It's very different.
What does Fettleibigkeit mean?
Fettleibigkeit is being a bit corpulent, right?
Yeah.
And Lieblichkeit is more like being lovely.
Being what?
But I guess Lovely,
Oh, lovely.
I would say. But I don't know if you can say the fat in front. Then
Yes.
it
Yeah.
gets weird. But yeah,
Yeah, that would just be a weird word, and it is.
Yeah.
And it also is emphasis can throw things. If people speak another language and they get the emphasis wrong, then that doesn't help. So certain key words, in order to get the joke to work, you've got to get the setup right. And but yeah, it's not too bad. And I haven't done a gig for a year and a half in German, so I did one on the 12th, and I've got one on Saturday evening on the 23rd. So yeah, I'm just pushing away. And I have fun. I try and have fun. This is the thing, and I have more fun with mucking about. If you learn it line by line by line, that does get it on its feet. But it's much more fun to go out and go, "Hey, guten Abend, wie geht's? Ich heiße Izzard, ich werde mein Show auf Deutsch machen." And then I say, "Warum the fuck nicht, baby? Warum the fuck nicht?" Right? I swear, that's the only word of English do, swear word. But just why the fuck not just seems like, yeah, why the hell not? It's the way to do things. So I love that. And then I play like a child, and I get things wrong like a child, but I talk adult ideas with a childlike humor on top of it. So it mixes quite well, I think.
I would say like I need to see a show in English and in German, because it must be completely two different things.
I would hope they would be similar, but the English is going to be more accomplished and more relaxed. If you saw it in French as well, if you can speak French, then that's more, can be more nuanced. It's the nuances that you kind of lose. And but hopefully it's still in the same area. Still fun, crazy, childlike, yet intelligent. Yeah, that's what I do.
Well, I'm ashamed to admit I never seen you live. I just followed you on YouTube, basically.
Oh, wow.
So, well, I had never just been in the same city as you, so to say.
Well,
but you seem to improvise a lot. So then.
If you wish, you could buy a ticket. I'm not pushing you to this, but they're £12 sterling. But the profits go to charity, and that's on the 23rd. And you could see it happen in German. Maybe not the best situation to do it, so up to you, but it's there, and you can see what the hell I do. It'll all be in German. Alles auf Deutsch on the 23rd. But anyway, I'll leave that with you.
On the 23rd, it might work because I'm on holiday. It's 2 in the night in China then. But
oh, wow.
Why not?
Yeah, it might. Is there a recording, Sarah? Is it recording? Can you buy it and see the show as a recording, or no? It's live.
It's only live, yeah.
Only live. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Totally up to you, and I'm not trying to push you, but it's there.
No, totally.
So let's talk about yourself. So, interested at the European school, what did they teach you? I take it German was the first language that they taught you, but they taught you in other languages as well, or how did it work? How is it different to just a standard school from a country?
Yeah, well, they start off with 2 languages directly,
right?
But it's not always German as your first or second language. It depends kind of on the class size. So the European school is connected to some European organs in Munich. So the European Patent Office has a big building there. So there's lots of European engineers and their kids. So, for example, the French class, there are so many, so they can have all their major topics in French. So then they had German as a second class.
Right.
For Swedish, I was curious why I was selected for the show, because I'm the only Swede you could find, and I'm in North China. So we're not so many Swedes. As well in Munich, I was one of 2 Swedes. So we can't have our teacher in mother tongue teach us all the subjects. So I was put in a first German class, and then I had Swedish as a second language.
Right.
But you can have French class and then have English as a second degree if you want.
And what would
but usually the German.
What would that mean if English was a second language, or whatever your second language was, if it was Swedish? Does that mean that some of your lessons are taught in that language?
Not for a small language like Swedish, but for the Germans, for example, they would have their second class in French, and then at some point they would switch some subjects into French. Or chemistry, biology, like side subject will be in French.
Wow.
And also what was quite great was that our our school always employed native speakers. So our English, I had some great English teachers, McGuire and now I'm losing the names, but all very bright characters, and they taught us proper English. It was not always the case in Germany, and that's why also the Germans, their English is very colored by the German language, because the teachers are Germans. So that was a luxury.
Yes, indeed. And then after that, you went back to Sweden. You studied mechanical engineering.
Yeah.
Which I could have done. How is that? Is that very dry, or is that okay? Because I believe the scientists at my university were having lectures, all day, every day. Whereas I was in the social sciences and I had very few lectures. How was it for you?
Actually, mechanical engineering, I always say because it's easier, people have a picture of it. I studied something called design and product development, which is basically mechanical engineering, but with some arts and design put into it. So we were more project-based, and we did many development projects where we did prototyping and stuff. So it was quite enjoyable, actually. But I actually, instead of doing full-on in the studies, I spent most of my time doing theater instead, which was much more down my aisle, actually.
Yeah. So you found that fun, and since you finished your degree, did you go more into theatre, or did you go follow the mechanical engineering?
Oh, I went to the driest point of mechanical engineering that you can do. I went into fatigue testing, that's the mechanical bending of metal parts until they break testing. So it's the most theoretical part of mechanical engineering. That was my weakest subject as well, but I landed there, and now I've been doing it for many years. I'm doing testing here in China as well.
So you're an expert now in metal fatigue? Now I'm doing all kind of testing, but yeah, fatigue in metal, that's at least for the testing part, I'm quite good at. So tell us about the theatre group, comedic musicals with improv, working with props and producing those shows. So you like doing that, yeah? The improv and the musicals all mixed together?
Yeah, I was never on the stage. I should have been. Now afterwards, I missed the opportunity. But yeah, we have do something we call the specs. Some Swedish, if they're watching now, they'll be frowning maybe. It has a bad reputation, but it's a student theater where we have a historical event that we reinvent. So we say how did actually the First World War start and end? Yeah. So the start and end point are the same, but we tell a story of what actually happened. So we bring an alternative, and then it's like a musical. So we have musical numbers, and it's comedy basically.
Wow! But you were producing them rather than being in them.
Yeah, one of them I produced about the forgotten valley of Shangri-La.
Oh wow! And were you on stage for the others, or not so much?
No, I usually tend to. I was in the background most of the tasks I did, cooking or building props, or you can do everything in these groups. Right. Doing PR. And it's lovely activity. People underestimate it. Nowadays, people go to study and they are very focused on getting the grades and just going through as fast as possible and just getting all the things that they think that the companies want to see on their CV. Yeah. But actually, what I find is that people that go through these kind of extracurriculum, they are much better at dealing with people, and leadership qualities are better. And actually, those experiences that are the ones that gave me the jobs I'm doing now. 50% of what I am now is the studies, and 50% is the theater group. I owe that theater group a lot.
That is an important fact. Young people listening around the world, that is good. Do the extracurricular activities, because that helps you get hired. Yes, my dad said this. He used to hire people. He was working for British Petroleum, and he'd say he took one or two high flyers, but he found they were not great in management and necessary, people skills, leadership. They were just all into focusing on certain problems. But I find that fascinating. So working for BMW, in China, do they, because you want to learn, do they encourage people to learn Mandarin Chinese? Did you just want to do it, and do they pay for it if you do want to learn it?
Yeah, I have a luxury. They give me quite a few hundred hours of Mandarin for free, so I can.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's really good.
And they encourage that? I assume they encourage that.
I would say that I have great advantage from it. Just seeing, like, listening to colleagues, employees, or somehow also understanding sometimes if there's a discussion that because they didn't understand what I said in English, which could happen, then just knowing a bit in what direction they are talking, it's helping me a lot to solve issues and problems. So I would encourage anyone that goes to a foreign country to take the chance, because you're never going to learn language as easy as when you live there.
Yeah.
Like every time I go with a taxi driver, I can spend half an hour talking to him just because I know the subjects and I know what he's going to ask. So then the conversation flows and you just get going, and that's the best practice, actually.
Yes. Yes, immersion is the best way. Being in the country that uses the language, that's the best way. And the people you work with at BMW in Shenyang, are they, what percentage of them are Chinese nationals and what percentage are people from the rest of the world, would you say?
We have about 5% of expat rate in the development center.
And 95%?
So most of them are Chinese.
Chinese, cool. So having the language helps on interaction, yeah, I would assume. Is that so?
Yes, and also understanding and to understand also how their mind works. Like Chinese people are very easy to, they don't take hard on misunderstandings. They're very open because the language is easy to misunderstand. So they will be very, like, not holding a grudge, and you can make errors and everything is fine. And they're very, like, open and nice in this way. But once you overstep, then it's lost. It's a lost cause. You can just, change the team. You will not recover it. So it's like, it's very different from other cultures in that way. And that's why it's also good to know if you're going down the wrong way. You can listen to it a bit.
Right. Okay, I understand. Well, excellent to talk to you, and stay safe. If hopefully you seem like you're well and not having COVID problems. So do stay safe as the time goes on, and keep working away. And thank you for talking for us, Hamid. Great to talk to you.
Thank you for having me. I'm a great pleasure, and I wish you great success with running. I'm really admiring your forehead that can push through. May I ask a question? Just I'm so fascinated about like what gets people to view and watch. So, and I talked previously with Jamie, the contact person, and he said that people tend to start watching more as the carnage gets worse, and you have more pain. And normal people would already be in pain from running so much. So it feels like you will have to push the boundary every time until you are in pain, so that you get a lot of people to watch.
Yeah.
So I wonder if you ever thought about faking the pain.
No. Well, the bizarre thing is you don't need to, because it's too tough. You just have to do what you're doing. But if I'm feeling a pain, I will tell everyone, because it means I'm running. Like at the moment, I've got this weird thing happening around my groin, and I don't know what that is, but it's sort of coming and going. I'll keep an eye on it, but you just have to really listen to your body. But it's and the more you think about it, the worse it feels. The more you don't think about it, the easier it is.
Well,
That's crazy.
Then sorry to remind you about it then.
Yeah. No, that's the way it goes. Never mind. Thank you.
All right.
Take care. And
Thank you very much.
cheers.
Good luck.
Bye-bye. Okay. That was Hannes Berg, all the way from Sweden, and school in Germany, and now in China. Talking to him in China, Shenyang. And next up at 1:30, James Golding, endurance cyclist. Wow, James has survived cancer twice and being hit by a truck. Well, let's talk to him about that. Starred in a Red Bull film called The Man Who Refused to Die. Broke the 7-day cycling world record in an attempt to qualify for a race across America. It was while recovering from the first battle cancer that James discovered a love for cycling. The sport not only helped him recover from the disease, but pedal his way to a positive mindset. So, we will talk in a bit. We've had our first video there. We'll have the second one around about 3 o'clock. I keep needing to pee, as I usually do. I'll just do another one quick. Okay, quick pee coming up. Back in a sec.
Life is a journey. We set out not knowing exactly where we will end up. It can be tough. It can be hard. Sometimes it takes a "I will." Other times a simple "I do." We take each step with our focus ahead. We have plans and strategies, but they do not always work out. There are times when we get knocked down and doors close behind us. Our hopes can often be replaced by fears. We can lose our direction and struggle with change, become passengers in a life that is spinning too fast. At times like this, we need someone beside us. Someone to listen, to advise and support us, see what is really possible. Someone to give hope and to get us over that line. And someone to say bye when the job is done. Walking with the Wounded supports ex-servicemen and women with physical, mental or social injuries to gain the skills and qualifications to develop new careers outside the military, reintegrate into society and provide long-term security for themselves and their families. Our programs give vital support to the most vulnerable and hard-to-reach veterans, those who are wounded, homeless or within the criminal justice system. Support more of our wounded to regain their independence.
NTD. It's not terribly descriptive. Needlessly tricky denomination. We need to disentangle, need to define, nothing to declare, National Turnip Day, never tickle dinosaurs. No, that's daft. Now the disclosure. Neglected tropical diseases. Not that difficult. Neglected though? Deserted, disenfranchised, desperate, dying. No, that's dreadful. Now these diseases need to discontinue, need to disappear. Never mind the difficulties. No more tedious delays. Now's the decade. Nations together declare no to disease, no to discrimination. Nobody treated differently. Neglected tropical diseases. End the neglect.
Ready to talk to James?
Yep, just standing by.
Okay, all ready.
Hi Eddie, putting you through now.
Hi, James.
Hey Eddie, how are you?
I'm okay. Sorry about that. I just had to strap up my foot again and go to the loo. So a bit of a long pit stop there. Oh, I'm behind in my time. I need to catch up. So, yes, now, tell us about yourself. Endurance cyclist. So the endurance running that I do, you do the cycling version of it. Probably you do more than me. So, yeah.
Well, I can't run. I run like a cartoon chicken, or as I say to people, like the road runner. My head goes forward and my ass goes backwards, and the legs go around at the sides. So, I stick to riding a bike, and I enjoy it. And it was a release for me. It was creating, as with you, it was creating change in other people's lives. That was kind of where it came from. You know, I never had a vision or an intention to be where I am in terms of world records and aiming to achieve the goals that I had. It was, I was really poorly back in 2008. I was diagnosed with cancer. Doctors found a 11.5 centimetre tumour wedged between my spine, kidney and bowel.
Wow.
I went from 14 stone to 6. Lost the ability to walk and had less than 5% chance of survival. Back in February 2009, a guy called Phil Baragwana saved my life and kept me in a coma for 2 weeks. And coming out of that, I had to relearn how to walk again. Fast forward a little bit, and although I couldn't walk or do anything, I saw a bike in the corner of my house and I picked it up and went for a bike ride, and I'd never felt so free. And that was where we then kind of started this journey to where we are now of planning and hoping very much so to become the first British rider to win the race across America.
Wow, so this is quite a thing. Now, you survived cancer twice. What was the second time? Or was that all part of the one big hellish time?
No, so I had it first in 2008 through to 2009, recovered from that, and then I decided that I wanted to do something to give back to the people that had been there and supported me, which was Macmillan. So I wanted to raise £100,000 for Macmillan, and the idea was that I got given the all clear around July time 2009.
Yep.
And by sort of September, I was seriously bored. I wasn't well enough to go back to work, but I wanted to go back to work, but I didn't want to go back to work. Yeah. You're told that you're okay now, so go back to normal, but what does normal mean? What does normal now look like? So I decided that I wanted to do this fundraising and say thank you. And I looked at various different challenges and different goals that I could go and do. And to be honest, none of them, again, I'm not dumbing down anything that anybody does for charity, but I looked at a 7-day event in the Midwest of America. I looked at a 7-day event in the Rocky Mountains. I looked at something in the Alps. But none of these things really felt like challenges. I'd gone from 6 stone, being unable to lift my own head off the pillow, to relearning to walk. So I decided to ride across America. So the idea would be that I would start off in LA, we would finish in Miami, a year to the day of getting the all clear. But I got hit by a truck on that ride. So 3/4 of the way through, got hit by a truck just outside New Orleans, and put me 100 meters down the road. It broke 3 of my ribs, it smashed up my elbow, and it took all the skin off my legs. But I went back and did that ride again in January of 2011. So we've moved on to 2010, and 2011 I went back and did it again. And then we found out that my wife or girlfriend at the time, Louise, were going to be expecting our baby, which we were both told would never happen. To then being diagnosed with cancer in June of 2011 for the second time.
Oh, God. And was that from the same cancer from before, or a different thing, or?
No, it was the same type of cancer, but it was in a different area. So it wasn't. So my first tumour was on my left-hand side, in between my spine, kidney, and bowel, which was unoperable because of where it was.
Right.
And my second cancer was on my right-hand side, just above my groin. So yeah, it was. I think I went through something like 11 major operations and procedures within 2 years.
Now, hang on, you said the first one was inoperable, so what did they do to get you through that, to get rid of it, or to control it?
So I had chemotherapy. So I only managed to get through 2 lots out of the 3 lots of chemotherapy that I was meant to have.
Yeah.
Before I then became so poorly, I was neutropenic, I was losing weight rapidly. And then the chemo kind of did what it was meant to do, but made me really ill at the same time. And my emergency operation in February 2009 was due to having septicemia and peritonitis. So that was where it was an emergency op, and Phil Baragana said there was no way that I was meant to have survived that, but he didn't know me, and now he knows me. He kind of knows how I managed to get through it. We keep in touch regularly. So that kind of got rid of that first tumour with the 2 lots of chemo and being so ill. And then the second tumour, they actually removed the tumour because it was a lot smaller this time, and it was still a very problematic operation. It still took us 4 months to find a surgeon that would actually even do the op. And then when we did find that surgeon, he said, I don't want to do it. It's a very, very risky operation, but we removed that tumour. I had chemotherapy, I had radiotherapy. I mean, literally, I did a 3-day bike race in the Alps. We finished on the Saturday in September. This was 2011. I flew home on the Sunday. I went in for the tumour removal on the Monday morning. I came out, which was the 12th of September.
Yep.
And on the 24th of September, Freddie was born.
Wow. Your timing was good then.
Sorry?
Your timing was good then.
Yes, yeah. Louise wasn't overly chuffed with me going to France racing, but my surgeon had told me to go.
Okay.
So we went.
Well, hang on, let's say, why did your surgeon tell you to go?
He told me to go because it was what I enjoyed doing. Being at altitude would help with my red blood cell count. I'd be relaxed and happy when I got back. My mind would be in the right place.
Very good.
To go in for that. So we did that, and then following that, sort of 4 weeks after that operation, I had chemotherapy and radiotherapy, which managed to get rid of that one.
Can you tell me the difference between chemo and radiotherapy? I must admit, I kind of in my brain pushed the 2 together, but what's the difference?
So chemotherapy is intravenous. So you've got this big bag of what looks like harmless liquid sitting next to your bed, but it's highly poisonous and makes you feel really very, very sick. Whereas radiotherapy, I've got a small dot just on my chest, just below my rib cage, which is where they would line up the laser essentially, and then give me the treatment that I needed.
And it was X-rays, or it's actually a laser thing that they did?
Yeah, it's kind of like a laser. I I was never that interested in what was really happening. I wanted to let the people get on with what they were doing.
Yeah, I understand. I do understand that.
So kind of, even when I was diagnosed and my mum kind of, when they sat me down and diagnosed me, I got up and first time round, I got up and walked back to my bed. And mum sort of came over to me and said, look, you really need to listen to what they're saying. I kind of said, well, I don't really, because there's nothing I can do about it. I have no control over this. This is up to them. And I think sometimes when you look up, it's far better to say you're going to do something and then go and do it, because sometimes you can read up too much and you can think about things too much that you're actually then working on other people's experiences rather than your own personal experience.
Yeah.
So you're creating a vision of what something's actually going to be like rather than developing that yourself.
Yeah.
You know, people say to me, we're jumping ahead a little bit here, but people say to me, you know, how do you train for a 7-day world record? And I say, well, you go and do a 7-day world record. And it sounds a little bit flippant, and it's really not meant to be, but you know, you can't, as you know, you can't replicate running for 31 days the way that you are.
Yeah.
You can do the training and you can prepare yourself to a certain level, but it's about putting your head in that position to be able to do it.
Yeah.
And the only way that you can actually do that is by putting yourself out there. And we first tried to get the 7-day world record in 2014 and we didn't achieve it, but we got it in 2017. And actually, I kind of look back at it and people might turn around and say, well, 2014, you failed to get the record. And I said, well, no, we didn't fail because we learned how to get the records.
Yeah.
And then in 2017, when we did it, we achieved it, but we also learned how to improve on it.
Yeah.
So we used what we'd learned first time round, and then within a few days or a week of having got that record, me and the crew were having a chat and saying, well, actually, we reckon we can get another 500 miles out of this record.
Right. Yeah. No, it's an interesting thing. I failed. I don't think failure is a bad thing. You learn from failure. You don't learn so much from success, generally, I find. And when I tried to run South Africa in 2012, I got rhabdomyolysis. And I had to stop after 4 marathons in 4 days. And but I swore that I'd come back and get it done. I came back in 2016 and I had to do a double marathon on the last day, but got it done. So yeah,
I think it's the way that we use the word failure, though, and the failure is not a word that I'm a particular fan of, but I understand what it means and the benefits that it can have. It's the way that we use it and the mindset that it can create.
Yeah.
Yes, we do learn a lot more from failure. I completely agree. We don't always learn as much from success. And I suppose when we achieved the 7-day world record, yes, we achieved the record, but we didn't achieve what we'd set our sights on wanting to achieve.
Yeah.
So in some respects, it was a successful failure, if that makes sense.
Right. Yeah, it's no, you're right. Fail is a nasty word, and or negative word, say, but failure is also not succeeding, which is another way of putting it. And yeah, I don't mind it, because I actually, in my life, in my career, I failed or didn't succeed for 11 years, but learnt. I didn't learn initially. I couldn't work out how to learn from it, not getting anywhere, but gradually I taught myself to learn, because I made little successes and thought, okay, that's quite good. So I went from, I dropped out of uni at 19 and didn't get my stand-up career going until I was 30. So it was 11 years of essentially just not getting it right. And I realized I was trying to get somewhere as fast as possible. This is a slightly different thing to sporting and endurance running, but this is my career. I was trying to get somewhere fast as possible, a television show, and I realized no one cares how fast you've got there. They care how good it is. And so I stopped trying to get there as fast as possible and tried to get there as good as possible. And that change was the making of me at 24 and a half years old. I spun it round and started to realize what I had to do, work on what I was doing, get that better.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I set out on I set out with what I'm doing now in in 2010, and although it's changed slightly, it's still very much the same message that we're trying to achieve. You know, I kind of, the idea was to say thank you to the people that had been there for me and had looked after my family and had looked after me through that illness, to raising money for them, to then wanting to create change in other people's lives. And actually, you know, I openly admit that we kind of got to where we are now of the goals that we're setting kind of by accident. It was about doing a challenge and raising some money for charity, to then wanting to raise more money, so the challenge needed to get bigger, to wanting to raise more money, so the challenge needing to get bigger.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you've got somebody turning around to you and going, well, you do realise that if you manage to achieve that, then you're going to break a world record in the process. And you go kind of, well, no, I didn't realise that. So then looking at Race Across America and saying, well, I want to do Race Across America. And that's been a goal of mine for some time, because it was just a race that, for some reason, something in my head would switch on around June time, and I would just start looking at it. I'd know it was on. And I'd always said I wanted to do it and be part of it, but I didn't want to just go and make the numbers up. So then when we did the 7-day world record, we shared that data with various people, and they kind of turn around and go, well, you do realise that if you can maintain what you've done on the 7-day world record and you can do that in America, then you become somebody that could win Race Across America.
Right.
And you kind of go, really? So we picked the ball up and we ran with it. And the idea now is that I want to become the first Brit to win that. But that's not because, and you know, I always use this caveat that I'm not trying to be cocky. I'm not trying to say that I'm better than everybody else. But why shouldn't we have the opinion that we can achieve these things? Why shouldn't we have the belief that we can break records and that we can be the best at something that we want to do? We always put ourselves down too much, and that comes from learning. That's come from this process that we've gone through over this last 10 years. You know, I am where I am now, but I wouldn't have dealt with it in the same way that I do now if it had happened to me 8 years ago, because I was angry from cancer. I was cocky to a certain degree, and I didn't really appreciate the things that I was trying to achieve.
Yeah. It's so tell me and tell everyone else who's listening about the Race Across America. When does it happen? How many people take part in it? And when do you plan to be taking part in it?
So Race Across America, we were meant to do it last year, but Race Across America is known as the world's toughest bike race, and it runs from Oceanside, California to Annapolis, Maryland. So it's 3,100, give or take a few miles here and there, miles, and that's non-stop. So the clock starts when you cross the start line, and it finishes when you cross the finish line. Any sleep or rest or time off the bike that you take within that period of time, the clock is still ticking.
Right.
So we would average somewhere in the region of 20 to 22 hours a day riding.
Yeah.
And we'd ride somewhere in the region of 350 miles a day.
Wow.
Well, 350 to 375 miles a day is what we'll need to ride. So we'll need to be able to cover that total distance in about 9 days.
That's about 500 kilometers a day. And
yeah.
And do you, when you sleep, does a motor, an RV or a motorhome travel with you that you can sleep in, or?
Yeah. So we've got a crew on there of about 9 people. There's 2 cars and an RV. To be honest, the idea really of the RV is more for the crew than it is for the rider. You don't want to be too comfortable.
Right.
You know, you want to get the sleep that you need to get, and you want to get up and you want to go again.
But then, if it's not for you, do you not sleep in there then, or do you use it?
You can sleep in there. You can sleep in there, but sometimes it's easier to have your head in a place that you're going to climb in the back of the car and go to sleep, so you're not too comfortable, or you're going to sleep by the side of the road, because when you wake up in that nice comfy bed, you decide to roll over and go back to sleep for a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Which you don't really want to do. You want to try and keep going as much as you possibly can. We were meant to do it in June last year.
Yeah.
We're currently aiming for June this year. and we're at the hands of other people, really.
Yeah.
The gods and those that will be. You know, we've got to see what happens. But again, you know, that's a mental challenge at the moment because I'm having to train for an event that we don't even know if it's going to happen or not.
Yes, but it will happen the year after, I suppose, if it doesn't happen then. Hey.
Yeah. My only concern of if it rolls on to the next year is just the impact that events like this have on my family and my kids. You know, I've got a 9-year-old boy, I've got a 3-year-old daughter, and you know, we can't put things on hold for. I mean, the training is hard work. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of how you eat. It's how you sleep. It's eating winning. It's sleeping winning. It's training winning. And ultimately, you know, they're the ones that miss out to a certain extent. So it's just kind of looking at how all of that falls into place and how all of that works.
Yeah.
But we have a couple of ideas of stuff that we'd like to do this year if we can't go to America. So there's an alternative plan there.
Very good. Very good. Well, I wish you the best of luck, and I don't know if you need luck. You'll make your own luck, won't you? Because that's what you've learned to do, battling forwards, and your mindset is ridiculously positive. I think you'd agree.
I think so. I find it hard to project that sometimes. You know, I do have mental struggles. We had a really rough part this year. But again, it was just about kind of putting things into some sort of process. And the bike, I'm free on a bike, and I enjoy riding a bike, and that helps me balance things. So it's very good. And Zwift is a great help in these times at the moment. We can jump on there and do a couple of hours here and there, and that's a big assistance.
Yes, indeed. And now there's hopefully going to be more and more people running on Zwift to give you. I'm now going through an underground tunnel on Zwift with the sea, a lake or a sea on top of me. So
yeah, it's great. I was on there this morning, and I'll be back on there this afternoon. Right. Look, before we go, Eddie, I just want to wish you the very, very best, and keep pushing forward. You know, it's amazing what you do. It's an honour to be able to be here and talk to you now. So I can't believe the time has gone as quick as it has, to be honest.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, I got on a bit late, but
no.
It's you're doing. I'm thinking I do whatever I do, but I think you're doing that, and that's ahead of me. That's somewhere else, and you've got a fierce determination to do that. But I do it with this human. I always put this human political thing underneath. You know, make humanity great again. I like that. I like the idea of. Well, I was born in Yemen. You may not know that, but the city of Aden in the south of Yemen, they're having a hellish time and a civil war at the same time, as well as COVID. So I just try and push for everyone to be getting to a better place, because that's going to make the world work in the 21st century. So
completely agree. When I'm not riding a bike or when I'm not with my family, all I'm doing is trying to inspire kids to believe in themselves and what they can do, and doing speaking engagements to trying to do as many speaking engagements as I can to get people to believe in what they can achieve. You know, every single one of us has come so far with, you know, we learn our biggest skill in life, which is walking, with no knowledge and no maths, no textbooks, no knowledge or understanding of anything, and we picked ourselves up off the floor and learned how to walk. So we're able to change and do amazing things now, and there's that ability to learn and adapt doesn't stop. We just switch it off because we become afraid of maybe not being able to achieve it, or what other people will think, and we shouldn't be doing that. You know, we should be pushing forward continuously.
Yeah, I have a few mottos in my life, but one is, if you reach for the stars, you can get to the moon. So that's what I'm like. Just shoot through the goal, and I think you're doing that. So thanks. Good luck, James. I'm sure you'll.
Thank you.
I'm sure you get the world record. And
thank you.
Stay COVID safe. Best wishes to your family.
Take care. Thanks, Eddie.
Bye-bye. That's James Golding, who seems very determined. He's been through bloody hell in his life. And he is going to, already got the world record and going to break it again. Well, he's going to win the race across America. And if he doesn't, I bet you he'll go back and he'll do it again until he does. Yes. So I'm going to talk to Karen Hudner from Manchester in at 2 o'clock. And if you could scroll that thing, the list up, Ian, thank you, at 2:30, Richard Merrick. And we'll be talking about, we'll talk about the Swift donation fund. Now that's very good. So Dr. Richard, we know, I've talked to before, who's helped us get everything set up. Damn it, I need a quick pee again. I'm sorry. Let's do this before we get into... Oh, I gotta make sure.
I will have penne alla arrabbiata.
Yeah, well, you want a tray?
Do you know who I am?
All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there.
Okay, going to Karen. If Karen is ready, I am ready.
Hi Eddie, we have Karen here ready for you.
Okay. Hi there, Karen.
Hi, how are you?
I am okay. I'm getting there. I'm slowly... Well, I haven't got a very good pace going today, so I'm constantly trying to get to a running pace, and then I have to slow down again because the body's just moaning about things, but I'm getting there. I'm getting there, Karen. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm in Manchester at home with my partner, so...
And 2 cats are here.
Yes, 2 cats and a partner, and...
Are they allowed in the room when you're doing Zoom chats, or are they out?
They can do. They're a bit distracting.
Right.
But
they do their own thing.
They do, yes, very much so.
Yes, no, I've talked about cats and dogs, and cats just seem to be on a different wavelength as pets. Dogs have a certain there, and they need you, and cats just do whatever the hell they want, it seems. But did you?
Yeah, I think they I almost think they're kind of taunting us a bit because they can go out whenever they want now.
Yeah.
And we can only go out once a day.
And they can leap onto walls and walk along without any problems, and jump over things. Yeah, it's a curious thing, cats. So tell us about yourself. I see you're someone who loves to go to see live music and cinema regularly, and that's not happening. So that's really annoying. I take it. I could understand it would be.
Yeah, and in Manchester there's always so much going on. I used to sort of go and see live music all the time and go to the cinema, and did get to go to the cinema a bit over the summer, but it's been, well, since lockdown there's been nothing going on live, nothing with a live audience, and I guess it's the same for comedy too.
Yes, indeed. I'm doing my gigs to absolutely no one, but they're streaming around the world at 7 p.m. every day. So I'm sort of getting used to that. I don't know if you knew I was doing these gigs.
Yeah. I watched one of them last week, and yeah, it is strange. It was very funny, but is it weird for you not having that reaction?
I've got used to it now, but was it actually funny, or was it just weird and interesting or curious?
It's funny, and it's almost like, because you were doing old stuff, and I know a lot of your old stuff, it's almost like you kind of, it's really nice hearing it again. You did a bit of, was it Brought Up by Wolves, which is like the very first thing I saw you doing on TV years and years ago.
Wow. So you saw the Hysteria 3?
Yeah, just by chance, yeah.
Indeed, what Stephen Fry set up. That's interesting, because I got such a long history with Stephen Fry, even though the first bit of it is, it's 10 years it's 10 years apart. I didn't realise that, because I had a chat with Stephen Fry. I don't know if you saw that, but did you happen to see that? I don't know.
I didn't see that, no.
But Stephen was in the Footlights, and they won the Perrier Award, which is a new comedy award, first time in 1981, and they won it, and they had a very good show. And that was my first Edinburgh, and I saw their show. It was very good. And I had one sketch in our show that was any good, which I did, that was a parody on Jacques Cousteau. And I was sitting there with flippers on and snorkel on the stage. So I sort of met him. I was there with him in 81. And then 1991, he puts on Hysteria 3, which you saw. And that was the next time I saw him, was 10 years later. And I was just beginning. It kind of worked for me in a way, because I would have liked my thing to taken off earlier, but in the end, you wouldn't have got being brought up by wolves if I hadn't gone through that 10-year journey, that wilderness years, and accidentally being trained in all these different things. So, yeah, that was kind of fun. I think the shirt was a mistake, though. I don't know if you remember my shirt. It was very multicolored. I had lots of patterns, and at that time, I was going, yes, this is the shirt for me. And with hindsight, I'm going, no, that is not the shirt. So,
yeah, I think we've all got fashion mistakes from the 80s and 90s.
yes, indeed. Okay, so what is it? What's your work, Karen?
I work in IT, so working from home is really easy. I'm very lucky. I can just do my job from home.
And what do you do in IT? What's your specialisation area? Or?
I've changed a bit. I was a software engineer for many years, so I was writing code, and now I'm a business analyst, which means I kind of sit between the people who write the code and the people we're writing the code for, and making sure that all matches up. So I'm kind of half technical and half not technical now, which I quite like. I like being that bridge.
Okay, no, that sounds good. I'm going to ask you to do one thing, Karen. If you can slide a little bit to your left, the big window behind you. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That. Just a little bit. Yeah, that's good. Because we need to see your face. And what the camera's doing, when you slide to your right, it goes, let's look at the window. Mm-hmm. And you go into complete darkness. And then you come back in. So there, we can all see you, and that's great. Yes, I was really into IT. I tried to I had an idea of setting up my own computer company back in 85. Because I realized that games were coming, and I just thought computers were fascinating things. I had an Oric computer at the time of the ZX Spectrum. I don't know.
Yeah, I had a ZX. Well, my brother had a ZX Spectrum, which I got to use. Yeah.
Yeah, you know that one. You probably don't remember the Oric one. It had a QWERTY keyboard, and I thought the QWERTY keyboard was better, so that I could learn that. And I was trying to teach myself QWERTY. You know, it's a standard typewriter keyboard. I think I might have written my first ever full sketch show on that thing. Oh no, I bought a different typewriter. That's not true. I bought an electronic typewriter for that one. Anyway, no matter. But yes, computers do amazing things. And we're doing this. Who would have thought that we have this amount of technology around and everyone's linking up around the world? So it's kind of beautiful. And you're based in Manchester, but you can link up with anyone with your job. Are you linking up with people in the Manchester area with the IT?
Yeah, managed to have colleagues in London, some in Glasgow. My partner also works in IT, and he's working with people in Norway at the moment.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, working from home, it's just like, you know, we're remote anyway, so it all works really well.
Yep. It's probably going to change the world, this, because we've got so used to it so quickly. I can't see us going exactly back to where we were. Now, I see also in front of me that you studied World War II at the Open University as a degree course, is that?
I did a lot of different modules. I did like an open degree, so I did some maths, I did some arts, I did some history, but I've really been interested in World War II because my mum and dad both lived through the Second World War.
Yep.
And my mum in particular was from Denmark, and she used to talk about, so she was born in 1931 in Copenhagen, so she lived through that whole period when it was occupied. So it's really interesting. You're virtually in Sweden today, and that's got quite close connections with Denmark during the war, and it's really fascinating.
Absolutely. The Danish people got all the Jewish children, I know. I think it might have been Jewish.
All the people, almost all the Jewish people in Denmark, and they went to Sweden.
They went to Sweden. They got them across what is now the bridge. If you see the series, The Bridge, that is the big bridge between Copenhagen. Copenhagen is how you pronounce it in Danish. I don't know if you learnt any Danish from your mum. Or...
Very little, no, just bits and pieces.
It's unfortunate, that, isn't it? It's great. I think if there are any parents, do bring your kids up bilingual if you can, because it's just a great little thing to have in your back pocket.
Yeah, I did. My mum always said, well, you know, there's not many Danish people and they all speak perfect English, so what's the point? But I think it would have been nice.
It would have been nice, because it wouldn't have been any pain for you. That's the thing. If your mother was talking to you in Danish and your dad in English, kids can do it. It is remarkable what kids can do. But I have found an interesting thing. I don't know if you do speak any languages. Obviously, that you've covered Danish, but French or German or anything. You can,
a little bit of French.
A little bit of French. But I have found this interesting thing. You might find this curious. If someone is bilingual, then they got two languages, boom, straight off, no hassle, they've been brought up that way. Or trilingual. I know I met some trilingual brother and sister, and their parents are from different countries. They lived in England, so they got three. And but then whatever the next language you learn, whatever the first one you learn from books and stuff, that is really hard. You'd think having two languages in your back pocket, being bilingual would help you when you come to another language, but it seems not to, because they find it as hard to learn their first extra language, which would be the third language, as we do our second language, which I have found curious. I don't know.
That's really interesting. I'm actually from South Wales originally, and I speak a little bit of Welsh, but again, just from school. But there's more and more Welsh language schools now.
Yes.
And I know of people who they send their kids to Welsh language schools, even though they don't speak Welsh themselves, because they want them to have that exposure to a second language.
Yes, that is interesting. I did try and teach myself it, but being dyslexic, I found the alphabet and the double L, like I get Llanelli. My dad worked in Llandasi refinery. There was a kid called Judith Llewellyn at school, who we called Llewellyn, but she was Llewellyn. She was very good at maths, but I beat her at the times table. There we go, this is my competition with Judith Llewellyn. But where were you from in South Wales? Because I lived there in Skewen near Swansea.
From Barry, but my dad was from Llanelli.
Oh, right. Yes, Barry, yes, I filmed in Barry with a new film coming out. I'll tell you about this. Shot all in Wales. Except for, it's based on the south coast of England, on Sussex, set in Bexhill-on-Sea. But it's actually, Wales was doing stunt casting for Sussex, which is kind of beautiful. And it's called 6 Minutes to Midnight. And I star in it with Judi Dench and Jim Broadbent and James Darcy and David Schofield, Kellen Jones, a lot of very good actors. It's a thriller set in the summer of '39 in a girls' school. It's a real girls' school that was in Bexhill-on-Sea, and it had, it was a finishing school for German girls to learn English at the time, just before the Second World War, so they were all linked to the Nazi high command. And they were learning English and being ambassadors for National Socialism and making friends with other people who are of a like mind and this kind of thing. So yeah, this is a film that comes out 6 minutes to midnight on the 26th of March. I'm doing a plug for my own film here. But
I saw a trailer for it. You know, like when we had that brief period when we could go to the cinema.
Yes.
I saw a trailer for it. And then obviously we see trailers for things and then they get postponed. But no, it's coming out in March then. That's great.
Did the trailer look interesting?
It did, yeah. Yeah, very much.
Yeah, and it is based in the truth. The thriller that we've built onto it is our story, but that school is still there. The building is still there. And yeah, we will see what happens 26th of March, but I'm looking forward to it. And it comes out in America at the same time. Anyway. So yes, you know a lot about World War II, because I consider myself semi-encyclopedic on World War II. I kind of know it, all the background, the build-up, the front, even looking at the extra bit, because some people consider World War II started in the 30s with Japan in Manchuria and the Chinese situation. So it is interesting, this long swirling thing that went on. And did your mum used to talk much about it?
Yeah, my mum talked a lot about so she would have been, I think, about 8 when the Nazis came and occupied, and about 13 at the end of the war. So that's the whole period where, and I think it was, and having read a bit more about it, I think day to day they kind of let Danish people get on with their lives.
Right.
At least at the start, it got a bit more sort of hard-handed towards the end, and that's when all the Jews had to escape. But it was still, I think Danish people just hated it. It was just, and I think it must be so strange. I think like it's not great now with COVID, but I think it was this kind of oppressive background thing all the time.
Yeah.
Knowing that they had curfews and things, and she'd see soldiers on the street and just be really scared of them.
Yes. Did she tell you how it felt when they were liberated? Did she talk about that?
Yeah, I think just really, really happy. And then, yeah, and she said that Danish people were always really, really grateful to British people. She said, and anybody, if you met anybody British, you'd be sort of all over them and sort of saying how wonderful they were. So she always felt very, very sort of grateful to the British. And I think that's partly why she ended up moving over here.
Yes, indeed. It's a tough old war, that one. Now, tell us about your Open University course. So you did a number of different modules. Have you got your degree from Open University?
Yeah, I got it a few years ago. And yeah, I do miss it a bit. It's a shame because they changed all the fees a few years ago and they just went up a lot. You can get a loan, but it just costs a lot more to do it. And if you'd already started, they let you carry on with the old fees. So I got to finish it all. But I think I'd really like to do it again, but do further stuff. But it's just a lot harder now. It's just a shame. But I really enjoyed it. It's a lot of work, but really worth it.
Yes, indeed. So if people don't know, if you're in Britain, if you're outside Britain, it's something we do may happen in your country. If you're in Britain, anyone can apply, I believe, to the Open University. Can they? Do they need any need qualifications or not? You just apply.
No, I think if you're doing something, I don't know, I had to do a maths course and you can do an online assessment to see like where you're up to and which course it would be best for you to start on.
Right.
Just so you don't go in sort of something too difficult. But yeah, anybody can do it. One of my tutors on it was saying that they're getting a lot of young people doing it. And even now the fees have gone up, they're quite similar to other normal universities now. It's quite a similar system, but you can work and study at the same time, so a lot of young people are doing that.
Yeah, well, it's great that you did it. How many modules? How does it work? How many modules do you need to do to get a degree?
You do. There's courses are usually like 60 or 30 modules, and then you need 360. So you usually do sort of 60 at a time. 60 in a year is quite doable. So that would take you 6 years. And then you have to do, there's like level 1 and 2 and 3, which I guess is like first, second, third year of university. So you have to do, a certain number at level 3. But it's really, really flexible. Like I said, I did maths and I did arts and I did history, stuff with music. So it was great fun, really.
And do you do them all, a number of them at the same time, or do you do one after the other and finish one?
I did one after the other. I think it would be, I suppose it could be doable to do sort of two of the sort of 60-point ones at a time, but it would be hard work. I think realistically taking about 6 years to do it is realistic.
Right. Yes, and so what did you get? And at the end, is it the same kind of awards like universities in the UK? We get the first, the 2 1s, the 2 2s, the third. Is that what happens, or is it a different thing?
I think it's like a distinct. I think I just got an ordinary degree, and I think you get a distinction. But yeah, it's a normal degree. It's like a degree certificate you get. You can go to a ceremony if you want.
No, absolutely. I've been there. They gave me an honorary one, which is very nice of them. But so you get a distinction or merits or things like that, or
Yeah. And I don't know how much they do this now, but some of them they have a summer school. And actually, the one that I did on the Second World War, I went to a week-long summer school.
Oh, wow.
So actually, you got to meet a load of students who went down to one of the universities in London and got lectures, and that was great.
Yes, indeed, that sounds it. Well, thank you very much for talking to us. Is there anything you want to ask me? Because you're free to ask me questions, but you don't have to if you don't want to. Because I just
Did you get to watch any of the inauguration yesterday?
Well, I didn't. I was chatting on my 6.5-hour podcast, so I saw it a bit after it, or bits just after Joe Biden had been sworn in. I knew it was happening, and it was just great to see them there. I know he wants to do a number of things straight off. The Paris Accord is going to be signed up. This is the thing I've noticed. There is a kinetic energy which Trump tried to use, that if you say, I break that agreement, I break that agreement, I break that agreement, it looks as though you're doing something. It's like smashing a window. It takes ages to, all the cross work that takes to go into building a window, a sheet of pure glass, or something, or a strong piece of steel girder, make something, and then you just smash it. Say a window's easy, you just smash it quite easily, and it looks like you've done something, because it's negative kinetic energy. And that's all he did, really. But the beautiful thing is Joe Biden comes in and says, right, we're back in on the Paris Accord, and off we go again. And that's great. We can snap back into a good standards of humanity. Just like in Germany, World War II, as you studied, Hitler took things basically back into medieval times of murder, factory murder, torture, as standard process. And then when we defeated him and Nazism, Konrad Adenauer came in, and it snapped back in Germany to human rights that all the other developed countries had at that level. They didn't have to come back in stages, and that's the great thing about humanity. And people who take it negatively, if we can move beyond that and use democracy to remove them, we can snap back into better conditions and gradually move things forward. So I do like that. Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely. One of the course was actually about the social impact of war as well, and you see all these good things like women getting a vote after the First World War and the Second World War and the welfare state and everything like that. So you just hope some good stuff's going to happen.
Yeah, and did you saw the inauguration, I take it?
Yeah, I saw bits of it, yeah.
Yeah, it was good to see it happen. And Kamala Harris, her mother is South Asian, and her father's African American. There you go. It's the strength of the blend of your genes. It's the whole purebred thing that the Aryans are going on that leads to genetic disorders you don't want to have inbreeding. It's the strength of the blend of your genes. And she's got an African American dad, a South Asian mother, and she's now the first woman vice president in America. Wonderful story, I feel. Great for kids.
Yeah, it's just you don't realise until you see them taking the vows and then talking about what they're going to do that it's like they're actually grown-ups in charge again, and it's such a nice feeling, that this sense of relief for people who are basically competent and well-meaning, and yeah, it's so nice after the last 4 years.
Yeah, it certainly it just feels, because I'm as you know, my slogan is "Make Humanity Great Again," and Trump had "Make America Great Again," but America is included in humanity. This is "Make All of Us Great Again." Get back to ideas that work for everyone. So I'm sure Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will really work for that. So good luck to them, I say. Yeah, very good. All right. Karen, thank you for chatting with us. Stay safe, COVID safe, all the people in Manchester. Hello to everyone in Manchester. Hope you're all staying safe. I know that you've been on a tough lockdown for some time. But, best wishes for the future.
Yeah, thanks so much for speaking to me. It's been lovely, and best of luck with the rest of the marathons.
Absolutely. Thanks so much. Take care.
Okay, bye.
Cheers. Bye, Karen. walk a bit. Talk to Richard Merrick in a minute. Okay. Now, Sarah, can you cut a piece of tape about that long? Because it's, you know, that thing about it coming up on the leg, it's coming up.
Yeah, what, the shin?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I just want to, well...
Is that on the lower bit or the
don't
higher
rip
bit?
it out, just have it ready, because it was really annoying me, and now it's...
Okay, is that the higher bit or the lower bit?
Lower bit, it's around the ankle.
Yeah, okay, got you.
It's coming away from the shin, probably sweat.
Yeah, yeah, that's pulled at full tension as well, so it's got a job to stick on.
And I'll go for some water, please.
Yeah, sure. So I'll do the water and then I'll do the tape.
Okay. So outside of my foot, still hanging around to give me jip. 3 o'clock. We will. So talking to Richard Merrick, Swift triathlon consultant. I didn't know that Richard did triathlons, and we'll talk about Zwift and the donation to the fund, which is nice. Then we're going to be talking to Lawrence Prestige, who has a podcast, Shape of Stories, a podcast about the journey, the process of getting to goals you set, creativity, writing, and mental health. So yes, we'll be talking to Lawrence at 3 p.m. I've just got to get back into the running mold. It's still not brilliantly, thank you.
Can I wait to cut the tape until you're off? So I can
Yeah, I suppose so. I'll see how I feel in a bit. So that's 6.5. I have a gig tonight, a show tonight, 7 p.m. If you go to eddyizzard.com to donate, that's the place to go to. You can do text if you have a UK phone. You can just find all the details there. But eddyizzard.com, or if you're watching from anywhere in the world, you can use any credit card to donate there. And that's what you can do. You can buy hats with Make Humanity Great Again, and masks and t-shirts. All that is available at eddyizzard.com. Details about things, about the run, and the gigs, buying gigs. All the gigs are in English, except the 23rd, this Saturday. Saturday 23rd, that's in German, as I run a virtual marathon for Berlin. And on the 28th of January, I'll be in Paris, or I'll be running a virtual marathon for Paris. So,
and we should mention the 5 charities as well, actually.
Bring Sarah up on the screen, please, Ian.
Yep.
Can we get Sarah up, please? There you go.
Oh, there I am.
You're going to talk about them?
Yeah, so we've got Care International, we have Covenant House, we have Walking with the Wounded, we have Fair Share, and Unite to Combat. What's the word? Unite to Combat against neglected. That's the word. Unite to Combat against neglected tropical diseases, which is a big old name, but for a big old project that they have, because there's a lot of them.
1.7 billion people suffer from neglected tropical diseases, which include leprosy and elephantitis, things you would have thought were gone
from
our lexicon, but they are neglected and they are still there.
Yeah, it feels like that's something in history, but they're still there and still needing to be dealt with. So, yeah, big job they have.
Covenant House helps people in young adults in their teenage years who are in a very tough place in their life, problems with drugs, homelessness. We talked to CB yesterday. Sarah, what did you feel about that interview that CB did with us?
Yeah, I mean, just incredibly powerful interview. I thought. I mean, she was fantastic, incredible person. She, you know, obviously had a tough time growing up, and kind of, you know, had a lot of battles to deal with, and basically linked in with Covenant House, who helped her essentially hugely, really, and she went on to get a first for a BSc, a Bachelor of Science degree in psychology, and has now gone on to work with a non-profit organisation in New Orleans, I think it is, where she's now helping she was homeless herself, and she then went on to help the homeless population in New Orleans and continues to do that at the moment.
And she's homeless and had drug problems and drink problems, and she's been clean for about 8 years, I think it is now, and was twice Covenant House, just do amazing work. Because the key thing, I think, I remember she said, and we were talking about this last night, is that people like Covenant House, they will go up to people on the street looking like they're having a very tough time, and they'll say, we can help you, and they will, the people on the street will tell them to piss off and be very rude to them at times. And they stay there, and they stay saying, look, we're here, we're trying to help. And so CB, she did have help, and then left Covenant House, and then came back for a year the second time, and from there it built up, and Covenant House got her into university. And she got a bloody first, which is a distinction. I don't know if people have different ways that you measure your degree.
I mean, that's the highest you can get, isn't it?
Degree,
yeah.
As you might be able to guess from that.
But what was fantastic is to hear as well that now, you know, she's now helping, you know, hundreds, say, of other people. So it sort of shows the ripple effect that happens, that, you know, one person gets helped and then they go on and they kind of pay that forward, and then they help a multitude of people, and then you think, well, if then those people can do the same, I mean, it's incredible. So it was a very very inspiring story. She was a very inspiring person as well. Yeah, it was fantastic, but really great to hear, you know, what these brilliant charities do, and then therefore what, you know, donations to help continue that work, the actual real result of what donations do. So yeah, it was really fantastic to hear that, and from someone who was so incredibly articulate, very honest about their situation, and then what they've now managed to do and move on, and, you know, what an incredibly positive role they now have in the organisation they work for. So yeah, fantastic, and all more reason to anyone who can, please do consider donating, because it really does make an incredible difference.
Okay, so at Izzard.com to donate and buy tickets for tonight's English show. Richard Mellick. Ian, are we ready with Richard? Hi, Richard.
Hi, Eddie.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I am good. Richard, have you talked to Sarah as we've been doing our interactions, or not really so much?
Bit on email. We've been on email, haven't we? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. We've talked a couple of times on the phone.
Yeah. Well, she's here too, so she might...
Good to actually see you. There you go.
Yeah, actually, can we just put Sarah on the screen as well? Can we go through it? There's Sarah.
Finally see you. There you go.
Okay.
Hi, Sarah.
A fair few emails, but there you are.
All right, now let's drop Sarah off for a bit, because otherwise we
got
Richard and we got your Zwift right on top of your eye, and that wouldn't work so well. How are you? So we've talked a number of times, haven't we? And to get this built up was quite quick, wasn't it? To have a connection with you at Zwift and all the guys at Zwift, and get it working. But we've sort of got it going, haven't we? We're sort of doing it.
Yeah, it did. It's sort of the project came to us mid to late December. It sounded, absolutely perfect for Zwift. It's exactly the kind of thing we love to do, is to bring people around the world together, and that's effectively what you're doing with the whole project. So yeah, it's been a joy to be involved, and it seems to be working very well. I think everyone's in absolute awe of what you're doing and day to day, and I know the community are right behind you and very engaged with the process. And every evening there's a lot of discussion on all the Facebook groups about the challenge, and people are loving it. And I think it's has it inspired? I mean, it's inspired people, but it's also just pushed people to do their own kind of mini challenges. And I know a lot of people within Zwift are running every day. I know I certainly have run every day with you in January, just for a short amount of time. And it's just that kind of discipline of having a mini challenge to aim for every day, and pushing yourself to do more, which is brilliant.
And there is you have a Zwift motto, don't you? That's almost similar to ours.
Yeah. Well, we've got one Zwift for all is the kind of overarching thing. Our mission statement is to make people more active more often. So just getting people to do something and off the couch and keeping fit and healthy, and that's the sort of one of the key things about Zwift is to be as inclusive as possible, and it doesn't matter. We have top professional athletes, Olympic gold medalists training on the platform, but we have people, just who are doing it completely recreational, and I think if anything that's the strength of Zwift is that ability that everyone will find someone. There's so many people on the platform at any one time. I think our record we had of over 48,000 on the platform at once on Tuesday evening, which is generally our sort of peak time. So you'll always find someone on Zwift. You'll always find someone your level to train with. So it's never a lonely place, which is brilliant.
That is a nice thing. Now I've got a little bit of information in front of me that says you will talk about a Zwift donation to the fund. Is that right, or am I making things up?
That is right. We're very pleased. I know Eric was going to announce this, but Eric
hang on, because Eric's on later. Do you want him to? We could leave it to him if you want.
I think Eric's on Saturday, but I do believe I think he can tell you more details on it. But I know Zwift are making a pretty sizable donation to the charities, which are obviously extremely worthwhile, and I believe it's pushed the donations over the £100,000 mark today. So
wow.
So that's something to celebrate for sure.
Let's have a look. I'm looking at it now. We're now at £89,000, so we're going to be over the 100,000 in euros, over 100,000 in US dollars. But yes, we will leave that. Eric is on today, I believe, in about an hour's time. And
is that right? Okay.
Yes.
Well,
so I believe he's on later today, but so we'll talk to him about him and coming into the thing. He was Eric the person who there was someone called Jonathan whose idea it was, wasn't it? Is it
John Mayfield? John Mayfield was a computer programmer, a video game programmer who was also an endurance cyclist. Did some sort of long distance cycling, and he just decided one day he had kids and he couldn't go out riding outdoors for hours, and decided to kind of link up his indoor bike trainer to a computer and create a virtual world where he could effectively ride indoors. I believe it was Eric. Again, it's a story he can tell you, but I believe it was Eric who had the brainwave to with the internet to make it a community where other people could ride together within Zwift and ride and run.
Well, we'll talk to him about that story, and tell us your story. How did you come to be? Oh, you're a triathlon consultant. Yes, tell me about that.
At first, my first love has always been football, but I was a runner. I was one of those lucky people, I guess, from a very early age who could run. Not especially fast, but I could always run long distances. I had the sort of slow twitch fibers. I could just run, and I actually did my first marathon when I was. You have to be 18 to run an official marathon.
Right.
And in 1983, the London Marathon is always around my birthday. So in 1983, the London Marathon was the day after my 18th birthday.
Right.
So I ran that marathon, and then from there, ran a lot of marathons, played a lot of football, but eventually in my 30s took up triathlon, and then that was sort of later in life. My passion was long distance triathlon, Ironman distance triathlons, which obviously finish with a marathon.
Yeah. How many have you done?
How what? Sorry.
How many Ironmans have you done then?
I've done 11 Ironmans and about, I think about 30 or 40 marathons, which I thought was a lot until I started talking to you.
Well, I've talked to other people. They say, yeah, I've done 1 million. I go, okay, forget it. I'm just going to compete against myself. That's the thing.
Yeah, but look, I've got a prop here. I thought you'd quite enjoy this. In my first London Marathon back in '83, at about mile, I think 16 or 17, I overtook this chap in the Docklands. That's Joe Strummer.
Oh wow!
Yeah, there we are. He just sort of rocked up, ran the marathon. I don't think he did any training. He actually ran, I think, 3 or 4 marathons in his life. Late great Joe Strummer. He was running it in support of the miners back in the early 80s.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, there you go. And did you take that photograph, or that was a photograph someone else took and you've got?
No, I've recently found that photograph. I ran past and patted him on the shoulder as I ran past, and I think I asked him, how he was feeling, and I can't really repeat his answer. But he was a decent. He would have finished in about 4 hours 15 minutes. I think.
Wow. You can repeat the answer because this is HBO. This is my television.
I think he said, "How the fuck do you think I'm feeling?" Was it?
You are allowed to say that. It's everyone comes on. Well, I was talking to someone because one of the charities we support is Covenant House, and they just do amazing work. We're talking about this woman, CB, who had been through all this hell of homelessness, drug addiction, alcohol addiction, parents that weren't caring for her, and she came through and got a first at university, and is now helping other people. So I just felt, when I heard that she got first, I had to say, for fuck's sake, fucking hell, that's just amazing. Sometimes you just have to swear. So, yeah.
Brilliant. Well, look, I've got another, if you don't mind, another running sort of story, which I think you'll be interested in, is, because you've talked about it a lot, is in '97 I ran Comrades, which I have to say is my favourite ever running experience. It's such an incredible. It's not really a race; it's just an incredible event. I did the down run. Are you familiar that every year they alternate between up and down?
Yes, I know that. I'm down is now.
So I ran the down run, which finishes. It runs from Pietermaritzburg to Durban, and a lot of people say the down run is harder because the second half of the run is all downhill, which really trashes your quads. But it was just an incredible experience. And to top it off, when I got into the stadium in Durban, Nelson Mandela was in the stadium watching.
Wow.
Which was a real thrill. And a funny story, the next day, a friend of a friend that I was staying with in Durban, he said, if you go up to Nelson Mandela's house in Durban and literally sort of go up to the gate, he'll come down and say hello. And I didn't believe him. So I went up to Nelson Mandela's house, and the gatekeeper rang through to the house, and someone came down from the house and said that he had just half an hour earlier left to go to Pretoria, back to his base in Joburg, and had he been there, he definitely would have come and said hello. I've never known if that was true or not, but it felt like a very near miss. I'd love to have met.
I think it would be. I'm gonna. Well, I'll just say I did meet him. I was lucky enough to meet him. I was trying to do things for him. I did something for his charity, for 6664 charity, and they said, well, he's early 90s now, he's not meeting people. And then he started meeting people again. And all I can say is, one, meeting him was great. But as I was going in, Neil Armstrong was walking out. So I was in that queue. And that's quite a queue to be in.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you can talk about the Zwift donation because I've just got a message that we are over 100,000. Yes, it's just jumped. So I don't know if you know how much it is. Eric isn't coming on today. He's coming on Saturday. So that's just a...
He's coming Saturday. Yeah, $25,000, I think.
Wow.
Zwift donated.
US dollars. So that's great. So now we're at 106. It's really weird. On my phone, I'm looking at you and me on my phone. I've just gone to the crowdfunder site. So 106, Sarah, what's that in euros and dollars?
Oh, let me work that out. That's fantastic.
Yeah. So, well, you've done the things that I haven't done. I mean, I did my salute to the comrades when I'd run 25 marathons for Nelson Mandela. I had a double marathon on the last day. That was 84k plus change, and then I did the last 6k to make it up to 90k. And there's a 12-hour cutoff that you'll probably know about.
Yeah.
And I did it in 11 hours and 50 minutes, so I would have been right there at the end. And yeah.
But are you aware of? I think they still do it. They certainly did it back in 1997, where
the gun,
and they don't let you cross the finish line.
Yeah. After 12.
Yeah, and actually back then it was 11 hours, but they've now made it 12. But you physically, people get sort of stopped from crossing the finish line, even if they're only 10 meters away from the finish line.
Yeah, no, I've heard that. People are throwing themselves across, and the last person across gets a special award. And there must be a whole bunch of people just standing there right at the end. They get a special award, and then they go in and go, into the press box and all that kind of stuff. But I did my own one. It was a salute to then Bruce Fordyce. I don't know if you know Bruce, great.
Yeah.
9 times winner of the Comrades Marathon, ran it 30 times, and he came with us when we were in South Africa in 2016 for a 5k run, and we talked to him on Zoom, which was beautiful, because I just love the story of him running with the black armband when the apartheid regime were trying to build comrades into their narrative. We have a racist regime and it's doing fantastically, thank you very much, and comrades is part. And so he pushed back on that. Number of runners did with the black armbands, and the people on Robben Island were cheering him on, and he won. So that's a lovely story, and he met up with Nelson Mandela. So yeah. Nelson Mandela, a great human being. I do.
Yeah, and it's such a. It's interesting because in South Africa, the South Africans I've talked to, over here, the big challenge is to run the London Marathon but in South Africa, just people when they decide to do a challenge, they think, right, we'll run Comrades, which is a heck of a challenge. I mean, I definitely I look back on my life. There's certain things where I remember being quite scared about. I didn't know if I could run that far when I did it. So it felt like an achievement. And I think my first Ironman felt like that. And it is good to push yourself to do things that you're not sure you can actually do.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm going to go and do the Comrades. Bruce is saying I've got to come, but maybe. But you see, what I love about these is I can sort of craft my message on this. Make humanity great again. You can't really argue with that, I don't think. You can't say, well, not humanity, not all of them. I think some people should have a horrible life. Well, who are you saying that? Who is this idiot saying this? You're obviously not part of humanity, so I do like that, and having this human political message underneath all the stuff I do. And we realized, I don't know if we told you this, but we realized our team leader, Kevin Cahill, who was head of sport relief and conflict relief beforehand, he suddenly sensed way back in the good times of the summer when we seem to be coming out of things, he said it's going to get worse, and we're probably going to be on lockdown. It's going to happen. We may as well try and set it up virtually. And I saw the wisdom of that, and I thought, we may as well assume, because then we can do it whatever. And we can link up, and the beautiful thing is this link up that we've got, which I don't get when running marathons normally. I don't talk to people all around the world, and so I've been very happy that this has happened, this sort of virtual link, and people are buying tickets. Over 50 countries have been buying tickets for my evening show. That hopefully my evening show is an extra, what do you call it, the icing on the cake, hopefully people think it's crazy enough. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that the last time we looked, I haven't got today's stats to hand, but the last time we looked, there were well over, sort of, I think nearly 600 people had run with you virtually at some point on Zwift, which is amazing. I mean, and everyone kind of, I love the fact that people made the effort to, okay, what's Eddie wearing? We're gonna wear the same, and went and chose the same jersey, and have got this little crew of people that meet every day at the same time, and
the blue team.
It's
the blue
it's
team.
amazing.
It's the Team Humanity or the blue team. Everyone's wearing blue tops. And,
blue team. I don't know if you picked up on it, but I think Clive I think he's run 9 or 10 of the marathons with you, and has got and I think he's doing his 5th in a row today.
Clive Finnemore, yeah.
Clive, yeah, it's incredible to see.
And can we talk about what we might do with the kit, or should we talk about that next time?
Why not? Yeah, that's something we are going to be doing. Is I know we tried and failed to get your sort of Make Humanity Great kit in game for this month. The timelines were just too tight, but it is in production and will be in the game soon. And as soon as it is, we'll try and put on a kind of a special celebration event to celebrate the success of the challenge and bring everyone together again to do some kind of commemorative event.
So I'm going to run with them on that day. It might not be the big long one, it might be a shorter one, a 5K or something, or 10K maybe. But that's what I'll do. Hopefully it'll be the first 2 weeks of Feb, but I don't know if you can get those days, because that really works for me. Because I've got this my training running machine is in the middle of the lounge. I can't get, it just takes up the whole bloody place. So, and I love running outdoors, so I'm going to have to auction it off afterwards. So I'll be waiting for your challenge, and then I can find someone who wants to be the owner of my running machine that I've trained on for this. Yeah, we will see.
Yeah. So you've got quite a good group running there, I can see, of blue shirts.
Yes, indeed. I'm alternating the cameras now, and you're choosing the routes, aren't you?
Yes. Trying to give a bit of variety and just to the people that are running regularly. So and also one of the things, I'm not sure how much you're aware of, but the cyclists that I love the fact that there's this sort of posse of blue runners running down the side of the road, and the cyclists definitely pay attention and wonder what's going on and see your name and comment on it. So it's quite nice to involve them in the projects as well, even if they're not actually running alongside.
All right. Yeah, no, that would be nice. I see them go by. I assume they're ignoring us, but yeah, it's great if they are noticing. And we also have if you look at it now, is this the what is it called? The drone? Is this the drone camera happening here?
That's the drone cam, yeah.
So. Ian, are you controlling that, Ian, or is it Dave?
This is the automated drone. We need to get a keyboard down here to do the full drone.
Ah, right.
Yeah, we're having quite a bit of fun with all these.
Yeah, now we're mixing it up now. Yeah, it looks amazing. And Sarah, so what's the totals in pounds and?
So the totals in. So this is based on, I think we're exactly 106,880 pounds right now, which calculates as 120,818 euros, and that is 146,702 US dollars, which is fantastic. So there we go.
Yeah, we've broken the £100,000. That was our initial target, and we're going onwards and upwards. So it's great. Thank you to Zwift. Everyone is doing that, and yeah, it's going to be fun because we're going to be able to get in with another keyboard, and we can fly the drone around and do weird things. One of our remote operators is a licensed drone pilot, I believe.
Yes, Dave. I think Dave is. Yes.
Yeah. So we'll do that.
Very good. Very good. Now I've got one last. I'm going to try and see if I can get. I know of someone who can talk with much more authority than I can on the Second World War, which I also know is one of your sort of specialist subjects.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the telemark operation in Norway?
I am. It was Kirk Douglas was in charge of it, it seemed, even though he was the sexiest professor ever. I think in the film you'll see him necking with his secretary, and then you go, really? That's a professor? That doesn't sound like the professors I know. But yes, I know the film very well, and they were Norwegian commanders trained by the British who went in to stop the heavy water production that the Nazis were doing to make an atomic bomb. And then they had to, they did blow it up, and then in the factory, but the Nazis got it going again. They put a lot of heavy water in a boat, and they had to sink the boat with a lot of Norwegian citizens on board, and I think they got most of them off okay. But am I giving too much information away?
No, I'm extremely impressed. That's what I know. I've actually been to the factory. It's a museum now in Norway, and it's an incredible story of endurance, because the factory was in the most inhospitable part of Norway, and it's up on a plateau, and it's very hard to reach, and that's part of the appeal of having it there. Was it was very hard for the Allies to get to it, and it's it's an incredible story of bravery and how it sort of changed the war to some extent. But the reason I mention it, there's actually as if Iron Man isn't extreme enough, there's an extreme Iron Man in that region that finishes at the top of a mountain. So you as well as swimming and then cycling across this plateau that's very inhospitable, you end up then running a marathon, and in the second half of the marathon you have to climb up the mountain where you effectively climb twice the height of Ben Nevis at the end of the marathon, and that's all. That whole race is based in that region around the factory.
Wow! And you mentioned it because you've done it, or you just know of it, or?
I have done it, but the guy that I want to bring on, or try and get to chat to you, has also done it, but he's an ex-Special Forces member, and he knows one of the commandos, or I think the last surviving commando.
Oh wow! Why? And you're going to contact. You're going to try and bring them on later in a thing.
Yeah, we'll try and bring them on during next week.
Yeah, very happy to talk about that. That'd be very cool. Well, I'm going to leave you, but I'm going to ask you one last question. Melik, your heritage. Where's Melik, the name, come from?
Very good question. Very good question. My it's actually a Turkish. The name hails from Turkey, but my mother was English from Leeds, and I've always lived my whole life in England, but my father was very Mediterranean, let's say. He was born in Italy, went to school in France. His mother was Turkish, but was from Spanish origin, so very, very Mediterranean. But the family surname in leading up to the Second World War was Amram, which is a Hebrew name.
Right.
And my grandfather or great grandfather wanted to stay in Paris during the war, so changed his name to a Turkish sounding name.
Oh, I see.
And
well,
they managed to escape to Turkey, and that's where that side of the family is based in.
Well,
Turkey.
throughout humanity, people have argued about immigrants, and in fact, when we look at it, we just know for absolute certainty everyone is either an immigrant or a historical immigrant. You just cannot be any other way. No one has been there. We've had Romans come in, we've had the Celts here before, we pushed them over. Who's we? The Angles, the Saxons, the Frisians, the Jutes, the Geats, the Vikings, the Normans. And so everyone in our country and in every country in the world is an immigrant or a historical immigrant. And there's no such thing as pureborn. So I fight against that idea. It's the strength of the blend of your genes. So you can do all these Ironmans, I say, because you have a good blend of your genetics. And you're not purebred, because we know that's congenital diseases. It's pedigree dogs and, unfortunately, royalty. Previous years of royalty, they're getting better now. They're more mixed in the genetics. But we know that's a bad thing. So slightly left turn on the conversation there, but I just thought It's you have a positive heritage there with the mix that's coming in. So anyway, that's why I think you're so strong. There you go.
There we go. Well,
You can
look,
think on that.
Keep going. We're all rooting for you at Zwift and all keeping track. So, yeah, absolutely amazing what you're doing. Keep it up.
I'll talk to you soon. Thanks very much, Richard.
Okay. Cheers, Ed.
Cheers. Bye. Okay, I'm going for a pee and then we're going to do a podcast. Cheers. I need a pee.
Shockingly, over 2 million tonnes of food a year is wasted within the UK supply chain. FareShare is tackling this problem in a strikingly simple way. We work with farmers, producers, distributors and retailers to save good quality fresh food from being wasted, so we can get it onto people's plates instead. In practice, it's a huge logistical feat, involving hundreds of volunteers working tirelessly to unload the produce, unpack and sort it at any one of our network of food warehouses across the UK. The food might be surplus, but it looks and tastes just like the food you'd eat at home. Most of it arrives well before it would have hit the supermarket shelves. Food becomes surplus for all sorts of reasons: a glut of courgettes from overproduction, or a lack of demand as unpredictable weather plays its part. Incorrect packaging and labelling, wonky fruits and veg, and cancelled orders. Wherever it comes from, with the support of our team of volunteers, we prioritise the incoming food, itemising it for traceability and breaking it down into smaller quantities for redistribution. FareShare gives nearly 11,000 charities access to food, all of whom are onboarded safely and meet all food safety regulations. These charities and groups range from food banks, children's breakfast clubs and homeless centres to small local community groups. Not only does this food save charities thousands of pounds on their food bills, it means they can offer the people they support more fresh, healthy fruit and veg and a wider range of food in general. New innovations like the FareShare Go app have seen direct pickups from the supermarkets, meaning perishable goods like fresh bread and fruit can quickly be redistributed. FareShare is more than meals though. Food brings people together. It helps local organisations tackle loneliness and isolation within their communities, or help connect struggling families with the services that can support them. It's such a simple concept. Food that could have been wasted is instead used for good.
Okay, so here we go. Oh, so let's talk to Lawrence.
Putting you through now.
Hi Lawrence,
Hi Eddie, how are you doing?
Okay, sorry about the delay there. Just having to strap my car.
No, that's absolutely fine. Well, thank you so much for joining us on the Shapes and Stories podcast. How are you feeling? How's the toe, the leg, the foot? How's it all going?
Toe is in a holding pattern on the left foot. The quad is in a holding pattern. They're all kind of in holding patterns. They're not laughing. And every time we do get one bit goes better. The outside of the right foot is just aching. I don't know quite what it is. Yeah, just exhaustion. You know, you start exhausted and you finish exhausted. Actually, you start the marathon feeling kind of all right because you haven't been running since I finished last night. But you think, oh, I don't feel too bad. But as soon as you get going, you go, oh God, this again. And so I found I have to walk to start off. I can't go straight into running. It just.
Well, did you have a good bit of a boost earlier today when you found out you've raised over £100,000? That must have been a nice feeling.
That's a wonderful, nice thing to jump over that. So over £100,000. Was it 115,000 euros and about 145,000 US dollars? Yeah, somewhere in that area. So we're heading up towards 150 grand now, and still got 11 more marathons to go. And the way people do seem to donate towards the end, it sort of ramps up, rather alarming, good alarming as opposed to bad alarming. You just suddenly goes, my God, where's this going from? People, it's like a round the world yacht race. No one's really bothered in the middle. No one really. Yeah, whatever. Towards the end, they go, my God, is this happening? Is this really happening? And then everyone gets into it. So, yeah, I struggle away. And the gig at the end of the night, that's the curious thing. Never done that before. Well, I tried it a bit at the end of my February marathons, but I fall asleep in the middle of lines. It is very odd. And I have to do a German show after this Saturday show when I do a virtual.
Oh, wow.
I know. My third language, my virtual marathon for Berlin in Germany, and then I do my show Alles auf Deutsch. Guten Abend, meine Damen und Herren. Here is my show auf Deutsch. And there is a weird delight I get out of doing it in second and third languages because I sort of go out of body. I talk about this thing of lists. So if you think about it, someone goes into comedy, you might expect them, okay, they're stand-up, they get their stand-up career going, that's good, and even if you're not in comedy, you think, well, what comes next? Probably a sketch show or a panel game, and then you might get a sitcom, your own sitcom, and then comedy films. That's the list, you know, that's the going up the mountain. There is no left turn built into it where you start performing in French, German, and Spanish. That is not there. And I decided to put it there. And you don't, when you start doing it, they don't care, you know, they don't say, oh, you're big in UK, okay, we haven't heard about this. You have to get them all over again. You start all over again. Very humbling. It's a second language, so you're like a child. But the reward back is this ninja training in comedy. If you can do a show in French, if you can improvise in French or German, then surely the English show is like easy peasy lemon squeezy compared to that. So you've helped yourself in this very weird way. I like to liken it to running around, like the Olympic racetrack, any big racetrack, and in those longer races, there's people on the inside. Surely that's a shorter distance. And there's the people on the outside, and that's obviously a longer distance, and they start ahead, the people on the outside. But I like to imagine I'm starting behind or equal to the people on the inside, but I have to run an extra third as fast. I have to go faster, further than the people on the inside, just to get to the straight and narrow.
Yeah,
that's a good training to do.
That sounds it. Yeah. Well, but you talk about your comedy there. Who were your sort of comedy influences growing up? Who you sort of looked up to?
Can I just say one quick thing?
Oh, yeah, sure.
I know it's in the middle of your podcast, but I'm saying it out to the world in general. You can snip this out as well. But I'm doing social media questions on my social media at 3:30. I forgot to mention this. And that is on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. So 3:30 London time, I'll be taking your questions. Sorry, that's in the middle of that. Now,
absolutely fine.
Influences in comedy. Monty Python are the big gods on Mount Olympus. They were always, they weren't necessarily the first I was watching. I do remember early Benny Hill was really quite out there. It could be quite out there. He did stuff on European, he could speak French. He was out there, but then it got stuck into, he was doing all the writing and the performing. And the Benny Hill, the women who would be dancing with it was all kind of a bit complex, so they all went kind of into a strange place there. So when I was younger, there was that, and there was the goodies, and a number of comedic things, loved Morecambe and Wise. But once I discovered Python, I sort of took off with that, and I discovered the Goons, which people in Britain will know is a radio comedy series from the 50s that hugely influenced Python. And I discovered them both at the same time. So I was listening to cassettes, audio of Python and audio of the Goons, which is Peter Sellers, Spike Milligan, Harry Seacombe, at the same time, which is quite a surreal injection. And the difference is, if people want to, my comedy, say, very influenced by Python, anyone who's in the kind of area I'm in, we might be considered more the alternative comedians, like alternative music, alternative bands. And what you've got to be our audience is you have to have already seen all the standard comedy that's going, all the here comes the joke and here's it, in that kind of standard way. And then you see that enough, you think, okay, that's great, but what else can we do with it? And all the alternative comedians and alternative musicians and the independent filmmakers, we're playing with the medium, we're playing with the whole thing. And it leaves some mainstream audiences just don't know what the hell we're doing. But I love it because it's so weird. Python is very silly, but also very intelligent behind the silliness. And so that's what I wanted to do.
Yeah. Well, with comedy now, do you have to ever work when you're sort of writing or thinking of coming up with material? Do you worry about offending anyone now? Because I think we're in a transition where you kind of see, for Little Britain, for example, that got kicked off Netflix because people complaining and stuff. Do you ever have those worries about offending anyone with your writing?
I don't know if you've tracked my comedy much, but I'm offending Hitler, Nazis, extreme right-wing people. I'm happy to do that because they are. If you add up, say, all the people in the Nazi high command, that's not a huge amount of people, but they were a power minority. Power minorities, there, the monarchy as well. General monarchy, I say the monarchy in our country, you'll be judged by what you do in life. I think Charles has done good stuff. I think William and Harry have done good stuff. And I look at it that hereditary privilege, obviously a very bad example to our children. So I'm against that. So I will talk about that. But I don't go in and say, someone who suffers from cancer, my mum died of cancer, why would I make fun of those people? Why would I make fun of black people, other minorities, LGBT people? I'm T of the LGBT. So it's having a positive attitude. They talk about political correctness. That is a censorship kind of idea. It's actually worded wrong. It should be called positive attitude. Have a positive attitude in your comedy. And if you are saying things which is inspiring hate against a powerless minority group or less powerful minority groups, that's just not good, and it's bordering into hate crimes. So
is it a bit like punching up rather than punching down, I guess?
Yeah, it's certain people are minorities. It's the super rich. The super rich, have a go as much as you want. They got all this money. They are a minority, but they are a powerful minority. So I think it's the articulation of what the problem is there. And if you say, well, you need the right to be able to say anything, which is the freedom of speech idea, I understand that, but we also have hate crime. So if you're inciting hatred, if you're saying, here's an idea, and it does encourage people to think, I'm giving you permission, here's me hating and making fun of a group who are in a less powerful position, and have had that done throughout centuries, if not millennia, and it encourages other people. I thought I wasn't supposed to be racist and sexist anymore, so let's go back in and do that again. Trump did that. Trump gave permission for people to be racist and sexist again. And they talk about disenfranchisement. And you think, well, what is the franchise? The franchise is society. And some people have disenfranchised themselves by insisting on being racist and sexist. I'm not really talking about performing here. We're just talking about in life. They still want to be racist, still want to be sexist. They want to be white supremacists. That is not part of society. And you have moved into the area of hate crimes, inciting hatred, encouraging violence, or the threat of violence against people. And I'm against that. I don't feel that is the place for humanity.
Were you quite confident that Joe Biden would win the election, or was there a worry that you thought that Trump might have his followers, that there'd be enough of them to get a second term, or were you quite confident?
No, quite confident is the right word, I'd say, because I'd have to be studying it minute by minute, be an expert on the numbers. I hoped, 3 million, interestingly, 3 million voted for Hillary more than voted for Trump, and then 7 million voted more for Joe Biden than Trump. So he lost on the popular vote twice. And I think there's more goodwill than ill will in the world. That's what I hope. And maybe those figures show it. Maybe that's it. Maybe sometimes it's only 55% to 45%, the difference between the goodwill and the ill will in the world. But I don't believe in a mystical God. If there is one, fantastic, but you should have been down for World War II and stopped the 60 million dying. Then, if they're not coming to stop 60 million dying, they won't come for COVID. They won't come for the next one. They didn't come for SARS. Didn't come for Ebola. They didn't come for Spanish flu. Mystical gods don't seem to help. So it seems more polite to say that they don't exist than that they do exist, but they just hate human beings and are happy to let children die. And so that's how I look at it. But I'm happy to work with anyone of any faith if they want to work with people. That's my thing. Humanity, that's what I link up with. And a lot of people of faith do great work in the community, helping people. I mean, in Georgia, we've got a reverend who's obviously a wonderful guy, who's been preaching in the same church that Martin Luther King did, senior and junior. And now he is the first, I believe, first black senator from Georgia, absolutely. And if you know the history of their civil war, that is just wow. That is just wow. Reverend Warnock there. So hopefully we seem to go 3 steps forward, 1 step back, sometimes 2 steps forward, 1 step back. And I was talking about earlier, the good thing hopefully about humanity is that even with the Nazis, when they took things like 93 steps backwards, back to medieval ideas of torture and murder at the drop of a hat for no reason, once Konrad Adenauer got in as the new chancellor in 1945, in a free Germany, all the human rights bounced right back to wherever they were for the rest of developed countries. So we do snap back. Joe Biden's going to snap things back. The Paris Accord, he's going to re-sign. Boom, we're back going against climate change.
Yeah.
And off and running.
His ceremony yesterday was it was just really nice, because it was just about as much as about him that it was Kamala Harris as well. And that was really refreshing, because Trump's inauguration, it was raining when he started to talk, it was all about Trump. But yesterday the sun was shining, and it was really nice to see, learn more about Kamala Harris as well. Do you see her perhaps succeed in Joe Biden, I suppose, as the president?
Well, this is it. I mean, Joe's going to run whatever he wants to run, and he is a more senior gentleman, but Kamala, by the way, we worked on this, you have to emphasize the first syllable of her name. It's Kamala, as opposed to...
Kamala, okay.
No, it's Kamala. Kamala. Yeah, Kamala. Put a dash after the A, Kamala. Because I kept calling her Kamala. Her mother is South Asian, her father is African American. What's not to love? This is a beautiful thing. Showing kids around the world, yes, your heritage. You have strong genes. It's the strength of the blend of your genetics, not the purebred. Anyone right-wing, extreme right-wing is talking about the purebred. It's wrong. That causes inbreeding, and there is no such thing. We are all either immigrants or historical immigrants. And, her dad is African American, her mother is South Asian. She is vice president, the first woman vice president in America, and it's great having had Barack Obama being a African American president, and then she's a vice president who has an African American father. I just think that's a wonderful thing, a great inspiration to young children growing up from anywhere in the world, and they look at that and think, yeah, things can move forward again.
Yeah. But with Donald Trump, do you think that we've perhaps seen the last of him? Like, you know, when he talks about the election being rigged and things like this, do you think he believes his own kind of bullshit? Or do you think he's just putting out lies? Or do you think he generally believes those things?
It's quite a fine thing. He has lied so much. It's like a child. I think I went through a lying phase as a child. And I caught myself short at one point and I stopped. You know, you say things and it makes you look good. And he's lied upon lied upon lied upon lie. Such a pile of lies, such a bath, such a lake of lies. You know, it's a ridiculous amount. In his cold, objective moments at the back of his brain, he must know that these are all lies because he sits there and makes them up. I mean, he even lies when he doesn't have to. Someone mentioned this thing that we're talking to Kim Jong-un in North Korea. I've got a letter from Kim Jong-un. He says wonderful things about me. And the journalist says, what does he say, Mr. President? And Trump came back with, I don't know, I haven't read it. What? Why lie? Why not read the bloody thing and then find out?
Yeah.
He just lied, because obviously in that lie is the essence of him. He says wonderful things about me. I am a wonderful person. This is what he's trying to say with every lie he does. I won, he says I won, and it's the big lie. This is the interesting thing. If you add up all the standard lies, little lies, whatever lies, that's one thing. But Goebbels, Joseph Goebbels, head of propaganda for Hitler and the Nazis, he said the big lie. If you lie big enough, people will believe it. It's got to be so big that it seems unusual that you would state that if you haven't got proof of it. And Hitler did this lie after lie after lie. If it's the Jewish people, international Jewry, the Jews and the Bolsheviks, he blamed the Jews for being full of about money, and they were working with the Bolsheviks, so all about no one having money, and they were working together because of what? It was illogical, let alone nonsensical, and a lie. They just kept saying it until a lot of people in Germany and Australia just went along with it. So there are a number of people who, they want to get on with their lives. They don't want to have to sift through everything from politics. So if someone is saying quite categorically, this is true, it's the big lie. And that's what he did. And he has been caught in this. You saw him on the telephone call saying to the Republican official in Georgia, I'd like you to find me 11,000 votes and then I'll be president again. It actually wouldn't even make him president. I'd like you to do this. Can you please break the law? This is what is going on. I won big there. It's obvious. I know. We got proof. We won't show you the proof. And send out Rudy Giuliani with no... Rudy Giuliani was a hero, a world hero, and now a world laughingstock. And his hair bleeds. His hair bleeds dark blood. That was... I mean, it's just off the scales.
Yeah.
So, yeah. You know, Bush Jr. we thought was a tough old time, but this was ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, you've talked about your comedy heroes briefly, and I just wanted to actually ask you because one of my comedy heroes is Robin Williams. I know that you know Robin. Well, you knew Robin, personally and professionally. And what sort of influence was he to you? I guess as a person and as a comedian.
He was a great life force, and it was so tragic that he felt it going away. He had this disease that he didn't know he had. I mean, it was just, I don't know, with the substance abuse that he did to himself, whether that rolled into the disease he had at the end. But I was told at stand-up workshop, when I was learning in the winter of '87 and beginning of '88, about Robin Williams. He's amazing, amazing. And I hadn't seen any of Robin. So I'd already had my comedy foundations laid with Python, with the Goons, with Richard Pryor stand-up and Billy Connolly stand-up. Those were the people that went into it. And I discovered Robin just as I was starting out. And he was so fast, and so this to that, to this to that. And I thought, I can't do that. So I was impressed by it, but I didn't think I'm going that way. And then I did a film which he was in, but a serious film. and it was, he was there. I gave him my video the first day I met him. It was quite a moment, actually. I walked up to him, and he was in his costume playing the professor in a Joseph Conrad story. And I said, Mr. Robin Williams, and he said, Mr. Eddie Izzard. And I thought, God, you know my name. How do you know my name? And then I said, well, it's great to meet you, and I got this. Can you watch this? It's such a stupid thing to say, really. Can you watch my video the first minute I meet him? He went and watched it immediately, and he was referring to it later in the day. And it was beautiful. So I saw him from time to time, very welcoming. He became producer for my show when I was playing San Francisco and Los Angeles in 1998, doing my show Dressed to Kill. And that went on to get 2 Emmys, and so it was the ramp up in America. And he was very helpful there. And he'd come along, and Tom Waits would come along, and the mayor of San Francisco, Sean Penn, and crazy. I got a picture of me, Sean Penn, and Robert Williams in my house. Beautiful. And if you Google Robin Williams, Gary Shandling, Billy Crystal, and my name, you get a photo with all 4 of us in it, which
look that up.
that was do, because it's Robin Williams, Man of the Century, I think was his film was opening, and I was there, just happened to be there, invited to the after party, and suddenly, and Gary Shandling saw it. So this is kind of weird because I didn't know of Gary's stuff before, but his stuff was wild enough there. And Billy Crystal's, I was watching House. I haven't told this to Billy, but I used to watch him. I used to break into a school building to watch him in Soap, and all the other guys. We had no television at boarding school, but there was one that was in the center of the school, but they locked it up. But I'd leave the window open, so I could, just ajar, so I could crawl in the window, get in and watch Soap, which was
nice.
I was not supposed to do. I forgot about that. I've got to tell that to Billy. So, yeah, it's an honor to know. That's what you want to do. You want to know people in comedy world and in the drama world whose work you admire. Working with Judi Dench, with George Clooney, with Jim Broadbent in my next film coming out 6 minutes to midnight on the 26th of March. It's just an honor to be there, and I would pay to be there. You actually get paid for doing it, but I would pay to be there. That's kind of how I judge my acting gigs.
Yeah.
Victoria and Abdul, I'm playing Edward VII, Judy's playing Queen Victoria. How much would I pay to do that? Just if that was the system. Just a lot. It was just such a joyous thing.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, so I mean, you came out as trans in the 80s, but I suppose, like, have you seen a progression since then? Because I can only imagine it must have been pretty scary to decide to come out in the 80s during that period.
It was 1985, and I was scared as all hell. But I also, I'd wanted to be in the forces beforehand, and if you're in the forces, you've got to go through very scary things. People are shooting at you. So no one was shooting at me. Threats of violence in the street, yes. People shouting abuse at you, yes. But I thought, this is my selection. This is my trial by fire. It's best to come out. Let's talk about it. Let's get the conversations going. Other activists have been out before and done amazing things, always sporadically, little by little. But I thought I knew since I was 5 years old. So my career was nowhere. Interestingly, if my career in comedy had taken off in the early 80s, as I hoped it would, I wouldn't have done it. Maybe I still wouldn't be out, but it wasn't anywhere. So I think fate was saying to me, no, we're holding you back. You've got to learn to get your work good, and we need you to come out. So I came out then, go through whatever battles you had, the psychological battles, much better for your mental health, which I never quite linked it to mental health, but I say it's all about mental health. You're out, you're talking about it, someone shouts, we hate you, you're a horrible thing. I mean, someone stood right in front of me and said to me, pointing at me, literally about, 10 centimeters away and saying, what the fuck is that? They said that to me. And, and other people had worse stuff, and they've had fights and stuff, and I've had fights in the street, but it's now a hate crime. And I reported some guy recently, 2 years ago, to police. They took it very seriously. They said this could be a hate crime. Passed it on to the Crown Prosecution Service, who did a very professional, took it on very professionally, and the person was prosecuted. And have a restraining order against them, I do believe. So things do get better. 2014 was the tipping point in America. America's great at doing things and sending out the message. And they had a TV series called Transparent that was winning awards left, right, and centre. And there was Caitlyn Jenner got the front of Vanity Fair, and so that was her transition, her story. That was a big one for America. We didn't know her so well, but you know, Vanity Fair gave it front and centre. And then Laverne Cox, a black African American, I should say, actor in Orange Is the New Black, and a great trans activist. And Laverne Cox, she got Woman of the Year, Person of the Year. I think Time does Person of the Year now. And that was great. And they were all in 2014, I believe. So that was the tipping point.
Yeah. And I mean, how would you like for us as a humanity, I suppose, to emerge from COVID-19 once we obviously get past this virus? I mean, how do you think we can progress as humanity post-COVID?
Well, this is the interesting point. A number of people saying we're going to go even more right-wing. There's going to be difficult economic situations, and people are going to get more and more nationalistic. My country is better than you. We don't like you. But the rest of us, me and anyone else who wants to make humanity great again, realize we've got to make the whole world work. This century has got to be about making a fair chance in life. Should be the right of every person in the world. Just a fair chance in life. Not a free life, not to get covered with gold and have millions of houses. Just a fair chance in life. And that's got to be what everyone fights for. And if we don't learn from COVID that we should talk to each other, and next time something comes, we all do what's the best idea that we've worked out how to do it. If we don't do that, that's going to make it so hard for us. We need to link together. We need to, against terrorism, against drug trafficking, human trafficking, defense, a whole load of things. So the idea of, you know, some people say, come on, let's retreat into isolation. I disagree entirely. I think we're going to make even stronger connections than we did before, because the rest of it, half our country wants to separate out and half our country wants to make even stronger connections. So I'm part of that group. And it's just like, you know, some people were with Trump, but a lot of people weren't. And so I'm going to fight. I'm going to fight for our country, our continent, and our world. And I want to be in politics, so I want to get a seat in Parliament.
I was just about to say, we need you running for Prime Minister. That should be a piece of cake, the amount of running you're doing right now.
Well, there are different types of running. I'm going to fight for Keir Starmer to be Prime Minister in the next election. And Boris Johnson is there, and he has used a lot of Trump techniques, lying when he thought it was suitable, lying when he thought he could get away with it. And he can't take those back, and that just sits there. So I don't trust him. Mm-hmm. And not a good example to kids growing up. So the rest of us, we've just got to try and be positive examples.
Yeah. Well, Eddie, it's been amazing talking with you today. I know you've got some social media questions you need to get to. Before I go, my brother and his girlfriend are a massive fan of you. They come to your shows, and I haven't seen them for a while because of lockdown. I don't suppose you could give a quick shout out to Daniel and Charlotte.
Daniel and Charlotte, hello, how are you? I hope you're staying safe. Best wishes. And try and find things you can do to occupy your mind, keep yourself healthy during these COVID times, and then hopefully we'll get through it and out the other end soon.
Thank you very much. You've made a popular Big Brother. Thank you, Eddie. You're an inspiration. Keep doing your thing, and let's hope that total out of the money keeps rising up. Thank you so much.
Cheers. Take care.
Take care.
Okay. So social media questions. We are ready for social media questions. Do you want to?
Yes.
Should we run the video first? Or?
Oh, let's run the video. Yes, I'll tell everyone. Yes, before we run the video, then just to tell everybody to get your questions to us. You can, or you should, post them in the comments or chat section. That's for Facebook, YouTube, or Twitter on the live stream, and then that's where we'll see them.
Yeah. Okay. Ian, run the second video. Okay, that's all crazy. So I'm in Sweden, I'm in Stockholm. I'm with Danny. Yeah.
Hiya.
Danny, say hi. And Danny is being the guide for today. Rugby is your game, yeah?
Rugby is my game.
He's a fit person, and he is pacing me along on this. And your mum's Swedish?
Mum's Swedish.
And dad is
English.
There we go.
Yeah.
So it's Tim, my physio, knows his dad from years ago in a kibbutz. They were both worked in a kibbutz in Israel. And so it's great. Thank you very much for coming out. And
thanks for letting me run along with you.
No, and tell us about this. Danny is you've got a fiance who's also Swedish.
Yep.
Who you're about to get married to, but you work a lot with is it LGBT positive rugby team?
Yeah, I coach an LGBT inclusive rugby team in Stockholm called the Stockholm Izzard. We are part of a larger organisation called International Gay Rugby. If you haven't heard of them, check them out. There's 80 clubs all across the world. If there isn't an LGBT inclusive rugby club near you, get in contact with IGR so you can start one.
That's great. It just sounds like I didn't know that was going on, but that's brilliant. As someone who's a trans person is running with my pink lipstick working, it's disappearing as I go through my 42k. Anyway, that's great. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And we've got 2k to go, so
let's do it.
Talk to you later. Bye. Say goodbye.
Bye.
That didn't need any explanation really. That was the middle of Stockholm. 11 months ago to the day, 21st of February. Yes. Now, Sarah, we got questions. We
shall do questions. Yes, I forgot about that video. Yes, he was great, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Andy, yes. LGBT positive rugby team. It's very good.
And a very good beard. But there we go.
Yes. Very, very Nordic beard.
Yes. Okay, questions. So questions from social media coming up. First question, when was the last time you flew a plane and where were you going? And that's from Tracy Emery.
Last time I flew a plane, has been a while. I got the private pilot license, and then if you don't do enough hours, you do you have to do a skills test to come back in. So I had to do that, and then I flew a bit again. When was it? Well, I can't remember exactly which it was, but I do know I did a tour of France in a plane. Any airplane companies that have these small little planes that you can practice on, they like to get students to go with teachers, with instructors, and we pay a certain amount of money and you fly every day. So you get like 7 days worth of flying experience. And yeah, that is good. So I did do that, and I remember flying all around France. It was kind of a wine tasting thing, which kind of doesn't quite fit with flying airplanes, but you taste wine at night and then get up the next morning. I think that's how we were doing it. Yeah, I do remember coming into the city of Reims in France. Now, Reims is spelled R-E-I-M-S, and the English speaker will look at it, and particularly in World War II, it was very central in Battle of the Bulge, and they talk about Reims. No, it wasn't actually Battle of the Bulge, but it's just outside that area. But you hear about two people talking about Reims. We're going to go to Reims. R-E-I-M-S, that's probably Reims. But it's actually pronounced Reims, and the M is silent. And we had this weird thing. If you're coming into the airport, the pilot's language is English, and so anyone landing at any airport, you can speak in English, or you should speak in English. That's the one, you know. So if you're if you're a French pilot coming into a French airport, obviously speak in French, but anyone else will come in and speak English, and those air traffic controllers will understand English. So that's how you make it safe in the air. And we kept saying, I could hear the other people flying with me. You could hear them all linked up on the radio, and they're going, "Good afternoon, Reims," coming into land, and then the guy would go, "Okay, Reims, traffic control here. Okay, this is the number you have to put on your squawk box. That's for identification." And they say, "Thank you, Reims. We're going to think, okay, Reims here again. Just line yourself up on this runway. Yes, thank you, Reims, Reims, Reims." No one could get their heads around it, but I knew it was pronounced a different way. You have to imagine it's spelled R-A-N-C-E. That's how it sounds. Just one of those crazy words. But yeah, it's unfortunately a while ago, but I do want to fly. I want to fly Spitfires actually, but carving out time for me to be in airplanes is tricky. And if you film, you're not allowed to be in airplanes. Anyway, when you're doing filming, tricky. That's my answer.
Okay, next question. Eddie, how do you keep such a good attitude? I am a black woman in the US and just damn mad about the last 4 years. Any advice about how to keep moving forward when I want to hang on to my grudges? Love you and have enjoyed checking in each day. And that is from Amy Balzer Pemberton.
Amy, I hear that you said you want to hang on to your grudges, and I think you've got to bear them in mind, but don't hang on to them too tightly, because you've got Kamala Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris now, and as an African American woman heading forwards, that's a positive sign. Joe Biden is a positive sign. These things, the Republicans do tend to come up with candidates who don't seem to be necessarily the right people to run the great country of the United States of America, which is unfortunate. But I think the song is accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative. I think you have to do it that way. So I'm a glasses 2/3 full person, and that's how I do it. I just try and stay relentlessly positive. You know, if you're trans and you're out for over 3 decades now, I have to be positive. Otherwise it doesn't work. So you have to train yourself, I think, Amy. You have to train yourself to be in the positive place, and if negative people come up, you have to brush it aside and carry on being positive. That's my answer.
Okay, next question from Sam on Twitter. What tips do you have for people trying to learn French or any other language? That's from Sam.
Sam, you've got to get yourself to France. It's the best way. Immersion is the best way. As we are members of the European Union, and I'm still mentally a member of the European Union, and then you could just go there and you could get a job in a restaurant as a waiting staff, and that would have been great, because then you'd have to use French. It is the best way, something like that, or a gig, or the work that you do get a posting in France. But now you have visas and Brexit bureaucracy to get in the way of what you're doing, and your healthcare won't be paid for. So it's more difficult now. But we will keep on fighting, and in the future, it's inevitable we'll be back with Europe, as it is our continent, as well as everyone else's. And yeah, but you've got to get yourself to France. You've got to get yourself immersed in the language. Hear it on the radio, the TV, on the metro, the bus, wherever you are, in the shops. That is the only way. That is the best way. Not to say the only way, but the best way.
Okay, next question. Again from Twitter. Eddie, as a Palace fan, do you like the new signing? That's from Joe on Twitter, and I think that is in reference to Jean-Philippe Mateta.
I haven't examined all their history, so I'm afraid I've been doing this. And I just got to hope that Steve Parish, I know that Steve Parish and the guys have got the best interests at heart. So hopefully, because Mr. Eze has been a wonderful signing, recent signing, so hopefully we just keep signing people who are great for our team. But I'm afraid I haven't gone through encyclopedically and checked everything up and down. So I believe in us. I want us to aim for Europe. We've got to be that, even though we've been getting thumped about a bit recently. We've had some good wins and some bad losses. So, but you know, we're Palace. Keep fighting on. So I hope keep punching above our weight. That's what I say.
All right, next question. So this is Dave Weston says, I was reading about Boaty McBoatface earlier, and I can easily imagine her being a sketch in one of your shows. My question is, if you were asked to name a science research vessel to explore space, what would you call it? And that is from Dave.
I'd call it Jeff. I think that's the best name for a science vehicle, just because they tend to reach for these big names. Call it Jeff with Spaceship Jeff, and I think that's what people should do. It's very nice and egalitarian, and And anyone called Jeff will feel very nice about that. That's what I call it.
I'd like Jeff in space.
Spaceship Jeff is disappearing.
That would be great. Next question. Eddie, do you have any particular pieces of jewellery that mean something to you? Love you lots, Kendrick Horde.
Kendrick, not really. Well, I do have a watch. It's very precious to me from my mother. But all the jewellery, not really. I've been trying to get jewellery that kind of works with me, and I'm gradually piecing together bits and pieces that work. I have found someone who is a jeweller down in Eastbourne, who I must commission to make something. Nice guy. Just happened to bump into him. There's a shop behind the Grand Hotel there in Eastbourne. But no, I don't really have any jewellery. I was never a huge jewellery person. And it's the thing about diamonds, wearing diamonds, but they seem like, so at Nixon, then you haven't got diamonds anymore. So I'm happy to just have things that look like diamonds, little studs in my ears. They're great, and I defy people to say whether they're diamonds or not. I don't think it matters, I just like the look of them. So, yes, there's my answer there.
Okay, next question. Eddie, do you love to swim? And that is from T.
No, love to swim. I don't from T to T. Swimming is I sort of can swim, not great. And if it's in a pool and it's nice and warm, I do. That's nice. Just to muck about in the water. That's fun. That's nice. But I don't love it, I must say. I okay it. I feel okay with it. That's my answer.
Okay, next question. Hey Eddie, I've caught quite a few live gigs this week, and yesterday's Star Wars Death Star pieces were so funny. Besides that piece, how do you decide on what pieces of your shows you're going to use for this best of you're doing now? And that is from Emily Glaziner.
Emily, thank you for that. And what was the bit you liked, the Death Star Cantina? Was it?
Star Wars Death Star pieces, yes.
Yes, I've got them written down on the list. I keep jumping about on them, so I haven't got a firm way of trying them. I want to remix them, refine them. Death Star Canteen is the hardest one, and I'm going into a bit that a piece of my material that was separate to Death Star Canteen, where Darth Vader used to say, do that thing of the deep sea diver talk that he did. Luke, the force is strong with you. How strong is it? It's quite strong. Really? Yeah. Well, what? Measure it. So Luke was some sort of weird kid in this. But I like that because that's kind of, I'm just refining that every night. And I think that's how I've got to get down to the canteen. I think I've got to remix the canteen. I can't do it how I did it before. Everyone knows it too well. So I'm trying to do that, but it's taking a long time. I think I've got to... I quite like... I don't know about you, Sarah. I quite like it when Darth Vader comes in and is saying hello to the people coming into the canteen. How are you? Who are you? I'm Darth Vader. What? I'm Darth Vader. Never heard of you. No one's heard of me.
Like, this is very polite. This is welcoming everyone in. Yeah. So it is quite... sort of a bit like a vicar.
Yeah, maybe that's too vicarish. But I have no real technique that I'm doing. I'm just trying things out.
I do like how he's a boiled egg as well.
He did look like a boiled egg when he got his hat off. He did look kind of Humpty Dumpty. That's what Luke should have said. Dad, are you Humpty Dumpty? Yeah. Okay, next question.
Okay, next question is, what audiobooks do you enjoy listening to? Will you be narrating some more audiobooks yourself? Please say yes. Thank you for the wonderful inspiration this month. And that is from Laura Lee McKay.
Laura Lee, yes, I'll be doing more audiobooks, I'm sure of that. I've got to do another biography one later on. But reading other people's, I'm after that. It's quite a deal. I've got to do more Dickens or whatever it is I do. So, yes, I'm not sure. But I listen to audiobooks, factual ones, more than fiction. That's the curious thing. Oh, I listen to factual books more than fiction often. And, so, yeah, but there will be more. American Civil War, I know quite a lot about that. It's, again, semi-encyclopedic on that. Interesting story. I mean, just what the fight was about, and some people felt that they had to fight for the southern side, even though it was fighting for slavery, even if they didn't even believe in that, or they thought it might not be a good idea, which it obviously wasn't, but a number of people were arguing from the Bible that it was a good idea to have slavery, which it isn't, kids. So, yeah. So audiobooks, that's my, factual audiobooks of various kinds, from Sapiens to books about Vicksburg.
Okay, next question. Is there any actor or director you have not worked with that you would like to? And that is from Janie Marlowe.
Yeah, Scorsese. Very happy to work with Scorsese. Yeah, I tend not to, Clint Eastwood, Spielberg, I tend not to make a wish list because I don't ever want to be in a position where I go, oh, that's unfortunate that didn't happen. So I just think positively and keep pushing to do good work and try and get better and better roles, which you will get from good work. So that's how I do it.
Okay, next question. Hello, Eddie. If you had a dog, what breed would you choose and why? And this is Helen, who says, it's my birthday today, so as a treat, I'll be watching your after run show. That's Helen Louise.
Thank you, Helen Louise. So what was the question? The first part of it?
It was...
Oh, dog, yes.
Yes, what breed would you choose and why?
I don't know. I do like dogs. It wouldn't be a small yappy type dog. Not into the small yappy type dogs. I really just don't see them as part of the dog world. I need anything from a terrier upwards, but the small yappy type, the ones that go around in handbags, and those kind of dogs that own a tall model type woman. It seems to be the dogs are in control of the women rather than the other way around. I'm not in the flavour of those dogs. I can't get any linkage there, but all the other dogs are great, so I don't really mind, because it'd probably be a rescue type dog. And it'd probably be a mongrel, because the mongrel dogs are stronger than the pedigrees. As with the humans. It's the strength of the blend of your genes. That's what's important. That's my answer.
Okay. Next question. This is from Melissa Loy, who says, hi, Eddie. Why was The Riches cancelled on a cliffhanger? What would have come next if the show had continued? And that's from Melissa.
Well, Melissa, we don't know what would come next. You have to end a series on a cliffhanger. There was a writer's strike, so we had to make a cliffhanger and leave it there. And it floats there still. But it was, we had passionate fans, but not quite a big enough army. So that was the reason. I did love doing it. It was great to do. Never say never again, but that's where it floats at the moment.
Okay, next question. So this is from Tammy Salter. And I think this is following on from an earlier mention. I think that Tammy's kids are painting portraits of you today, I think. And Tammy asks, my daughter Ruby, who is 12, asks, who is your favourite artist? And this is so she can paint your portrait in that style. And that's from Tammy Salter.
I don't really have... Well, I do like Van Gogh. Van Gogh. That's how you pronounce his name. We call him Van Gogh. But it should be pronounced Van Gogh because he was dead. And that's how they pronounce it. I do like that style. Impressionist, I suppose, above all, would be my school that I like. That's what I'd like to do. But yeah, I do find fine art intimidating because I'm trying to get on top of it, but I come from a place of intimidation. And I think it's the intellectualizing of art or literature. Like, you've basically got to have inhaled a lot of art and literature to intellectualize on it. If you haven't, you can only approach it from an emotional level. And you've got to know how to articulate emotionally. Even if someone who knows, in inverted commas, knows more about it, might be saying this is good, and you say, well, I don't like it. It doesn't work for me. So, it's intimidating. Yeah.
Okay, next question. Once the pandemic is over, where are you planning to tour? And that's from Bob Snow on Twitter.
Well, I'm not really planning to tour immediately. I'm doing film projects. Film dramatic roles will be taking the lead. I will tour sporadically in between that. And but that's what's going to happen, because I really want to get a seat and try and get elected to a seat in the constituency and be in Parliament for the Labour Party. So there's no big tours planned to come up. If there is one that's a big tour on my mind, it's in Spanish, and it's going through from Mexico City down in Central America, South America, and through Spain. So that is in my head, and that will be a big tour. But you've got to learn Spanish for that one. But nothing in English planned right this second. There'll probably be some English gigs in that, actually. So you could come along. I'll probably do an English and a Spanish show. Oh, I've stopped. What is going on? Hang on. I have completely stopped. Hang on. What is going on? Ian, can you see the thing? I'm not moving at all.
Yeah, let's have a quick look.
What is going on?
Oh, you're paired.
Okay.
Do you want to just hold fire for a minute? And...
Yeah, it says no KPH, okay? I'm going to go to no.
Did you see that just happen?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, well, that's good, you've caught it.
Well, I hope.
I'm just going to quickly unpair you and pair you back up with the tread ready.
Try that, I'll nip to the loo.
Okay.
Sorry, everyone.
Cool, I think we were pretty much there with our questions, I think, for our time slots. So there we go. Thanks, everyone.
I will have penne alla arrabbiata.
Yeah, well, you want to try.
Do you know who I am?
All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there.
Come on, you bastard. Hi everyone. Me computer's gone. Well, the whole thing has gone into a weird thing because it's all linked up, and it's stopped being linked, and I can't even get out of the bloody thing now. Close the program. I'm going to close the program.
I've just got.
Hang on, no, don't worry. I'll do this. I'm going to re-open the program. Let's go. I'm having to reboot the actual Zwift computer. Now I've got the distance 24.46k done on the running machine. I'm going to see if we can't find. It's not saying that the run machine even exists at the moment. So I'm going again. Please be there. Five things. Maybe 5%. 5 seconds more. 4 seconds more. 3, 2, 1. Okay, we're going to reset the whole thing. Okay, we're out of that. Connected to unpair. More search. No, okay, we're out of this. Skip. You will not be able to. Okay. Okay, just go through it to come out of it. Okay, let's switch off.
Eddie, if you're going to quit Zwift, it might be worth checking on Windows to see whether it can see it outside of Zwift.
Can see what? To see what? Can see what outside what?
It can see the treadmill in the Bluetooth of the computer instead of Zwift.
I don't understand what you're saying. I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay.
You're going to have to repeat it because I don't understand what you're saying.
If we're going to quit Zwift, it's worth just seeing if in Windows, before you shut the computer down, whether it's it can see it in Windows instead of Zwift.
If it can see it in Windows instead of Zwift, I don't understand.
If I just take the mouse a second, and then I just want to check a quick thing. So, Bluetooth. Yeah.
Do you You mean in Bluetooth?
Yeah, because it's a Bluetooth.
You mean where the Bluetooth can see the machine, the running machine?
Yeah.
Okay. You didn't say that, Ian. Everyone watching, Dan Snow, I'm so sorry. We're just being a bit... Is Dan there patiently waiting, or is he tearing his hair out? Am I okay to take this?
Yes, yes. He's. I can see him on Zoom. He's being kept entertained by Miranda.
Sorry, Dan. Sorry, Miranda. We are... Caution, squirrels ahead. Yes, I know. We're in squirrel hell. I hope it will see it now. If it doesn't, we're going to have to put another measuring device on. Sorry? Oh, yeah.
I think the squirrels ate through the cables.
Okay, doing a quick search. Not a good sign. Yeah, it should be up there now. Okay, we're out of that. There's no way of getting... Yeah, I've got to. No, I've got to get out of it. I'm going to switch this off, yeah?
I can do the big button actually. You can go off there and I'll do big button down here.
Yeah.
The big button there is okay. Ian, you happy for me to turn it off? Eddie, I'm turning it off.
Okay. Sorry, this has just come out of nowhere. We've got 10 minutes wasted here.
Just in case, do you want to just step off the treadmill for a second, just in case it does anything weird when I turn it off?
No, it's okay.
Sure? Okay. Alright, treadmill's off.
So anyone watching, we've had a power down situation or a dislocation. The run machine gets linked up to the Zwift app and...
Okay, Eddie, stand by. I'm going to turn it back on.
And it stopped seeing it for no reason. Did we do anything that made that happen? Because this has only happened like once before. Let's hope it can see it, because if not... can you calculate how many... Can anyone calculate what's left to do from 42.18 minus...
I'll tell you exactly. It was, you have left 17.72k. That's what you've got left.
17.72. Bugger. Why aren't you there? Where have you gone?
It's just loading it so Ian, you can see what we can see, can't you? See if it ticks on to the next one. Yes, we can see zeros. No, that's a good question. We can see zeros on the top. The computer that we've got down here, is that the next thing is the virtual turn off and on again? Would that do anything?
Yeah, if you're watching, we just got technical problems here, and so I've had to stop in the middle of a bloody marathon.
We don't need the treadmill to be started up to be recognised with it. We wouldn't need it to start rolling, no? Yeah. Eddie, could you just put it on like 0.1, just let it move forward just a tiny bit, just so the belt goes for a second. See if that wakes anything up.
What, the distance or the speed?
Yeah, just as you are. No, as you are. Great, yeah. Just so it needs a bit of movement. No, not happy. Okay, what's the little the backup thing we've got? What's that one called?
Yeah.
Ed, I can do that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and then... Yep. Okay, yeah, so then you can... yeah, okay, so... yeah, so if we give it a little bit of speed, yeah? Should I do that now, yeah? Yeah, okay. If we just put it on 0.1 and just then we'll see what's picking up the speed. Oh, about 2. Okay, like actual real number 2, yeah?
What?
Okay, 2.
What, 2 kilometres per hour?
Yes, 2 kilometres.
Come on, baby.
Ian's just checking to see what is showing speed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we can't. Nothing.
A bit of paper. We've got a woodway where we've got an F6A 474. Those are the 2 things.
Do that one.
E74. Click on that one, yeah? See if it gives us speed. How would we know if it gives us speed?
Says connected. Let's try this.
Okay, when it fires up, it should show speed. Okay. Okay, it's loading. You can see this.
Oh God, it's gone straight through now. Please do not do this. Please don't do this. Sorry, everyone at home. Dan, sorry. Trying to get this going.
Or do you want to take this in?
No, I'll take this.
I think the 7.4, that's the one that we can see. Oh, wait, oh, no, hang on.
Beach Island Loop. Is that what I'm supposed to be? Could you hold that a second? Thank you.
Ian, can you see something?
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Oh, you can only see the pair screen. Or on the light screen, right. Are we getting any?
It's not showing.
Okay,
okay, this is what we're going to do. Right. Ian, you see what you can do on Zwift. We're going to ignore it now and we're just going to run. Dan, let's talk to Dan, and you tell me how far I've got to run on that distance, and we'll do that.
Okay. Okay. Set you up with Dan.
And you can do what you want with Zwift. Everyone on Zwift, I'm sorry, we seem to have lost connection. If you can get it back online, then we can join everyone up. We're on the route that we're doing is the one that's on there, which is the Beach Island Loop on Watopia.
Okay.
I'll leave it to you. We're going to just run on
I'm
this.
going to put you through to Dan now, and I'll push some buttons.
Thank you, Dan. Sorry about this. Now I'm going to run fast. I'm going to make it to the end. Dan, sorry about this.
No need to apologise. Congratulations. What an achievement. You've broken the back of it. 21. After 21, you've broken the back of it.
Yeah, it should be in a... I'm in a good place, but it's kind of weird because we've had one of these problems before. It was right at the beginning. But when it just separates, because this machine links up to the Zwift app, and it suddenly said, no, I'm not there, I'm not linking. And I'm going, what's going on? I was just standing there like that, my avatar. So, sorry, I've wasted 15 minutes. Ian, upstairs. Ian?
Hi, Eddie.
Could you tell Davina we're going to come up to us slightly late because we've had technical stuff and I want to talk to Dan.
Yeah.
And just share it all out. Okay,
I'll pass it to the rest of the team to move
So,
on.
great to talk to you again. You look a bit like you're in a prison because you've got such a stark light coming down on you, Dan. What's?
I know this is winter. There's no beautiful natural light coming anymore. It's terrible. But I've got to ask you, Eddie. I've got to ask you: are you going to run past the Vasa, which is one of my favourite museums on planet Earth in Stockholm? It's the greatest.
Well, I would absolutely. We should. We got all these pictures here from Sweden, but you won't know this. But well, you know that I love history, like you do. You're obviously an expert in it, and I am a what am I called? A very inspired amateur of it, or drill. I love to take information in, and I played along with Frank Skinner in Stockholm in about 1990, 1991. Before anyone had played really outside the country. We went and played there. It was an invitation gig. A guy, he sold 10-gallon hats. He sold cowboy hats. And we did 3 gigs. And it didn't go terribly well until I started talking about the Vasa. Because I'd heard about the Vasa, I'd been to the thing, and I said, you've got this boat called the Vasa. And you'll know, well, I'll tell you the story I was told, and you'll tell me if this is correct. That the guy who designed it, he built this great ship, and he was a good designer. Then he died as it was being built. And then the king, I think King Gustav the 93rd, and he said, I want it taller, much taller. And so he kept building it up and up and up, and it became like a metronome. It became very unstable. And so all the admirals knew this, but they couldn't tell the king to piss off. So it was built, this dangerous boat, the Vasa, the biggest one going, and even the admirals got sailors on the boat to run across to the other side of the boat and then run back and then to run to the other side. And they saw it was just swinging like this. And the admirals all invited to go out in the Vasa, out into the sea to meet the king or something. And they all said, actually, I'm very busy that day. I'd rather not go. And it sunk in the harbor. And it sunk in the harbor with the mast sticking out. And the king said, could you just cut off the mast because it's too embarrassing? And it sat there for hundreds of years. Is that true?
Yeah, that's pretty much true. The king insisted that it went to sea. The admiral said, no, it's going to capsize. And then it sank. It sank on its maiden voyage, about just over a kilometre into her maiden voyage in 1628. So incredibly embarrassing. People think the Mary Rose, Eddie, as a Brit, it's very difficult to say this, but I actually think the Vasa is a far superior museum ship. It's far superior wreck to the Mary Rose. Do not tell anyone I said that. The Mary Rose is obviously wonderful, but the Vasa, if anyone hasn't seen it, you go and Google it. It is like it's like the pirate ship out of the Goonies. It is perfectly preserved, and it sank basically 1,000 meters off its dock, straight away on its maiden voyage. The Mary Rose did not sink on its maiden voyage. People think it did. It was actually around for decades, and it served quite successfully. But the Vasa sank, and then because the Baltic is particularly cold, and because of the particular conditions there, it was perfectly preserved. You didn't get the worm and the things in the on the seabed that would have broken down the wood in slightly warmer water. And it is just the greatest. Tens of millions of people have been to see it since it was lifted off the seabed in the I think it was in the 60s, actually, quite early on. It was also an incredibly innovative raise. The whole thing's glorious. It's also just a reminder that once Sweden was the great mighty powerhouse of the north. It used to bully Russia. The Swedish army terrorized Germany. Sweden in the 17th century was the place to be.
Yeah, it is an interesting thing. I found that out from there. I didn't know it. You tend to know your own country's history going here, there, and everywhere, but you don't know the next country over, what they did. And Sweden was everywhere, wasn't it?
It wasn't. And Eddie, you must have. I bet I'm knowing you with your live shows. I've been to see your live shows, and I know how much history you put in them. But during the day, while most comedians are sitting in the hotel eating bacon and eggs, you're out. I can guarantee having a nosy round all the historical sites and all the places you go to.
Well, sometimes yes, sometimes no. You'd love me. I'm semi-encyclopedic on World War II, which I probably told you. Well, this is what I claim, and I think I am. And semi-encyclopedic on the American Civil War, but also the Revolutionary War in America. I know quite a lot about. And when I go to Boston, I do say, can I get an expert to show us round? And that the last time we did, he was showing us historic sites in Boston, But I noticed that the guy was just reading off the billboards. There's like these signs, historic signs outside the building. So he'd drive up and then he'd just read off the sign. I said, I didn't pay for this. I want someone who knows all the extra details. So I will pick people up on their history when they're showing us around if they don't get it right, because I want to know more of the stuff. And,
have you done the run between, on the Lexington Concord, that march out of Boston, the
Yeah.
Red Coast, when it basically ignited the American Revolutionary War?
Yeah.
And isn't that one of the most beautiful walks? Of course, you will have run it, and you can still see a lot of 18th century buildings on that walk. It's perfectly preserved. One of the great things about America, people are very rude about American history. I think the historical sites in America are second to none. They are gorgeous, and that's a great example.
well, particularly, they have the national parks in America. Gettysburg, it's a national park. Shiloh is a national park, and I go there and I chat to them. And I remember me being trans. I went to the NASA, to Cape Canaveral, and then Cape Kennedy, and I was shown by a Marine colonel who obviously looked at me and thought, I'm showing this group round? I'm a bloody Marine colonel. And then I was going on and on about all my knowledge about the moon landings and Mercury program. And so in the end we got on great because I could just unload all this information. I find it fascinating. I was inspired by I'm part of the Apollo generation, which is, I say anyone can be part of the Apollo generation. You've just got to be inspired by any astronauts. It should be really the Apollo Soyuz at the generation, because the Russians did do amazing stuff and they never get the thanks for it. And I always want to thank the Russian people, as you would probably back me up. Without the Russian people, we wouldn't have won the Second World War. It's the Russian people who took the heavy lifting, 25 to 27 million dying. Would you agree with that, or am I off the mark there?
Of course. I think something between 80 and 90% of German casualties were suffered on the Eastern Front, weren't they? And it was.
Yeah.
I don't think sometimes it's that. Let's not forget, this is the anniversary. It's the 70th anniversary this year of that war, of that sort of campaign, if you like, that war starting between the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany. And the way that's a war within a war, of course, it related to the outside world, but it is one of the most appalling, and it is the greatest war in history. Just that one alone, sitting within the Second World War, completely extraordinary. By the way, I must on the American Revolution War, on the American Civil War. I didn't know you were an expert on that. We've never talked about that. It's your hidden, one of your many sort of hidden special subjects.
Yeah.
Because I've heard loads about classical history, but I didn't realise that you're a huge fan of 19th century. You must go and check out the battlefield of Franklin in Tennessee. It's one of the most weirdest places I've ever been. You'd love to run around that.
I know Franklin. Franklin is the battle. It's the battle between the Rock of Chickamauga, the Thomas, isn't it Thomas? And against the guy who was oh God, names are walking out of my head. It's when Tecumseh Sherman was coming down to Georgia, Johnston was removed from office, and was the general that was put in his place has walked out of my head. He went up to Franklin and fought the Battle of Franklin against, I think it's Thomas, who was the Rock of Chickamauga. Is that right?
Well, yeah, I mean, kind of. And what's interesting is that it was one of the great. It was basically after that the war in the West was over. It was over.
Yeah.
But what's fascinating, so it was always known as one of the great battlefields of the war, and but it was never preserved because of the local politics of Tennessee. It was just not regarded as a place to preserve. But amazingly, a trust now are going around, and I've never seen it before anywhere else in the world. They're restoring the battlefield. I was like, what's that mean? And that means they drive around, and any house that comes up for sale, any Dairy Queen, any McDonald's that comes up for sale on this battlefield, they buy and they smash, they break, they just demolish it, and they're slowly taking this kind of suburban part of, it's very near Nashville, Tennessee. They take that and they are returning it to its condition that it was in the 1860s. And that, the money and the energy it required is.
But there's a clever idea in a way. They did this at Gettysburg as well. You may know this. They've returned Gettysburg to how it looked in those days. It's better for the tourist trade because a lot of the buildings that are built on it are just modern and not terribly nice. They don't mix in with anything. But who were the generals fighting at the Battle of Franklin then, if I'm getting this wrong?
Well, I think was the Confederate General Hood.
Hood, that's it. It's Hood against Thomas,
Yeah.
isn't it, Thomas?
I can't remember. Is it Schofield? I think.
No,
I can't.
no, it's Thomas. It's the Rock of Chickamauga, the guy
Okay.
who was there at the Battle of Chickamauga, Battle of Chattanooga, and Grant came in and took over, and Thomas was in charge, but Grant took over. And Thomas was great on defense, fantastic on defense. You couldn't move him, but he wouldn't attack much. And so when Grant became the Supreme General of the Union forces, he was sending messages by telegraph saying, "Go now, get Hood, go, get him. Don't let him move." And Thomas was going, "I'll go in a minute. I'm just getting my trousers on." "No, now, go now. Yeah, it's a bit snowy down here. Book it, go now." And he sent out Logan to take over. Logan, who was one of the best political generals, because as you'll know, there were a number of people from politics who had no experience in war and were given colonelships or generalships, brigadier generals they probably started off as, because Lincoln needed the sway that they had, political sway, and they could raise troops from the southern parts of Illinois. I think that was Logan, John Logan, and he was probably the best one who was a political general, and he was going out to take over from Thomas, but then stop when Thomas moved, and beat Hood. And Hood had lost an arm and a leg and an eye, and he lost everything, and but he wouldn't stop fighting, but he wouldn't think about what he was doing in the fighting. He wouldn't care about the odds. And when he took over from Joe Johnston, down at outside Atlanta, they were pleased. Sherman was pleased because he knew he'd come out from his defenses and fight. And as you all know, the defenses by 64, 65 were World War I defenses. They were trench warfare. They were building these things, cutting down trees. You couldn't get in at them. They'd just shoot there, the sharpshooters. The muskets got better. And that's what happened between Grant and Lee down from the wilderness on in that campaign down to the siege of Richmond. So I studied it very closely because Grant, I feel a great affinity with him. And if you know about Grant and Vicksburg, he just would not stop. He tried it this way, he tried it that way, he tried it this and that way, the other way, he dug a tunnel, he dug a trench. Trying to get through Vicksburg, which was this, on the bend of the Mississippi. It had a commanding presence, and you had to get onto the wrong side, onto the Confederate side, with no backup and no lines of communication, no lines of, your supply line was cut off, live off the land. Then they had to go and get Jackson, Mississippi, and then come back and siege Vicksburg, and he did it. And they now consider West Point maybe more important than Gettysburg. That's the.
Well, that's absolutely right. It's funny you've got an affinity with Grant. That makes sense to me because I love the first day of Shiloh. It's a disaster.
Yeah.
And then Grant's standing there, and someone says, that was a pretty bad day, and he goes, "We'll lick him tomorrow, though."
Lick him tomorrow, though. He said, Grant, we've had the devil's own day today. But he was going to say, Grant, how are we going to retreat? Who goes first? But he saw the look in Grant's face, and he changed his mind and just said, we've had the devil's own day. And it's interesting, I went down to Shiloh. First time, I've been there twice. The first time we didn't get shown around. It's difficult to get the sense of it. So this time we asked for someone to show us around, but he was very much a Confederate person and had a lot of Trump memorabilia in his kind of museum, in inverted commas. And so when he went down, he was showing us the area down by that jetty where they were defending at the end, Grant's men and Sherman. And I said, didn't Grant say something to Sherman and Sherman something to Grant? He said, I don't remember. I thought, you're not a guide. This is the line, the most famous line of Shiloh. Yeah,
that's a classic line.
I know. Maybe he was a good.
Eddie, I want to ask you about the history of marathons. And what story do you like? I mean, obviously it's very difficult to be sure at.
No, I need your help.
Instance, but what's the story you like? Do you like the Athenian army running back to Athens after the Battle of Marathon, or do you like Pheidippides or whatever it's called, running? Carrying a message. What inspires you when you're on your runs?
Well, I think of that time, and the story that's often told is Pheidippides came back, we've won the battle, to tell the Athenians. And then he dies in doing it. But I said if I'd won a battle, I'd come back over 2 weeks, I'd come back on a horse and cart, I'd have sex with everyone,
I'd be drunk as a skunk, and I'd tell them in their own sweet time, it's a bloody victory. I just don't believe he'd run and kill himself. I have been told that someone else historical was saying to me, well, the Greeks were going to set fire to Athens and get everyone out, but, you know, they could have put everyone on the boats ready to leave, or sent them away and just not set fire to Athens until I could see them on the horizon. I think that would have been all right. You didn't have to. But I heard another story that Pheidippides, when they heard that the Persians were coming, ran from Athens to Sparta to ask the Spartans to help. That makes a lot more sense to me. What is there a truth, or is it all lost in myth?
No, it's obviously, like, as ever with 2,500 years different distance, it's very, very difficult to be sure. But I think the one I like is the one in between, which is actually so for people who don't know, this great battle took place at Marathon late summer of 490 BC. The Persian army, the world's first superpower, landed on the shores of Attica, just outside Athens. They fought this battle at Marathon against all the odds. The Athenians won, but the Persians had this big fleet. And the story I think might be quite interesting is that the Persians were going to then, having failed to land this army on the peninsula, they're going to sail round, attack Athens directly. And so the Athenian army had to run all the way back to Athens to man the walls of Athens.
Right.
And so that's an alternative story. But by the way, Eddie, I need to tell everyone at home watching this to go to eddieIzzard.com.
Yep.
And donate, because listen to this man. He is running marathons. He has no notes. He doesn't know what the next person is going to talk about, and he's giving me a detailed lecture on the Battle of Shiloh. This man is brilliant. You need to support him. It's extraordinary.
Well,
and you get all the details on the screen. If you're in the UK, you can send a text as well.
Yeah, I would say, yes, eddieIzzard.com. You can even get hats that say "Make Humanity Great Again." All the profits go to charity at eddieIzzard.com. But I would say, I just know it. What I look for in history, and it's what I think Churchill did, is for the repeat of humanity. Human beings keep repeating themselves over and over. Certain things change and certain things don't. And if you can analyze history, I actually came up with a formula for this. You'll love this. May have told you this, but I wrote it in the Santa Fe Institute on the window, because that's what they do. They write their formulas. So this is like a mathematical formula for history, which really doesn't work, but here it is. History plus, open brackets, the change in society. No, it's history plus the change in society, all multiplied by the change in technology, equals the future. That's what, if you take the historical repeats of humanity, you factor in how society has moved, and that's an addition. Take the whole thing and multiply that by technology, which really is a multiplier. Then you can kind of read the future. And that was my historical equation, because I love maths. And it seems to happen. You know, you get a demagogue, you get someone from Caesar, go back to Caesar, who was happy to lie, to say whatever he wants, to bribe, to cheat, to steal, and they can get up, and people believe the big lies, and he murdered 1 million Gaulish people, enslaved another 1 million, happy to do that, to become essentially king. They couldn't use the word king, as you know, in Rome, so he said, another word, a dictator for life, thank you. And you know that Sulla let him go, who was actually dictator for life and then stopped being dictator for life, which is very interesting. Before that, you never hear about Sulla, but he said, if I release this guy Caesar, he will be a very bad person. I predict it. And he was right. Sulla was right. You probably know.
I agree, Eddie. I always every time I meet a classical historian, I always say, why don't you hear about Sulla? You know, everyone says the end of the Republic and Caesar. Sulla seems to me to be he's the first, you know, I mean, he's the one that we should all be paying much more attention to, because he's the dry run, he's the sort of dress rehearsal of Caesar later on.
He broke the mold, didn't he? He said you don't have to have 2 consuls, because they did have this thing as, is it 6 months, or for a short time you could have a dictator just to go and save the country. And who was the famous one? The farmer general who went back to his farm, Cincinnatus. Cincinnatus, and that's where Cincinnati comes from. And after the American Civil War, after the Revolutionary War, you had the Club of Cincinnatus, which Washington was head of, and all the officers would get back together. And it's the idea, and Washington had to do this to take power. Well, he got, in '83 there was the peace accord, I think in Paris, and then he said, I relinquish power, I relinquished head of the army, came back as president, and then said 2 terms and I'm out. And he set that example. Yeah.
Extraordinary. an extraordinary man. I was in Blenheim Palace the other day doing some filming, and I thought of you because have you heard about the? You know all about this, but I'd never heard of the running footman.
No,
the running footman.
Don't know.
Sort of fashion.
Explain more about the running footman.
So we've all heard about people might have seen pubs called the Running Footman, but big aristocrats used to go in carriages, up and down from London to Windsor or whatever. But their footman would run beside the carriage in case they got stuck in the mud and have to push them out and stuff. And it became the kind of ultimate aristocratic sort of, the sort of adornment is that you would have these footmen and then you would race them against each other. And sometimes on one occasion they dropped dead. They pushed them so hard, and it was seen as this like a terrible kind of like the beginning of Tale of Two Cities, where the Vicomte goes through the streets of Paris and runs people over. Having these running footmen who they drove to the point of death was completely extraordinary. So you must, when you are finished your marathons, because you now have probably done more miles than any running footman could imagine. But I was just reading, I was hearing all about this in Blenheim Palace. I couldn't believe it. It's such a weird sort of fashion and moment that, of course, now has just completely disappeared.
Yes, I think it wasn't very good for health and safety. I think health and safety would have had a word to say about them in the modern age on that.
Yeah, and I think their union would have had a word as well, quite rightly, because they were had to be very, very fit, healthy young men, and they'd be sent, just run to the nearest town to get this. They were sort of seen as, it was almost like having a kind of a pet. It was extraordinary.
Yeah, it's history has been very weird, but hopefully we're getting to better times. Now, thank you, Dan. I know your heart is in a good place. Generally, make humanity great again. I think that's with your thing. We can learn from history, and people who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it, as I believe you would agree with. Hopefully so. But thank you. I'm going to have to go and talk to Davina McCall now, who's been waiting. We've all gone late. I'm sorry the machine broke down. But beautiful. Stay safe in these COVID times. Are you okay? COVID-wise, you're all right?
Very well, thank you. We've been very lucky. Mum and Dad has had the vaccine, so I'm so happy over here at the Snow family. So
excellent.
Lots of love to you. Please donate, everybody. Eddie's doing something quite extraordinary. And lots of love and good luck with Davina next.
Thanks, Dan. Take care. Okay. I am ready to talk to Davina when you are ready.
We're just swapping it. So we've got Zwift back. So you can see the running.
Oh, yeah.
We've removed the bar from the top. It's a bit complicated because obviously the distance has now changed. But we've got Zwift back. People are joining you. You've got 6 people that have come back. Have found you in the world and joined you up.
Am I doing that route that we talked about? Are we doing the route that we talked about in Utopia?
Yes, we are.
Yep. Okay.
So we're back in kind of where we were. I can see Davina now. Make sure she's ready to go. And I'll put you through.
It is slightly off. How many do I have to do on here?
On here, you need to do.
Can I get the control as well, please? $17.72. Okay. So I'm ready to talk to Davina whenever she's ready.
Okay, let's take the Bible, put her through.
17.72. Davina, can you hear me? Davina.
Eddie!
Hi there. How are you?
What I should be saying is Hubadoo.
Hubadoo? What does that mean?
How are you? It's Swedish.
Yes, my Swedish is never so good. Sarah, can I give you this? My Swedish is never so good because the Swedish was so good, I used to put Swedish subtitles on my DVDs. And I said to Swedish people, are you watching the show with Swedish subtitles? They said, no, we'll watch with English, if anything, because our English is too good. So I removed it. And I unfortunately haven't learned Swedish or Danish or Norwegian, but, I tried.
Oh my God. I'm so excited. I know more Swedish than you.
Yes, absolutely. Mais nous pouvons parler en français maintenant parce que tu es couramment. You're fluent. Your mother was French, yeah?
Et c'était à toi, on dit ça? Non. C'était à toi. C'était à cause de toi que j'ai mis ma keyboard français sur mon.
Oh, excellent! Yeah, yeah. I gave you a French typing keyboard on your iPhone. Yes, that's it. So.
it changed my life because now when I speak to my French relatives, I don't make mistakes all the time, which
No.
is really nice. And predictive text in French.
Predictive text, I find that very useful. And you can also you can dictate into it as well, and it should work it out, I think. You know, if you press that microphone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I want to talk to you about your physical body. How are you?
Okay. Body is exhausted, mind is exhausted,
yes.
as you would expect. What the legs are doing is they're swapping ailments. So the left, the middle toenail decided to flip up on the outside foot. I don't know why. Outside of the right foot was hurting. Tenosynovitis on the right shin, whatever the hell that is. Something to do with my tendons inflamed, and my left quad is strapped up like a Christmas tree before it's open, and so. But if I talk, I actually ask to talk to people. I do a 6-hour podcast every day, so that I can get my mind off the legs.
I was wondering, if it was a good thing or a bad thing to talk, but
it's a good. I asked for it. Can I get the other stuff? Yeah, I asked for it to get my mind off things.
Have you just asked for the cocaine?
No, yeah, well, kind of. It's iProhydrate. They sponsor us. I can mention them. And I don't know if you've ever had these things. They're drinks. They're nicely mixed, but usually you take one's nice and you go, no, I don't like that taste. But all their flavors are great. So I'm very happy to be.
And can I ask you something else? Because I've just been watching you with Dan.
Yeah.
And your knowledge and the way that your brain works. I know how your brain works. We've met a few times. You're firing on all cylinders all the time. Does exercise and running help you, or does it? Because it seems that you're firing on all cylinders even now. I don't understand.
It is a little weird. It's difficult to speak. A little difficult to speak. It's getting a bit easier, maybe. But have you ever done this thing? If you're walking or driving, maybe cycling, that because you're doing mechanical action. And there's nothing else to do. I can't have a cup of tea now. I can't watch telly. The brain is free to think. And it does. Darwin had this. Darwin had a walk around his big country garden. And he would kick stones off as he went by, a pile of stones, so he'd know how many times he'd done the walk. Probably for health, but also so he could think about his theories and the theory of the theories that he wanted to put forward in his big book. Can't even remember. What's the big name of it? The Darwin's theories of evolution. That's what we're looking for. So it's a thing. It's a thing for the mind. If you're doing something else mechanical, the brain can wander and think. And I can articulate.
I definitely see that with running, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I use music, but I don't. I meditate when I'm listening to music.
Right.
But my head's very busy and noisy, so I use that to hear it.
Right.
But I feel like my best ideas come when I'm completely still and I'm sitting down and I've got nothing around me and I don't pick up my phone and I just think, and then it's a nightmare. Or in the shower.
Yeah.
Because I'm still then. I'm not thinking about anything. I'm just showering. But you're non-stop.
Well, someone's got to do this. I don't know if they do have to, but I've decided you have to. Make humanity great again. A nice slogan, I feel.
I was going to ask you what that's about. How do you want to do that? I mean, I know you're raising money for charities, but there must be more to it.
Well, the slogan someone else had a slogan like it, and it didn't seem very inclusive. So I included it to 7.8 billion people. You may know I was born in Yemen, in the city of Aden. So, and I'm performing in 4 languages now. So my theory is this, that a fair chance in life should be the right of every person in the world. Yes. That is my worldview, and I feel everyone should be able to sign up for that. And if anyone said no, some people shouldn't have a fair chance in life, well, I think, well, you're not part of humanity. So if we're all fighting for that, and it's very difficult to fight for that, because if you're a politician, think about it, and I want to be an elected politician, I'm trying to get into parliament, but you have to fight for your constituency, your party, your country, and that's about it. You don't go above country. But I'm saying, no, I'm not elected at the moment, but even so, I still think 21st century, the coming of age of humanity, we've got to start fighting, including everyone in this. Because if we don't all have a fair chance in life, I don't think we're going to make it as a species. I don't think there is a right for us to be on this planet. I think we're lucky enough to be on the planet. And so I'm going to try. I may not succeed, but a fair chance in life, that's not a huge demand, you know?
And do you feel like yesterday was a good beginning with Biden?
Very good beginning. I think we planned it. The fact that we're happening in January. How can we do make humanity great again? Oh, let's have President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. You know, and her dad is African American, her mom is South Asian. What a good blend of the genetics. This is my theory. It's the blend of your genetics that it makes you strong. Like the mongrel dog, which is a very negative word, but in fact it's the stronger dog. The pedigree dogs are inbred and have congenital defects. And the Aryans and the Nazis, they talked about inbreeding. Nope, not good, never good. It's how, you know, we're all immigrants or historical immigrants. So I'm fighting for everyone because that's the way this world will work. That's the way humanity will work if we all have a fair chance in life.
And it's surprisingly easy to donate because it's eddieizzard.com and it's there, or you can of course text the number on the screen.
Yeah.
So you can easily kind of, I'm going to start, like, I think I'm going to do something daily for you, Eddie. I'm going to try and sort of like just say where you are every day.
Thank you.
Posting like mad.
That would be beautiful. That'd be great because you've been through your own hell doing these things. We should tell everyone because people around the world are watching. They may not know your history. Give a quick one-paragraph history how you got into Mum from France, Dad, I take it from England, from somewhere in Britain.
Yeah.
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 And
so, and my mum was half Spanish, so I'm a proper good old and I'm part Swedish. My great-great-grandparents were Swedish.
There you go, the strength of the blend of your genes. That's my theory, and I think it's been proven. And and how did you get into presenting? Did you go to university? How did that work?
No, so I was a disaster. I went off the rails with drugs at kind of 14, 15. I messed up my GCSEs. I messed up my A-levels. I didn't go to university. I was clubbing and working at a model agency and taking lots of drugs. And then I found MTV and I thought I need to work there. And thankfully, before I got an audition there, I got clean. So I went to an NA meeting, I got clean. And then I got a job on MTV and the rest is history. I just started working. And thank goodness I wasn't taking drugs because I would have messed it up and I would have stuck together. We came together via Comic Relief and challenges and various crazy things that we've done.
And I take it the thing that you hated the most was that swim in the lake. Was that the...
Yeah, I mean, it's given me a bit of a fear of open water now, which I need to overcome, but...
Okay, tell everyone about people outside the UK and you didn't see it. What happened?
So I did a challenge. It was a week-long challenge, 7 days, and it was to power myself on my own from Edinburgh to London, which is, I don't know, like 500 miles. It took me 7 days, but these were often 17-hour days, and it happened to be in February. It was February the 7th to the 14th of 2014, which was biblical weather. The entire of Windsor was underwater. It was 35-mile-an-hour winds every single day. I was having to pedal downhill because nothing was helping me. The wind was against me the whole way. But on day 4, or day 3, I had to swim across Lake Windermere. And I had a wetsuit on, obviously. I mean, I had to have a wetsuit on. But I've always had a bit of a fear of open water. And Greg White was... Has Greg White been with you, Eddie?
No, I mean, Tim Cruz-Drew is my physio, and he's brilliant.
He's been helping me.
He really helps me and get to the place that I need to get. So he's been working with us since South Africa. So.
Are you doing ice baths every day?
Am I doing what?
Ice baths.
No, well, interestingly, we Tim asked an expert on this. What's the difference between ice baths and warm baths? And the expert that he talked to said, well, there's a 2% difference in quality. I know.
What?
I know. So all those ice baths. So some people are still doing them and swear by them, but I voted for the warm bath, and And so I go for the warm bath rather than I do my feet in the freezing bath, but the rest of my body in the warm bath.
I swam across Lake Windermere, but like about, I don't know, maybe 300 meters from the other side, I got quite bad hypothermia and kind of got carried by a canoe for a couple of 100 meters, and then tried to swim the last 100 meters, but I couldn't lift my arms out of the water. They wouldn't work anymore. So I was sort of doggy paddling. Oh, it's really, I mean, I can't watch it. It was quite pathetic. And then I got out of the water and passed out. But it was I passed out very quickly. And then once they'd warmed me up again, I came around quite quickly. And then, but what's the miracle of our bodies, and I know, Eddie, you know this from pushing your body to just beyond the place that you ever expected it would ever be able to go, is that, I thought I was dying when I got out of Lake Windermere, and 2 hours later I was on a bicycle and I did 60 miles in the lakes, which is incredibly hilly. Yeah. And I did it because I had to. And you go to dark places that you do actually end up being able to achieve more than you ever thought you could. And I'm risk averse. I'm not a risk taker at all in life. Are you?
I'm a calculated risk taker. I don't do reckless risks. I calculate the odds with my mathematical brain. I did maths all the way out to A-level. So I look at them like this, or like the double marathon in South Africa on the last day, but I'd already run 25 marathons. I thought, we've got to do an extra marathon. Let's just do it in one day, 2 of them, and see what happens. And I thought it'd be okay.
But you say that's calculated risk. You don't know how that's going to pan out. You see, this is where like my fear comes in, and this stops me from doing things in life. But things like these challenges that I get, asked to do, they take me way out of my comfort zone.
Yep.
It's so good for me because I think I'm too careful as a person.
Well, again, I said this before, and you'll probably get the idea of it. I came out as TV trans back in 1985. That was so long ago, when it was so toxic. And that fight, getting through that fight, creating a little space around myself to say, I do exist, and I don't feel shame and guilt. And if you've got a problem with it, you've got to go and talk to someone about it, not me. Fighting for that space, that fight has made every other fight since then so much less. So that, and I think it's good as a trans person to be doing this, because some people, and you'll know that there's a deal of our population in our country, maybe in the world, who will go trans. I'm not sure about that, but they won't be sure about trans. But if you're running a whole load of marathons, they go, well, I get that, and you can do that, and you're trans, well, so hopefully I'm flying an emotional flag for LGBT plus and saying, yeah, we have to do things, we have to excel, women have to excel. People from any different skin color have to excel because of this white male dominated thing that's gone on forever. You always have to punch above your weight. So that's my theory, and it's carried me through all the things, performing in French, German and Spanish, scary things, but you just do them because they seem positive.
What is it that pushes you to do the scary things?
Well, people notice them. If you do the average things or less than average things, who gives a monkeys? But if you go and do, you got French, the people who are kind of stunned that you can speak French, and you got French, I take it from a small child. You were speaking it bilingually when you were growing up, were you?
I want you to meet Harriet.
Hi, Harriet.
Harriet's locking down with us. She's my daughter's best friend, and she is a huge fan of what you're doing at the moment.
It's really amazing.
Thank you.
And
hats off you.
She really wanted to come and say hi. She's an amazing runner herself, but she couldn't do what you're doing.
No way.
No. Women could well be better endurance runners than men. There is something about taking the pain, something about childbirth, that women are now in special forces. Women have done amazing things. If you check it out on endurance running and all athletics, it's women can do whatever men can do. It's only building muscle mass through testosterone that gives men an edge in certain things. But endurance, that's in the brain, that's the mind, and you can do it. Not now, and if you don't want to do it, you won't. But if you choose to do it, you can do it. Any man, any woman, any boy, any girl.
what you're doing is so inspiring, like literally amazing. When Div said, I was like, that's just ridiculous. So like massive well done.
Well, thank you. You may have heard that the thing blew up just earlier. We had to stop and get on computers and try and make it work. So somehow we've got things going, and I now have to run faster than before. This is what happened.
Oh my God, seriously?
Sorry, say again?
You've got to run faster.
Yeah, this is the weird thing. If you stop, well, I mean, it's kind of obvious, because you've stopped to 10, 15, 20 minutes to try and mend the thing, you're 20 minutes behind. I'm doing a gig afterwards. I don't know if you've heard about this. I do
Yes, every night.
Every night I do a stand-up gig, so I have to finish to get off here at
Oh, I'm watching. I got tickets for tonight.
Oh, wow, you'll see it then. And I have to finish here at 6:30 to get on at 7, because I can't...
Oh, right.
And if I do that, I'm going to have to increase the speed even more, actually. So I'm going up to 8.5 now, because I'm normally running at 7.5. Will that do it? Just about. Yeah. So it means I can't have any loo breaks from now on. I just have
No loo breaks?
No. Just got to power on for an hour.
1 hour left.
And it's really weird. It's a mind thing. In South Africa, I went from 7.5 kilometers per hour up to 10 kilometers an hour for the last hour, which was a nightmare. But you know, they were losing the feed with Sport Relief. You know, Sport Relief. They had a live feed from South Africa until 3:15, and I got there at 13 minutes past 3, 2 minutes before they cut off. So,
It is amazing when you know that you have to. I remember when we were rowing with John Bishop, again, Sport Relief, we rowed across the channel. Me, Freddie Flintoff, Denise Lewis and John Bishop, we rowed across the channel. And we were all slightly losing it. John fell asleep whilst he was rowing, which was quite funny. And we had to kind of wake him up. Then somebody said, I see the cliffs of Dover. And I turned around and there they were, the cliffs of Dover. And I rowed and I thought, I'm done. I was so tired, I was done. But from when I saw the cliffs of Dover for 2 hours, 2 whole hours, I rowed as if my life depended on it. Like as if I was gonna die if I didn't make it. And I rowed non-stop, flat out for 2 hours. And I'd never done that before. I'd already been rowing for 6 hours. It was beyond anything I thought I was capable of. And at the end of it, I thought, my God, I've got so much more in the tank than I ever think I have.
now, that's exactly it. There's a safety tank. All humans have a safety tank. But the wall, the idea of the wall is purely psychological. They have found that when people hit it, whatever they're doing, they slow right down. I do it. I've been running like this. I was taken off to hospital because I was doing it. But if you see the end, you speed up. You go, there's the end. There's the stopping place. Now, can you see a clock on the screen that's counting 1:29? That's how long I've got to go, counting down. So that keeps me going. I've only got 90 minutes to go. And then I just got to do a gig, and then I can go home and eat. But it keeps you going. It keeps you going.
I wanted to quickly touch on something that we were talking about before, about you representing the trans community. It's so interesting because I don't think of you as anything. I don't really put a label on it anymore with you. I just like, you are who you are. Like, you are Eddie Izzard. It's very interesting, and you've done that. You opened that door for it to just become the norm.
Well, the thing I tried to do was I have this theory that when LGBT+, when the idea becomes boring, then we've made it.
Yeah, exactly.
People should say, you know, if you say, hi, how are you? I'm gay. That's excellent, you're gay, but what do you do? Oh, what do I do? I'm a librarian. Are you a good librarian? I'm an excellent librarian. Well, then I should go and get some books from you. It doesn't matter if you're gay, straight, trans. Are you good at the librarian? Are you good as an accountant? Are you good as a police officer? Who cares what sexuality you are? And we spent hundreds, if not thousands of years just obsessing on this thing. So I just tried to be good at comedy, good at drama, a good runner, and good as an activist. And I happen to be trans. Who gives the monkeys? That's how I look.
Eddie, you are good at all of those things.
Well, I just try to, you know, you've got to excel. Women have had to do this. Women have had to excel. they have to be so good that when they say we choose the white male or the woman, whatever skin color she is, they say, well, that woman, she's just pushed like crazy to get to here. So think what she's going to do when she gets, okay, we'll go with the woman. I think it's now tipping over. That tipping point is happening. The glass ceiling is disappearing. Great women from Emmeline Pankhurst onwards and all down through the ages. A lot of women have been written out of history. So well done to them. And all power to women going forward.
I do feel like there's been a seismic shift in the world in the last year. I mean that George Lloyd sort of really, I don't know, it just felt like it was such a tipping point for everybody,
massively.
and for women, for people of color, for like just everybody. It's like, okay, let's just stop and just be generous. Well, make humanity great again. That's exactly what this is all about.
That's what we're trying. And hopefully I'll just keep on going. I'll keep this going. I mean, I'll finish this event, but I think the idea is a good one that anyone in the world can grab hold of it. And they can buy the hats online at Izzard.
Okay, yes. EddieIzzard.com, and it's so easy to donate, and you can donate by texting, and the way to do that is on the screen. And the other thing, before I go, because I'm going to go in a second, Eddie, is to see you out. I would like to serenade you with the only song I know in Swedish.
Very good.
Which is Baba Black Sheep. But in fact, they say Baba White Sheep.
Oh, wow.
But you'll really enjoy this because white sheep in Swedish is vita lam.
Vita lam, yes, very close. White lamb.
Yeah, and hurra nurra jul is have you any wool?
Okay.
So, okay, so I'm going to sing it for you. You ready?
Yeah, ready.
Okay. Baba vita lam, hurra nurra jul. Ja, ja, shalama, djurestäcken ful.
There you go. Well, thank you for that in Swedish. And did you learn that because of your great-great-grandmother, your relation?
Oh, well, what was really weird, when I worked at MTV, it was MTV Europe back in the day, and I worked with the fantastic TV presenter there. I always, very like you, Eddie, where any country I go to, regardless of whether I speak the language fluently or not, I really try and, if I don't, I try and learn some of it, and quite often I like to learn something really random that would impress somebody from that country were I to meet them anywhere else in the world at another point. And Bar Black Sheep was a great one, because if I sing that to any Swedes, they're always like, what? How'd you know that?
Absolutely, very good, very good.
So
thank you.
It's a great pleasure, and also I can tell you I love you in Swedish, which is Jätteskuday.
Very nice. Thank you.
Love you, Eddie.
Thank you, Davina.
Good luck, and I'll be there tonight watching.
Okay, take care. I'll be there.
Love you.
Bye-bye. Davina McCall. Oh. So, I'm not going to talk to Ron Williams, but I have to go to the loo. Guys, I'm hitting the button. I'm going to the loo. Sorry, I guess I shouldn't, but I have to. Okay, ready to talk.
Okay,
Tom. Hi, Tom. Oh, we're talking to Tim.
Yeah, all right. Hi, Eddie.
Tim and Tom. Hi there.
How you doing?
Well, you heard we broke down.
Yeah, what breakdown? Did it just did you lose the link with Zwift, or did the treadmill stop?
And we lost the link. Don't know.
Oh, okay.
Ian,
Hi.
how did you get the link back?
Power cycled everything.
You powered cycled everything. Okay. Ian switched everything off and everything on back on again, and the link came back.
That classic thing you do with computers. Well, the other question I got for you, Eddie, did you rob a bank today or something?
Sorry?
Did you rob a bank? When I went to work this morning, we were on about 85. Now you're over 100,000. What's going on?
Oh yeah, well Zwift made a donation of 20.
Brilliant.
Was it $25,000 or something? It was from Zwift. It's very nice, generous. I don't know. We knew that they were going to put something in the kitty, but their One Zwift for All is their motto, and ours is Make Humanity Great Again. They like that. We're a good fit. We've been helping each other, and so from Eric Min, I take it the chief executive officer of Zwift, I think, he said let's make a donation. So that helped us, and we jumped over that hurdle, and we're on and upwards, and that happened.
Fantastic.
Austin, so yeah, that
big thanks to them. Anyway, Eddie, on with the chat. We've obviously been talking a lot over this last couple of weeks about Couch to 5K and getting to 5K.
Yes,
and also, once you've achieved that, you can then get yourself into a park run. So I have Mr. Park Run as far as I'm concerned. I've known Tom for a long, long time. So I will just let the two of you thrash out Park Run. Hi, Tom.
Hi, Tim. Hi, Eddie.
Hi, Tom. How you doing?
I'm very good. How are you?
Medium rare, medium rare.
Is that an hour and 21 to go? Are you running on time at the moment?
Hour 21. We got it nice and big now. So, well, it's a kind of. I actually will cross the finish line before that, but I couldn't. What was the total I'm supposed to run? 17.8 or something. Sarah?
17.72.
17.72. I couldn't find a 17.72, so I've gone to an 18.1. So if I can find a better one, actually, we may as well try. Have you got the controller, Sarah? If you give it back. So let's talk, and I might be fiddling around while you're talking, but I can listen, talk, and run. Tom, I'm now a multitasker. I have been, as a trans woman, maybe I can multitask more than a straight male can. So, but yeah. Tell everyone about Park Run, because it is a beautiful thing. Who came up with it? You're the chief operating officer of Park Run. And how many countries? I want to know how many countries, how many places, all that kind of good stuff.
Well, I'll tell you the story if you want. I think you had Bruce on a couple of days ago. Yeah. Is that right? From Park Run South Africa.
Bruce Fordyce, yes.
That's right. So Paul Sinton Hewitt started Park Run in 2004, and it's a lovely story actually, because he was a keen club runner, but he tripped over his dog while he was out running and got injured and was told he wasn't going to be able to run for a while, and he was going through a difficult time in his life. And he realised that running was the way he got through difficult times in his life, and the way he hung out with his friends and all those kind of things. And he realised that if he couldn't run, he couldn't see his friends in his world at the time. So he thought, well, I'll tell you what, if I can set up this thing every Saturday morning where people come to the park and run for free, my friends, I'll organise it all, and we'll go for coffee afterwards, and they can do it for nothing. So it was like rent a friend. Like we jokingly call it a social intervention for a lonely bloke.
Right.
The lonely bloke being Paul, and on that first Saturday in October 2004, 13 people turned up, 5 people volunteered, one of whom was Paul and one of whom was his wife Jo. The following week there were 14, the following week there were 11 people, and fast forward 16 and a half years, and we've got about 7 million people registered across 22 countries. You're running in one of them now, Sweden. We have park runs across Sweden. And pre-COVID, we had about 400,000 people a week taking part across those 2,200 events in 22 countries. So yeah, it's been quite a journey so far.
22 countries, and I take it you're going to keep building until the whole of the UN has a park run in every UN registered country. I think it's 195.
Yeah, hopefully a little bit more than that. So we nearly got one on the space station a few years ago, which would have been fun. We came close to it, but I think we ended up doing the London Marathon in the end. Yeah, our vision is that one day we'll get to the point where effectively there's no borders for park runs. So rather than saying we're in X countries, we'll just say we're everywhere in the world, and wherever you are in the world, if you've got access to a course, permission to use that course, and willing volunteers, literally wherever you are, we've got events in prisons already. Wow. We've got events in army bases already. We've had inquiries from Antarctica, from aircraft carriers, from the space station. Wherever you are in the world, you can start your own park run, and that's where we'd like to get to. But it's complex, when you're dealing at the moment with laws in different countries and medical regulations in different countries and all those things. So I think it'll take us another few years to get there, but we're on the way.
Very good. Now the way this is going to work, Tom, and Tim, is I'm running too fast now because I'm trying to catch up because we had to close down the whole machine for 20 minutes. I'm going to ask you a question, which that was that one. Now you've got to ask me a question, then I'll ask you a question. Is that okay?
It's really good. I'd love to ask you some questions. What goes through your mind when it's getting difficult? I watched the brilliant thing you did with Tim in South Africa.
Right.
What do you visualize stuff? Do you think about the reasons why you're doing things? What is it that keeps you going at those tough moments?
That's interesting, because right now I'm talking to you guys and just trying to ignore what's happening, and I know that there's a clock above it, and I look at it and I say 1 hour and 15. When it gets to about below 30 minutes, then I'll go, okay, nearly there. So I try and focus on the goal. When I did the double marathon at the end of South Africa, I counted down religiously, and I knew I had to be above 7.5 kilometers an hour. So on my watch, I just looked at my watch probably every 2 seconds for 12 hours, and I just made sure I was on 7.6, so that I had 0.1 of a kilometer an hour in my back pocket, and I just kept running, and it was kind of miserable. It was kind of rough, but I just knew that I probably could do it because I'm a determined bastard. That's it. And also because, the hardest thing in life, I've said it a number of times, I came out as trans in TV when I was 25. When I was 23 in 1985. And that was such a hard mental thing to do that anything since then is not a walk in the park, or even a run in the park, but it's been in a comparison area, If you can deal with that mental thing of, I did self-analysis to work out why I felt I was trans, what was going on. And I came to some conclusions that guilt and shame are not part of me, should not be part of me. I don't have to carry that. It's inbuilt. So let's talk about it, let's come out and see the chips where they may lay. Calculated risk. But I thought it was positive for myself and hopefully for other people. Hopefully for humanity. Yeah. Now I've got to ask you a question.
I was waiting for it.
Yes. So, let's have a look. So what you in 2007 you're working as a lecturer in sport and exercise science at university. Yes. So you really know your stuff, yeah? You must have done degrees in sports science, or how did you get to there?
Yeah. I went just to keep you entertained, Eddie, while you're running along to pass the time. I so I did a degree in human biology, exercise and health, and really enjoyed it. I have to say, it was mostly to have a good time at university and not so much about studying back in the 90s. And then I got a job working in a gym and spent a few years making sure people didn't fall off treadmills.
Yeah.
The key was always just as a little tip for you here, don't hold on to the handle when you fall off, because that's like being dragged behind a car. And a few times I've had to prise people's fingers off the handle to get them to let go, because shooting off the back is less painful than being dragged behind it.
That is very interesting. I'll just interrupt you there. I realised that if I held on to any of this, normally when I'm practicing, I would hold on to the sides and jump off and keep the treadmill going, but then that would be not good, because then I'd be racking up the kilometres when I'm not running, so I don't touch any of that. Just the speed.
Good.
That's all I touch. Anyway, sorry, I interrupted you. Carry on.
No, that's okay. So I did a degree in human biology, exercise and health, and then I ended up working in a gym in Leeds, and then I ended up getting into professional sport a little bit. So I worked with some football clubs and some rugby clubs, and I did some strength conditioning with some footballers and those kind of things, and enjoyed it. And I ended up doing a master's degree then in sport and exercise science at Leeds Met. So that was good, and that changed me though, because I think when I did my master's degree in sport and exercise science, I found that as exciting as working in sport was and working with athletes was, it didn't really flip my switch. I much preferred exercise to sport and what I mean by that is getting everyday normal people off the sofa, getting them active, because you could really change somebody's life, really profoundly change somebody's life by getting them from the sofa to the park, for example, compared to getting to somebody to run a tenth of a second faster or score an extra 2 goals, which didn't really excite me professionally. So I left that kind of avenue, as it were. Did my degree in sport and exercise science, and I worked then at the University of Leeds for 4 years as a lecturer in sport and exercise science. And I did during that time I did a lot of teaching on ethics in sport and exercise, and just kind of basic stuff, physiology and so on. But then, as part of my work there, and at the time I was a triathlete, I was a fairly competitive triathlete, I'd seen what Paul Sinton Hewitt was doing with what was then called the Bushy Park Time Trial, with now Bushy Park Run in London, and I thought, what a great thing that is! Isn't that a really great thing? And from a public health point of view, it's incredible having this free opportunity to go to your local park every Saturday and walk or run or volunteer. I'd love to bring that to Leeds. And so I rang Paul and said, who I didn't know, and said, we'd like to copy what you're doing. And I expected he'd just tell us to naff off or give us some advice. And he said, well, join the family and become what was then event number 4. Become event number 4, join the family and become one of us. And so we joined this crazy cult, which is Park Run, and I wrote it into the sport and exercise science course at the University of Leeds. I wrote it into the course that the students had to volunteer or they wouldn't get their degree. Oh, wow. So we got all of our volunteers at the stroke of a pen, and then that went on for about 3 years. And then in 2010, I left the university to initially actually to volunteer for Park Run full time. So I gave up my job to be part of Park Run, and then by 2011 I was working for Park Run, and the rest is history, and here we are today.
Wow, it is. I love the story of Park Run. So it's great that you saw it and you jumped in. When did you start the 4th one? What year did you start the 4th one?
So that's a really good question. So we started what's now called Woodhouse Moor Park Run on Park Run's 3rd birthday. So we'd been going Park Run had been going for 3 years, and I think it's a really important point when you look at projects and initiatives and interventions. It's important to have a long-term view of what is success and not judge things too much in the short term. So and I was looking at some stats yesterday. In our first 5 years, we had 200,000 people, not different people, but 200,000 5K finishes. In the second 5 years, we had, I think, 7 million. So we went from 200,000 in the first 5 years to 7 million in the second 5 years. And in the third 5 years, we had 49 million.
Wow.
And so, you know, it took us 15 years to really kind of get going. And we'll be much bigger in the future. So I think it's really important to think of all of these things, you know, making humanity great again. You don't do that in a month or a year or 2 years, or you do that over, I like to think, generations. You know, I think when you look back at some of the great things in history, they happened over generations. You know, people built things, and it took 300 years to build something. Yeah. And I kind of like that idea of when you're putting things in place and when you're trying to change the world, not trying to change the world on your own and just yourself, but trying to change it in a way that the next generation after you can carry it on and take it further, and the next generation after them can carry on and take it further.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Thank you for saying that. But one thing you didn't say is what year was that? You said it was 3 years after the beginning, but I don't know.
2007. So October 2004 was event number 1, and October 2007 was event number 4.
Okay, got it.
Can I just, the point I'd like to make, Tom, as well, is that the beautiful thing about Park Run is that people assume it's all about running, but the reality is it's about a community, because people who can't run can still volunteer. You know, people that are unable to run but can walk can still be involved. So it is fully inclusive across the board, which is what's fantastic.
Oh yeah, I'd go. That's exactly right, Tim. In fact, I'd go further. It's nothing to do with running. The running is an excuse to bring people together. You know, we get on a daily basis letters from people saying, not just it's changed, Park Run has changed my life, but Park Run saved my life. I mean, it's extremely common for me to get people to write to me or stop me saying, thank you so much. Without Park Run, I wouldn't be here. You know, as straight as that. And it's never about because I ran 5K or I set a PB or I ran a time or I ran 100. Or it's only ever about because I made this friend and I gained this self-worth and I felt this sense of achievement and I felt part of my community. And somebody thanked me for helping them get fitter, and I feel proud of what I've achieved. It's never ever about the run, but it's about the community, and it's about people coming. People often say, why do we think Park Run is so successful? And I think there's a fundamental, innate, built-in human need to be three things. I think to be active, just to move, to be outside, and to be together. Human beings, I believe all human beings are designed to exist in that state, moving, not necessarily running, not necessarily getting out of breath, but moving and together and outside. And when you think about it, there's not many opportunities in the modern world to do that together. You go and watch somebody else do something, or you watch something on the telly, or it costs a load of money so you can't afford to do it, or adults can do it but not kids, or kids can do it but not adults, or like you're saying, Tim, you can do it if you can do the activity, but if you're in a wheelchair you can't, or whatever it might be. And so those opportunities for absolutely anybody to engage, anybody can engage in Park Run, be it walking, running, volunteering, or even spectating. And it changes their lives and it changes other people's lives. And the run's just an excuse to get people together, really. It's about community.
Oh,
my question for you, Eddie, isn't it? Is it my turn for question?
Yes, it is indeed your turn for a question.
When you first inspired me with your running, you ran your marathons in the UK. And you were incredibly inspiring. You were also incredibly laid back. I remember, you stopping at ice cream vans and having a beer, and
I've got to say, you've conflated all my stoppings into one. I was given a beer in an ice cream van once, and the ice cream van came with it, so I had an ice cream every day. So, but generally, I like stopping and talking to ducks and cows and anyone. Yes. So yes. Anyway, carry on.
Yes, and. But you've done, and that, as far as I know, that was your first foray into a significant running challenge.
Yeah.
Since then, you've done an incredible amount of different things, this being one of them, running things, this being one of them. How's your relationship with running, the act of running, changed over those years?
That's an interesting question. When I finished the 43 around the UK, 43 marathons, there was a point where I realized I was at one with the land, with the road. It was my road as much as it is any citizen's road in our country. It's the highway for our land, the highways and byways, and they're ours, and we could go on them. And I felt weird ownership, like just being connected with it, because I was walking on it, I was running on it, I was talking to animals and people, and going to the loo on it, and you know, I felt very kind of primal in that way. So there was a strength of being at one with the land, which we were hunter-gatherers on, and we are designed to be that. We put ourselves in brick buildings and in front of computers and televisions and eating cake and refined sugar. So I refound that connection, which maybe comes from, you know, millennia ago. And there's also, when I was a kid, I was to the age of 12, I was quite a runabout kid. And to reclaim that, I do remember certain mornings getting up in the hotel, particularly in South Africa, I remember this, and walking down. I put my bag over my shoulder, I'd packed up, we'd moving on from that hotel, and I felt like an athlete again. When I was 11 and 12, they put those 2 years together at my school to play in the first team and the second team. So the best 11-year-olds played with the best 12-year-olds against the best 11 and 12-year-olds in the other teams. And so to be playing with kids who are a foot taller than you, because everyone's kind of springing up at those ages, I was so proud to be in that team. So proud to be this kid who would go back and grab the ball and kick the ball off the line. Good in defense, not so brilliant in attack. Couldn't get the ball in the bloody goal because I was too excited. I'd kick it sideways. But I was a good defense. I could read the game well, and I loved the bloody game. Football, the beautiful game, designed for tall people, short people, wide people, thin people. Doesn't matter. It is the beautiful game. And I lost that from the age of 12. Went to a school that didn't play football. So to get it back in my 50s, really. I remember just walking down. There's a particular hotel I remember walking down, bag slung over my shoulder, thinking, I'm gonna go and do something today. I'm gonna go and do something. And I don't know quite what it'll be. But yeah, that was a beautiful transition. And anyone can do this. All I've proved is everyone can do more than they think they can do. And I do think when people look at me from Britain, from around the world, wherever I've known, or even not known, they see just a person. Certain people look amazing. I use David Beckham as an example. David does look amazing, had this amazing look. And if he plays great, you know, his footballing career, playing great football. And so you kind of put that together. Well, he looks amazing and he plays amazing. And there you go. That's what David Beckham's got. And I look just like some git. And I think people go, well, if that git can do that, why can't I do a 5K? Why can't I do a 10K? And hopefully that's a nice payback. You know, people in the reflection of me, they don't see this gorgeously pretty person or good-looking person or this or the greatest athlete in the world, but the endurance, the fighting spirit, maybe they can link up with that, because I have that, and I will fight, and I will keep going, even though the left leg is now complaining about the speed I've been running, and I've still got, an hour to go. I'll just keep going on, and until I get there. Yeah. Now I'm going to ask Tim a question, and then Tim can ask you a question. How about that?
Okay.
Yeah. Tim, did you always know you were going to be a physio? Was that always your plan?
Well, it wasn't my plan at school. At school, I would say that I might, if you said to me, what can I do? I would love to have been a professional sportsman, and I was in the same field as you, as in the football field. But I would have been happy to be professional footballer, cricketer, or weirdly, I used to play softball. But I don't think there's much money in softball, so probably that would have been my last option. So when I got to doing the A-levels and clearly I wasn't going to be a professional sports person, that's when I looked at other options, and then I realised that as a physio you could still be involved in sport. So I took the option of being someone who could help people to achieve their goals rather than actually being the one that was achieving the ultimate goal. So, and it's been awesome. It's been an equally satisfying, amazing experience. I'm probably just not as rich as a Premiership football player.
Where would you have played in the what was your position on the football team?
So I was a sprinter. So I was sprint champion at my school for 4 years, and then very disappointingly got beaten in the 5th year by the new headmaster's son, who looked like a spider. He had legs that were about 12 foot long. And so I lost. I failed in being the sprint champion for all 5 years. So because of that, I was a winger. So I used to play on the wing. So I was used to sort of Speedy Gonzalez down the side and then just cross the ball in for the big boys in the middle who could nod it in. So, yeah.
Okay.
But loved it. I love playing football.
Right, we're going to ask one last question to Tom, and then we're probably going to have to go and talk to Joe. So, Tom, have you got a question, or have I got a question, Tim, for Tom?
Either way. Tom, have you got any question you got for Eddie?
Oh, I was expecting a question. You caught me off guard there. I have got a question.
I'll ask a question to you. I want it for you. How long have you been working now for Park Run?
10 years.
I have this thing that if people can get working for the job that really suits them, you know, their jobs are out there. Does this, have the last 10 years been a really good part of your life? I hope so.
I think that's a really, really good question, and I think there's you have to do. I think that there's a big thing you have to do in life. I think in defining what you really want from things, and what does really good mean to you. And you know, I'm 46 now, so I started working for Park Run when I was 36, roughly, and it has been incredibly challenging. We've had real highs, we've had incredible lows, we've had, you know, those highs and lows have been more higher and lower than I could have imagined. I mean, some horrendous times, some genuinely horrendous times where you're kind of banging your head against the kitchen table saying, I just don't know how we can get through this challenge or that challenge. And so, you know, it's not all roses. And I think people often look at me working for Park Run and they think, well, you just run parks all day. And then, of course, no part of my job is running. And a lot of it is really, really, really challenging and really high pressured. But every single day, I felt incredibly proud. Every single day for 10 years, I felt incredibly proud of the things that the Park Run family, of which I'm a small part of, the things that the Park Run family has achieved, the changes the Park Run family have made. You know, yesterday we had a meeting and we were discussing an Australian women's correctional unit that had received an award for implementing Park Run. And, you know, Paul, 16 years ago, could never have dreamed that could happen. And we feel so proud about some of those things. And so it's been wonderful. I'll probably do it for the rest of my life in some way or another. I don't think, I think it's part of my life forever. And it has been wonderful and I wouldn't change it for a second. But that comes from the pride I feel in what we achieve, and it comes from the drive I feel for what we can achieve in the future. But there's plenty of tough days, Eddie, plenty of tough days.
I would understand that. I just want to say thank you for talking to us.
My pleasure.
Eddie, can I just say one thing, Eddie?
Yeah, far away.
Tom, I just want to prepare you for the fact that I love Park Run, and I've been part of the community for a long, long time. But I'm busy like you, and sometimes you can't get to the Park Run as often as you'd like. But I think COVID has taught us to really appreciate the simple things in life, of which Park Run is one of those things. So watch out, because I think once this pandemic has gone, I think Park Run might go through the roof.
Yes, I hope so. And look, I hope we can be part of getting the world back on its feet. small part but an important part, and if we will be so proud if we can make a difference to getting everybody moving again.
Very good. Thank you so much, Tom, Tim.
Thank you, Eddie. Good luck.
Dr. Joe Wicks. Great. Take care. Stay safe.
Good luck. Bye.
Bye-bye. Right. Very good. Okay. Ready to talk to Joe as soon as... Sorry, I'm 5 minutes late, my brain. But I'm ready to talk. Left leg is packing up a bit.
Now's probably a good time to tell everyone how to donate as well, I would say.
Izzard.com. Go there. Donate. What'd you say?
And I can tell everyone if you like, Eddie.
Well, is Joe ready to come on?
Actually, I can just see him coming on now, so there we go.
Enough time for a quick donation update.
Okay. Go for a second.
Okay, so yes, donating is very easy from anywhere in the world. So just go to eddieizard.com and hit the donate button to give as much as you like via our crowdfunder site. Or if you have a UK phone, you can send a text instead. So to donate £10, just text the word 10, T-E-N, to 70810. Or to donate £20, just text the word 20, T-W-E-N-T-Y, to the same number, 70810.
Okay, tell Tim just to be on standby for... Because Joe's only got...
Yep, Tim is still in the Zoom chat.
Oh, very good. Okay, let's go.
Really? There's no real set time.
And how do you say? Is it 70? How would you say? Text 22.
We're on. You're on,
Okay.
Joe.
Oh, we're live.
You're
Hello,
live.
guys. How you doing?
Live to the world. You've been live for the last 3 hours. Sorry, I'm late.
Hello, Eddie. How's it going?
I'm okay. I'm knackered, Joe. I've got the left leg. It's strapped up to all to hell, but it's beginning to complain again. And I've had to speed up because we lost the signal. There's a link between the machine and the Zwift thing. I don't know if you can see on the screen. There's a clock that's counting down. Can you see a clock counting down? That's...
Yeah, so are you on a timer every day? Have you got a certain time slot to do it in?
Yeah, because I have to do a stand-up gig at 7 p.m. So
how long do you get to run the marathon?
Well, 6.5 hours, which is as slow as hell, as you'll know. It's not good, but I have no recovery time, so I'm running 6.5 marathons every day as my feet fall apart.
Oh, it's amazing.
And that's how I've got 55 minutes to go. It's, you know, I can change the speed of the thing, so I can take longer, but then I'll have to do the run and come back to do the gig and then come back to the run. So...
What, so you do your gig and then you get back on and do another marathon?
No, just finish the marathon. You know, say I see that number there, 54. Watch this.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to slow right down to a walk for a second. And you see how it goes
I see,
up?
yeah, it's real time.
So that's 1.5 hours. If I do it at this speed, I will get 50 minutes and I'll still have, what, a whole bunch of time left, still 40 minutes to do. So I'm trying to run at about, 7.5 kilometers per hour and see if I
can... That's amazing. So I'm so impressed by your determination. I mean, I obviously do a lot of exercise, I do a lot of fitness content, but to do this, I don't even think I would have the endurance to do it. What, you know, where'd you get that from? Have you always been into fitness since you were young?
No, well, when I was a kid, yes, absolutely. I've sort of said this a few times, so I'm going to be boring some people, but I loved football as a kid, and I don't know if you know, as you grow old, it's sort of like 7, 8, 9, you suddenly realize there are different sports, and you can be in a team. And I remember that
yeah.
9 and 10. So in the 10, I was in the Colts, which was called the under 11s, the Colts. They call it, nice name, the Colts. And then if you were 11, you got pulled with the 12-year-olds, and the best 11-year-olds and 12-year-olds would play together as the first team. And then the second best would be the second team. So when I was 11, I was in the first team for football. So I live for that. I love that. You know, there's obviously one winter term, and then you wait a year, and then there's another winter term. And I thought that was just the best part of my sporting life. And then nothing. Went to a school that refused to play football because it was bonkers at boarding schools. And they say, no, field hockey has its place, but it's not more important than football, for God's sake. Anyway, so...
Oh, no.
Yeah, I know. And then I didn't play for 5 years, and then I went to university, and I thought, look, I was pretty good when I was 12, and now I'm 18, So I'll just pick it right up. And I was atrocious. And I thought, how am I atrocious? And I had to sit down and go, hang on, everyone else has been continuing training for the last 5 years, and I haven't. And so it was just embarrassing, ignominious. And I stopped playing then. And I've played a few games since then. But so I had this history of once I was a contender, and then no longer for many years. And then in 2000.
Well, here you are now, like, doing all this endurance and raising money for such wonderful charities, and it's amazing. I'm totally impressed and so in awe of the determination. So you're 21 days in, 10 to go.
Yeah.
And how's it been? Like, I remember I did a 24-hour challenge a few weeks ago for children in need, and it was so lovely having different guests come on and say hi, and it passes the time, doesn't it? But
yeah.
Have you had back-to-back conversations the whole way through the day?
The whole way through, I asked for it. I don't know about you. Were you on a treadmill? How did you do yours?
So I was in a studio at BBC. I had like a treadmill, I had a rowing machine, punching bag, cross trainer, and a bike. So I was kind of just doing all sorts, but I was exhausted. And I actually remember when I got there, I thought I was going to be on my phone and on my iPad watching shows, just burning the time. But I was presenting like you are, essentially, like interviewing and presenting people for the whole 24 hours. I was so tired from it.
Yeah, well, that was harder than me, really, because you're doing it for a full 24. I just got to do 6.5, and then I do a stand-up gig. The stand-up gig is pretty tricky, though. I have fallen asleep in the middle of the gig, in the middle of a line, which is quite weird. And also because I'm running virtual marathons and celebrating different cities, like Stockholm in Sweden today. When I run the Berlin Marathon on Saturday the 23rd, I will do my gig in German afterwards, if you can believe that. I can hardly believe.
Wait, are you fluent in German?
I'm pretty good at. I've got a good survival German. It's not great. It's a survival German, but I can.
That's awesome.
Perform in that, and then on the 28th I do it in French. My French is pretty good, but still the break.
So are you repeating the same stand-up show? Have you got new jokes for different territories and different countries you're in?
No, are you crazy? I would explode. I would explode, Joe. My brain would just disintegrate before the very eyes of the people. In English, I am improvising a bit. I'm doing a best-of show. I'm doing some of the older material that I used to do and sort of remixing it and refining it. But no, the German is more my latest show. It's too hard for me to do much improvising in German.
Mate, can I tell you my marathon story?
Yeah, tell me.
So in 2015, I signed up for the London Marathon with my friend, and I was really busy at the time. Like, my books come out, I was doing a lot of press, a lot of PR, book tours and things. So I didn't really commit to like the full training, and I just didn't really dedicate enough to it. So set off on the day, we were really fast. My friend had been training, so I ran the first half in 1 hour 45 minutes. The first half of the marathon.
Wow!
And we were really on for a good time. And I was like, I'm never going to maintain this. And I started to feel my knee started to ache and like cramp up, and I basically got this excruciating pain in my knee. So I ran the first half in 1 hour 45, and then 6.5 hours to get back to the end of the finish line, because I had to almost like hobble the whole way back. And I was overtaken by a giant pair of testicles, a man that was running for testicular cancer.
Oh my God.
So when I got down the Mall, there was people sweeping up. There was nobody there. They only literally had about 50 people like sweeping up and cleaning. So that was my first ever marathon. I've never done it since. I really kind of didn't prepare for how tough it was on the body. But yeah, that was my story. Then the following year, my dad, who was 50 years old, he went and beat me and did it in 4.5 hours.
Wow. Well, salute to your dad. There you go. But I'm sure you can get it better. But you know about negative splits. That whole idea that people are supposed to run a slower first bit and a faster second bit to get you in the right shape. Oh, you probably know about that, because I assume you know about everything.
What's your fastest ever marathon time?
I don't really care about the fastest. My slowest is 12 hours. How about that? Does that register?
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I think so, because, I'm very, very competitive. You've got to understand, I'm very, very competitive. So I want to win the world record. Now, that's sub 2, yeah? Now, I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. So after that, I don't give a damn. 3 hours, 4 hours.
Cruise it.
Not much on my radar. What I like doing is holistic marathons. I call them holistic ones. I will run, I will stop, I will talk to people, to cats and dogs. I will take a photograph, I'll tweet something out, take a photograph of the Thames, and I will get there when I get there. And I kind of like that. it's very holistic. It's very real how we used to run. You know, if we were
Yeah, I like that attitude because it's painful when you start running, you know, sub 4 hours and faster runs. It's so tough on the body. You don't enjoy it as much. So I think it's like a lovely attitude to have towards your running, really.
I think so. It's also slightly lazy, but also I kind of prefer that idea. Right now I have to do, 6.5 hours. That's not a speed, but you know, I have no recovery time, so I just give myself slack, and the body only falls apart a little bit. Just
how many hours sleep are you getting a night, do you think, on average?
Well, I'm taking a sleeping pill, I must say. So last night, I think I got about 4 or 5, maybe 6.
Is that, oh, really? You could run? I couldn't run off that. I mean, if I don't get 6 or 7 hours sleep, I feel rough the next day.
Well, I do feel rough, but you know, I can't tell which rough is rough. You know, I just feel rough all the time, Joe. But I know I've just got to hang on in there and get through. I'm on the downhill stretch. This is day 21, so once I've done this, there's only 10 to go. And we got a new president as well, you know? We've got a new president.
It's all good, it's all good, it's good news.
That does that, making humanity great again. So we kind of almost arranged it that we'd get a new president and vice president who care about the world at the same time. Now, you should tell everyone, because we're going out around the world, tell everyone your story, how you got to where you are, and what's just happened in the recent COVID times where everyone's talking about you during the COVID times. Can you fill the world in on how you got to this place?
I'd love to, yeah. So I'm a trainer from the UK. I started out as a personal trainer. I used to run in Surbiton and Richmond, and I loved it, like an outdoor fitness class, which was my passion to get people moving. And I eventually started sharing videos on Instagram, like funny recipes where I'd be throwing food in the pan and making these crazy high energy videos. Then I started sharing videos on YouTube, like workout videos. And over the years, I've just been putting up loads of recipes of fitness content. And during lockdown, I started sharing videos, live workouts called PE with Joe. And I didn't really know what was going to happen. I thought, I'm going to do it, see how it goes for the week. We ended up being in lockdown for 18 weeks. So I did it continuously for 18 weeks. And we had 80 million families and children all around the world through YouTube, which is incredible. And I've now, obviously, we've gone back into lockdown here in the UK. So I said, look, I'm coming back. I'm bringing it back. And I do it here in my little gym at home. And I go live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And we have, between like 100 and 200,000 live streams a day. And something really funny, if you saw this, Eddie, it was on the news, but I actually accidentally farted live on the YouTube just before I went live, thinking I didn't think I was live. And so many people saw it, like 1 million people saw that video. It went viral, everyone was talking about it. So I've fairly embarrassing, but actually became one of the funniest things of the year. I think everyone needed a good old laugh. And so that's my story so far, really.
There you go, Joe. Now you've got to keep doing, you've got to do amazing things from now on so that can supersede the farting thing. You're just going to have to keep
it even made it to Australia. So last night I went on breakfast TV in Australia and they were laughing so much. They kept playing it over and over again. But yeah, it's always, I think people just are so in need of a laugh at the moment. Everyone really enjoyed it. But one thing I say about this, last year with the NHS, I raised a lot of money for the NHS. So during the PE with Joe workouts, there was a lot of YouTube revenue, a lot of AdSense from the YouTube views, and we sold these great little PE with Joe t-shirts. And I raised £580,000 for the NHS, which was such a wonderful thing to be able to do what I love and raise money. And then with the children in need thing, I was exercising, doing what I love essentially, and we raised £2.5 million in 24 hours. So I really have a kind of newfound passion for fundraising. I didn't really plan on it. It was an accidental thing, but I'm sure you feel the same. When you do these events and you raise money, it really gives you a lot of joy and happiness knowing that you've contributed towards someone in need, right?
Yep. It's absolutely good if you can, because I say to people, if you haven't got enough money, do not donate. Keep the money, because you need to get yourself to a good place. But if you have got the money, please do give, and because we can reach out and connect to these great charities that help make humanity great, it's nice to be in that position to be able to do something positive. And not everyone does. Some people just want to make money and then make more money, and then make more money, and then die on their money, which is an unusual idea of a life. But not so good. Not so positive.
Totally agree. So, let me read it out. So, to donate £10 in the UK, to donate £20 in the UK, text 20 to 70810. One thing I'll say, Eddie, is that near the end of my P, which 24-hour challenge, basically all of the money came in the last like 4 hours. Like, when everyone woke up in the morning and saw I was still going, that's when all the money started flooding in. So I'm sure on the last few days it will start to really pick up as you smash your challenge on the last little stretch.
That is interesting, isn't it? It's I call it like the round the world yacht race. You know, if anyone goes around the world on a yacht, they set off with a bit of a noise, and then we don't really give a damn. You know, where are they in the world? And if they're coming up, they're coming down the English Channel. Here they come. They're coming into. Then we all get excited. So you're absolutely right. Right towards the end, people start giving like crazy, and it just goes exponential, doesn't it, through the roof? So
it does. It's so wonderful. And so do you always kind of events and these ideas that you come up with? Is it something you plan a long time in advance, or do you have that? Is it like you just kind of on the spot? You sort of think, right, I'm going to do something this year, or are you always planning a new event?
no, I plan. I sort of do plan ahead, but I don't know quite what the next thing is going to be. Like, I like the idea of Make Humanity Great Again, so I'll probably do more things in the future. I don't know what they are, but this run is a companion one to the one I did last February. Before that, it was 27 marathons, 27 days in South Africa for Nelson Mandela. There's always a human political thing under it, and I set them up.
Right.
I like to set them up myself with our group, with the Make Humanity Great group, because you can choose when you do it, you know, and it's human political message saying, let's help people in our country, but also in our continent and also in our world. And I do think the world has got to have, everyone should have the right to have a fair chance in life. Everyone, not just our own citizens, but all citizens of the world. That's going to make the world healthy, and that's going to make humanity last long. And that's so I'm going to fight for that and see what happens.
I love that. You've got a big heart, Eddie, and it's just so wonderful to hear that. You know, this time everyone seems so divided at the moment, so to have that mentality of, you know, we're all together in this, and we should work as a group and a collection of people. Like, it means so much to hear that. It's so wonderful.
Well, I know you can only talk for a short time, but you keep doing what you're doing because you're on a roll. You're on a roll, so you just got to keep rolling. You know, because I started doing my thing so long ago. I'm kind of long in the tooth, but enjoy yourself and keep making the country and the world fit. Do reach out around the world, because some people just think nationally. Think internationally. Use your ambition, because you can make a lot of people healthy around the world. And so keep doing it.
That's what I'm trying. Yeah, well, with the YouTube thing, it was so lovely because it was a global thing, and there's people in Africa and India and South America, you know, Australia, kids in all kinds of parts of the world. So it was wonderful that it was free and it was open to everybody. So although not everyone tuned in live, there was still millions of people taking part, you know, later on in the days. Yeah, I'll keep doing it, you know, I'll keep shining my light. My energy really and my passion and my gift to the world is that I just inspire and motivate people. And I think you're doing the same. You know, you're helping people. I think even just for people that are on the couch right now, like, to see you running these marathons in 31 days, like, it means something. It inspires people. And I'm sure there's thousands of people out there now that have gone out and done a 5K or 10K this week because of your determination to do this, I think.
Well, I've said this before. I think I look quite ordinary. I just, you know, certain people look amazing and they do amazing things, and there's quite a lot of us who look kind of just like someone else. And so I think people look at me and think, well, if that person can do that, well, I'll do a 5K. What the hell? And then hopefully we can get the country, the world off its feet and into exercise. Because if you don't use this, you lose it. We're designed to be...
Don't you think it's amazing how, like, your people would have said to you, like, you know, there's no way, Eddie, it's too hard, you're not going to get through that way, you can push yourself that much. But the body can achieve so much more than you think if you have the mindset and you believe. You know, like, I set myself a challenge the other month to run a 5K in sub 20 minutes, and it was like, everyone's like, you're never going to do it, you're untrained. And I went out and I ran, you know, I did that. I kept building myself up, and I got to that point and achieved my goal. And I think people just have this preconceived idea that if something's hard, it's not worth doing. But I think the opposite. If something's like a moonshot, really, really out of your reach, that's when you feel so proud and so much more, like you've achieved so much more when it's like a really difficult challenge. Do you agree? Like, you feel like the bigger the challenge, the better the reward at the end of it?
Yes, absolutely. And it's not, sometimes people say these challenges are fun. I don't necessarily find them fun. I find the finishing real fun. You know, when I stop, I love it. I love the sense of achievement. But it is a tough old bloody thing to do. And So we try and do them. And I'd say to anyone out there who wants to do something, just if it's just a 5K, just put it in the diary and tell all your friends you're going to do it. And then you kind of feel that you have to do it, and then you'll do it. You know, make a little thing about it, because if you...
That's what I said to everyone the other week on Instagram. You're like, if you put your goals out in the world, like physically write it down, verbalize it, say it to your friends and all your Instagram followers, it becomes real. Like I set my wife a challenge. I said, why don't you try and do a pull-up challenge? So she could only do 4, and she set herself the goal of doing 8, and already she's nearly there. And it's because we put it out there, and I've got a video of her, and I said, come on, let's share it. And now I come up here, she's on her own doing her pull-ups, you know, because it's that thing, like you said, you put it out into the world, and it makes you accountable towards that thing.
Exactly. It can be done. We can all do more than we think we can do. That's what we're proving.
Brilliant.
Thank you, Joe.
Well, Eddie, listen, you're an amazing human being, and you've got such a beautiful heart, and I wish you the best of luck with the rest of your days on the treadmill. So one more little reminder, you can text or you can visit eddieIzzard.com to make donations, and I know how hard it is to run a marathon, and you know, Eddie's doing it every day for 31 days, so please support as much as you can, and I wish you the best of luck, Eddie.
Thanks, Joe. You take care.
Take care. Lots of love.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye-bye. So we're here. Can Tim come?
And Tim is still around. Yes, I think we can get Tim on. Yep. There we go.
Hi, Joe. Oh.
Hi, Eddie.
Hi there. Got 35 minutes.
Wow.
To go.
Good stuff. So you've had some great people on today. I was listening to that historian guy who I have to say, rather embarrassing, I'd never come across before.
Dan Snow, John Snow, which is his father's cousin, is the presenter of Channel 4 News, and he's Dan Snow.
Yeah.
Yeah, he knows his history, and he's a presenter, and I was trying to test whether what I knew was really correct. But anyway, I know, you know, I soak up history. As you, if you may have...
Well, that was because I know from when we've been running in the past and we've been having conversations like this at the end of each of the marathons about all sorts of different things, is that the passion and the excitement of you talking about American history, is that, where does that come from? Why are you so kind of in tune with that?
It's not really American history, it's kind of any history, and quite often it's military history, because I'm interested in, say, I could take Napoleon, who was a megalomaniac and did cause a lot of people to die, but he was a megalomaniac without pure hatred, like Hitler. So it's seen as a different thing. The Battle of Austerlitz was a very clever use of military strategy, and so if you study it, you'll find out what that was about. But with America, particularly the Civil War, it's quite a modern approach, even more modern than the First World War in some ways, because a lot of the people who became generals on either side had come from kind of whatever background. Whereas, you know, if you take the British in the First World War, all the officers would be aristocracy, or, you know, up-and-coming aristocracy, or something like that, or went to private schools. And it wasn't that in America. It was a different gig. So it's a much more modern thing. And by the end of the Civil War, they were basically doing the First World War. The siege of Richmond in Virginia was trench warfare. And they found it very difficult to get through the trenches, but with a siege, you always win with a siege. So I just know a lot about it, and I study human beings to see the repeats of history, and so it's all history.
Yeah, I was listening to that equation that you said that you were talking about. So was that from school? Did you pick that up from school? Is that after school you've been interested in all this stuff?
It's kind of weird. It was a history at school. It was a lot about essays. Write an essay about this, write an essay about that. I didn't really want to do that, and I found it very dry. But I liked taking in the facts and comparing and contrasting them. For some reason, just sitting down and writing essays didn't work for me. So didn't want to do it. Oh, I've got to go to the loo. I'm sorry, Tim. Sarah? Sarah? Can you get on and talk to Tim and keep this going? Don't go to pit stop. Ian, don't go to pit stop. Just Sarah and Tim, you have a chat. I gotta quickly go to the loo. I'll be back as quick as I can.
Okie dokie.
Okay.
Okay. Bring up Sarah.
Hello, robot arms.
Hello. The robot arms are still going.
So should we give everybody a body update?
Yes,
in terms of where we're...
let's do that. Actually, I think you're probably as up to date as I am. Do you wanna? I'll let you do it, or shall I tell you so far?
Well, because we haven't because I had Clint this morning, we didn't have a kind of actual physical communication. So Tina synovitis on the right side, the creaking leg.
Yeah.
Is that to not creak?
Yeah, it's continued to not creak, so it seems to still be there but not creaking, which is quite nice. So no more creaking, but we continue with the strapping that seems to be well, it is helping. It stopped it creaking, so that's good. So there's that. We've got the toe is looking happier. It's gone. What was the name of the thing that you said it did? That begins with a K.
Peritonitis.
Yeah, I think it's done more of that. So yeah, I think it's done more of that. It's got a darker colour, but it looks a bit happier. I mean, it still looks very angry, but not as angry as it was. So it's that seems to be going in the right direction.
Every good marathon runner has lost toenails, so Eddie will definitely lose some toenails, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean the nail polish is still on point, but that toe's just is just still a bit grumpy. But it is getting better, I think. What else? Oh yes, the thigh. So that what's that muscle called?
Quadriceps. So the VMO, vastus.
The VMO.
Yeah.
Yeah. So taped again. I did a little bit more of a loop around with the tape, as you said today. So that seems to be all happy. So that's about 2/3 of the leg now. I've ordered some more physio tape. We seem to be on a roll a day now, so there we go. And what else? Oh yeah, a couple of little small blisters popping up, I think just next to the toe that's angry and just under the foot, but I'm thinking that might be a bit of friction from the taping under the foot, and maybe just with the little toe cap that's on the angry toe. So we put a little bit of tape over there, like you said, so we're just trying to do that. Keeping those at bay, but they're just little at the moment, I think. So yeah, I think that's everything. Is that everything? Oh yes, there was Eddie complained slightly, a little bit of an ache, a little bit higher up. Anyway, we'll have to talk about that. That might be a new thing that's just popping up. But yeah, I think that's all the ailments.
What, around by his ear?
Not quite the ear, no, like sort of upper leg. So yeah, okay. Upper leg, I think so. Yeah, so we'll have to talk with Eddie and see what she says later on that one.
We've got Paul Harradine's on tomorrow, who's the podiatrist that created the orthotics for Eddie. So he is all things running on treadmills. So he will be able to give us some insight tomorrow night as to why running on treadmills causes so many different problems than just running on the road. So yeah.
Well, yeah, because I mean, I know we talked about this before we started, but it is quite. I mean. You know better than me, but the injuries that we're encountering now seem to be very different from what we've encountered in the past. Would that be fair?
And yeah, absolutely. And I think that's indicated by the shoe wear. So when we looked at the shoe wear from Eddie running on the roads, is that you can see the heel wears down dramatically on the outside, whereas we're not seeing that on the treadmill at all. We're seeing wear actually on the kind of sort of middle outside edge, which just goes to show how the contact on a treadmill is totally different.
It does seem to be very different than what we've had before. And then of course we just had a bit of a glitch earlier. The treadmill disconnected with Zwift, so we had to figure that one out earlier. So we lost a little bit of time on that. So I know Eddie's trying.
I'm amazed that we've got through to Marathon 21 without that happening previously.
I mean, the amount of
has issues.
Yeah, the amount of technology surrounding us, it is a small miracle, and also sterling work from Ian and Chris and Dave up in the sky rebooting things. So we got there, but yeah, so that slowed us down a little bit today. But I think we've got Eddie back. Yep, there we go. I will hand you back over.
Well, you could stay on.
I'll stay on. But I'll be a smaller box. Somewhere maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know. I can't because of the clock. So I'll be in the way of the clock.
Ian, can't we put in the bottom left corner?
Come on, Ian. We could challenge your IT skills just because you haven't had enough to do today.
I love a challenge. Give me 2 minutes.
Okay.
Give me 32 minutes and 2 seconds, and I'll do it.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks, Ian.
It's the same. People can't see Ian. When he started this, he had a full head of black hair. It's now all grey.
It's Ian in the sky or in the pipes. Either way, Ian being magical.
Oh God.
So Eddie, I don't really know where you want to go, but I do feel like we probably should cover the ice bath, because it does seem to be coming up in conversation with a lot of your guests, like the whole idea that you should be plunging yourself in an ice bath.
Yeah.
So
tell everyone about the person you talked to.
The first thing I want to sort of clarify is, yes, if you put yourself in an ice bath after an exercise like running a marathon, you will feel euphoria and you will feel better, all right? And that's exactly where it's like the Wim Hof stuff that's coming out and all of the cold water immersion. So the whole, Tom was just talking about the park run community. Well, a big community that's growing at the moment is people going for cold water swims. So people swimming in the sea, people swimming in lakes, people swimming in rivers, in seriously cold conditions. And the reason they're doing that is because when they get out, they feel energized and they feel absolutely fantastic. So I don't want people to get the wrong idea that I'm saying that cold water immersion can have no positive benefits in terms of how you feel. So I'm completely with it. I do it. Georgia was on earlier. My daughter in the campaign, she did a little interview with you. So she goes into the water almost every day if she can. She's now found a river in Cambridge that she can go and swim in. In fact, she's now, I don't know if you've ever seen those triathlon training pools, which basically are small pools that you put in your garage, and then you swim against a current. So it has like a fan in it, which basically pushes the water against you. So it means a triathlete can swim against the resistance of the water, but only have a relatively small swimming pool in their garage. So she's found this river, which is quite fast flowing in Cambridge. So she just throws herself on there and then swims against the current of the river and doesn't go anywhere, and then just jumps out again. So jumping into cold water does make you feel good, but that would be a neurochemical thing in the brain. So things like we were talking about, the endorphins that you've now created, the dopamine, the serotonin, all of that. So there is a positive benefit. Wim Hof has been researched quite extensively, I think, at Oxford, and they've looked at his blood, they've looked at his immune responses and shown that by cold water immersion and breathing techniques that he uses, is he changes the physiology of himself. So he becomes kind of like this alkaline being, which basically means his immune system is more robust, and that he says he's never had a cold. The only difficulty with the Wim Hof stuff is that in terms of research terms, it's what we call, so you have the number of people in the research project. So in that is an N of 1. So we can only say that the cold water immersion and the breathing is good for Wim Hof. You can't kind of extrapolate that then to the whole population of the world. Is you can just say, okay, we'll try this and then see if it works for you. But there is a lovely woman called Giovanni Malucci who is researching out of Cambridge, and she's just come out with some stuff about cold water immersion and the fact that it seems to protect against the effects of dementia and even possibly reverse the effects of dementia in mice by release of a protein which is naturally created through the effects of hibernation. So she's now just looking into researching human beings and finding that people that cold water immerse produce proteins in the same way the mice do. What she hasn't been able to do yet, and what she's currently working on further, is to see whether that means we can actually protect ourselves against the effects of dementia by doing cold water immersion. I'm currently trying to research that. The information that she's got is like, how often do we have to go into the cold water? How long for? And how cold does it have to be? So they're the kind of things I'm personally trying to find out at the moment. So if we go back to why didn't I get you to do ice baths? So practicalities was one. We were in South Africa. It was bloody hot. The idea of getting a bath and getting enough ice in there to get it cold enough was going to be a nightmare, particularly when we were moving on so much. So there was a practicality element to the ice baths for starters. The second thing is that a lot of people think that if you ice like tissue that's been exercised, that you can reduce the inflammatory response within the tissue. And that was the bit where I was talking to Tim Watson about, the guy you were talking about earlier. And there is no evidence to show that the inflammatory response or the inflammatory repair in tissues, whether you ice them or don't ice them, makes any difference whatsoever. It can reduce the effects if you have damaged tissues. If you have a bruise, if you ice it, you can actually reduce the metabolic rate of tissues around the bruise, which means that you don't get so much secondary cell death, which is i.e. the cells around the damage don't get so much problem. So if we take out that, so okay, we're not changing the inflammatory response or the repair response in muscles by icing, so therefore we don't need to do it for that reason. So then the next thing was where people said the delayed onset muscle soreness, so the pain that you get from exercising 2 days after exercise, is, can we reduce that by icing? Can reduce that? And effectively, the original thought was that was because you reduced inflammation, but we now know that that's not true. So then people said, oh, well, it just reduced his post-exercise pain. And that's the bit that we're talking about. That's the bit where there's only a 2% difference if you have a warm bath versus a cold ice bath, is that your delayed onset muscle soreness, which generally comes on 2 days later, is only about 2% different. So I want to be very clear that if you ice bath, you'll have a massive buzz and you will feel fantastic for a period of time, 1 or 2 hours afterwards. But in terms of muscle physiology, it seems to not make much difference at all. So I just want to be clear with that, because I felt that we were and Jason Isaac started having a go at me in the waiting room when we were talking the other day. So I just wanted to clarify that point.
Okay.
So yeah, so that was a very long answer to icing.
But yes, a warm bath much nicer than an ice bath. So
But they're just more pleasant, and to be honest, it's much more easy. It's much easier to prepare a warm bath than having a ton of ice delivered to the house. So.
Yeah, I should tell the one little story about the ice on the UK run when we were still in the world of ice baths. And every day at the end of the marathon, we'd finish the marathon wherever we were, and then we'd get in the van and we'd drive to the hotel that we were staying in. And so there was often like a little bit of a drive to get there. We tried to get a hotel equidistant between, the 2 points that we roughly calculated. So as soon as we started driving, I would then have a really good ETA to tell the hotel as to what time we were going to get there. So I would call and I'd say, we need some ice, please. And I would have to say, we need the equivalent of about 5 ice buckets worth of ice. So I'd say that amount. So, hotels would be like, yep, great, we'll pop outside the door, that's fine, no problem. So one hotel, I called up and I said, hello, we're about, 10 minutes away from you. Just need to get some ice for the room. And they said, all right, how much ice? I said, about 5 ice buckets worth. I said, okay. And I said, oh, and a gin and tonic as well, because one thing Eddie would have is a gin and tonic. And then, brilliantly, I said, oh, yeah, and a gin and tonic. And they said, oh, do you want ice with that? And I kind of said, no, we've probably got enough. So, yes. In that queue, I'm going to get Eddie a drink.
Excellent. Well, that's it. And people who may not necessarily be familiar with the South Africa trip, is that I know you keep everything on your eddieizzard.com website for the being able to look at the old South Africa trip. There's a great one on there where you iced your feet, and we're trying to describe the scientific effect of ice in the feet. And if people haven't seen that, it's really worth going to see that. And that's probably a good point, mentioning your website, to actually say that if people would like to go to your website and make a donation anywhere in the world, they can go to your website, eddieizzard.com, and make a donation in any currency of any amount. And then alternatively, if you're in the UK, you can text the word 10 TEN or the word 20 TWENTY to 70810. But easiest option, go to eddieizzard.com and just make a donation directly in whatever currency you like. So, but doing great, Eddie. You're actually setting yourself your own time trials now.
I'm trying to get this finished so I can get to the gig and sort myself out. I don't want to.
There's no pressure on. Davina's watching tonight, so it better be a good one tonight.
Who's watching?
Davina McCall's going to be watching tonight, so it have to be a good one tonight.
No, the show will be okay.
Yes, we should reiterate every night. Not only is Eddie doing a marathon every day, but then straight after doing a stand-up gig, which is live streamed to everywhere in the world. So you can also purchase tickets for that. All profits go to the Make Humanity Great Again fund as well, and that's all on eddieizzard.com. So it is an incredible thing Eddie is doing. It is not easy, so please do donate if you can.
And another thing as well is just to make some pointers. Tomorrow night we've got Paul Harradine on. So if any of the people who are watching have got any kind of burning questions about biomechanics or running, or what running shoe they should have, et cetera, then Paul would be more than happy to answer those questions. So if they want to ping in some questions in whatever shape or form, I don't know, do people text those in, Sarah, or do they email them in?
Yeah, so any questions we can pick up on our social platforms, actually. So what we might try and do is do a few of those at that point as well. So on the live stream, the live stream on Facebook, YouTube or Twitter, you can pop questions in the comments or the chat section there, and we'll try and do that. So yes, we might incorporate another little question time into that time as well, specifically for those kind of questions.
Yeah, because what you'll find is there'll be all of the people that send in, there's quite often common denominators in those questions, so you'll probably be able to ring fence them and say, okay, a lot of people are asking about pronation, lots of people are asking about this, etc., that kind of thing. And equally on Sunday 24th, we've got Rob Griffiths on, who is he's like a international coach for athletes across the board, so Ironman, triathlon, marathon, cycling, you name it. So what he doesn't know about all the parameters, so all of the weird things, what's VO2 max, what's lactate intolerance, what's, what diet regimes people should use. So Rob will be able to answer all of those questions. So if people have any questions about general training techniques and what the different things, so like watches.
And actually, Tim,
right,
I was gonna.
Can I get the control, please?
Yep.
Carry on, Tim.
Yeah, so for instance, we had this issue with your sports watch in terms of it talking about aerobic activity and overreaching and that kind of thing. So I've asked Rob to particularly kind of focus on that as well on Sunday night. So we should be able to cover those subjects.
And I should just update everybody who might have tuned in. What we're having to work off the treadmill time, the treadmill distance specifically. So directly off the treadmill distance currently for our current accuracy, because we had we had to do a technical reset halfway through today. So yeah, it's been even more hard for Eddie today because we've had to recalculate to make sure that Eddie's hitting the correct distance for today after we had a bit of a glitch on the technical side of things. So yes. But Tim, I was going to ask you actually, because
I'm trying to get 17.8, aren't I?
17. Oh, I'll just double check that what the screen grab I took when it blew up. 17.72.
Yeah, 17.8 will do.
Yeah, that's what we had left when we had the reboot.
I've done with that. Sorry.
Okay, no worries.
Because I'm just trying to be as accurate as I can. 17.8 is over 17.72, but it gives me 13 minutes to go. I've got 11 minutes. If I take it up to 9.
So yes, essentially what Eddie's trying to do now is to accurately or make sure that the Zwift app, which is essentially creating our countdown clock, is accurate to the marathon distance.
This is very reminiscent of the time trial we did at Mikey's Fontaine.
No, this is I'm now running at 10 kilometers an hour. This is the speed I was running at the end of the second marathon, the double marathon at Pretoria. This is the speed I was going after having run for 10 hours at 7.5. And it's killing.
This is one of the things that I've learned about you over the years, is that when the chips are down, is that you are able to perform, which is, I say, in South Africa, there were moments where I was like thinking, is this going to happen? Is this actually, are we going to achieve it? And then I would set you goals, and then you, in a really kind of bloody-minded way, would always achieve the goal with about 2 minutes to spare. So each time I gave you a time trial, you would always beat it by about 2 minutes, just to kind of say, you see, I can do it. So, yeah.
I'd say determined rather than bloody-minded would imply, you know, it's what the hell. But you said if you're going to try and do a double marathon on the last day, you've got to win these time trials. So I did it with as much determination as possible, as opposed to bloody minded could be, you know, oh fuck it, I'll just do it to piss off Tim. But I wasn't trying to piss you off. I was trying to get it. So
you also have a very, very good brain for calculating numbers as well, which I know you can. You're calculating everything now in your head. I know you've just.
Well, I'm just trying to increase the speed until that clock matches past.
Yeah.
You know, get down. Got 9 minutes.
So, Sarah, did you have a question for me, Sarah?
Yeah. So we are using a lot of. Is it called KT tape? Is that the correct generic name for it?
Well, that's the brand that you're using.
Okay, so like, is it kinesio tape or whatever it is?
It's an elasticated sports tape is probably how we should remember it.
So yeah, because we're really heavily using that at the moment with Eddie's injuries and to support things, and like I'm interested to know like how long is that a recent development and why is it so good to use? What does it do?
Well, it has been around for quite a long time, you know, a couple of decades. And it came out as one form of tape, and then obviously people have copied it since then. So essentially what it is because most tapes prior to this were what's known as like a zinc oxide tape, which is a rigid tape, which is a tape that you use to kind of try and protect joints. So American football, when I worked in America, we had strength and conditioning guys there, and there were people there that were just, their job was solely to tape the American football players before they went onto the pitch. And so there was a technique which they would use to tape the ankles, which effectively would make it rigid so they couldn't go over on their ankle. And they would be down, these guys would be down to, they could tape an ankle in, you know, less than 90 seconds. So they'd do a full kind of basket weave tape around an ankle, and they would just get through the entire team really, really quick. So they were really expert at it, but they were using a rigid tape, and that's really all we had available to us, apart from your kind of elasticated bandages, which is, you know, in the good old days, it was a Robert Jones bandage, which was effectively a cloth bandage. Nowadays, and this is probably what I would be using on Eddie if I was there, is a thing called a cohesive bandage, which is an elasticated bandage that sticks to itself. So the best option we've got here is the elasticated tape, and the advantage with that means that we can put the tape on somebody but still allow movement. So you know, because you want to support, but you still want them to be able to function, and that was a great thing about the kinesio tape. Now, about the elasticated sports tape. Now, a lot of claims were made about how it affects physiology, and in terms of reducing, you know, subdermal kind of like pressure, increasing circulation, reducing swelling. And those still have to be validated properly in terms of randomized controlled studies. But we cannot deny the fact that we can use them to support. So where with Eddie's injury at the moment with the muscle on the left side, it's kind of pulled away from the bone. So what we can use is we can use that tape to hold it closer to the bone and make the contraction slightly more different, so that we're actually able to support the muscle so it can contract with less discomfort. But the tape is much cleverer than that. I use it an awful lot in people who are in pain, where the pain has become like a chronic effect rather than being an acute injury. And if you pull on the skin, you can change the way that the brain receives information. So therefore you can kind of modify someone's pain experience by putting the tape on. And that can be a really useful adjunct in terms of allowing someone to exercise without pain means that their muscles will behave differently. So it's got lots and lots of different effects. Some of the claims have not been validated. And then anecdotally, you talk to any therapist who uses it, they will use it in lots of different ways. But essentially, it's supportive but dynamic. And now there is actually another, the one that you're using is stretches in one direction but not in the other. So it stretches long ways but it doesn't stretch sideways.
Yeah.
There's actually a new tape on the market which actually stretches in all four ways. So which is actually even more interesting because that allows us to tape in a completely different way. So and that's what's known as a dynamic tape. So
wow, okay. Yeah, that is interesting. I didn't know about the chronic helping to manage chronic pain. That's really interesting that it can be used in that way as well.
Yeah, so I mean that's a whole different subject, and you know that I love pain. That's been my kind of area of interest throughout my life is being able to modify pain, and we now realise that pain is part of consciousness. It isn't hardwired. So, in the same way that people were coming off the battlefields and not having catastrophic injuries, the original guys, Melzack and Wall, who created the theory of the pain gate theory back in 1965, they noticed that you have these people with terrible injuries but not really suffering any pain. So when you look at that from that perspective, we can have injury and no pain, and subsequently, or alternatively, we can have pain without injury. So we can have both ends of the spectrum. And when you have someone who has pain but they don't have any tissue damage, that's where we have a processing issue where the brain is still registering an area of the body as being painful despite the fact that there isn't anything wrong with the tissues. Now that is a very long conversation, but to keep it very brief is that the brain's experience of pain is related to information it's receiving from the environment and the periphery, and the way that it kind of interprets that inside as a conscious experience in the same way that happy, sad, thirsty, hot, those sensations are part of consciousness, and pain fits into that same. So if we accept the fact that pain is a conclusion of in some part of information we're receiving from the periphery, if we put tape on, we can change the signature of information that people are receiving and therefore modify their pain experience. So it's kind of almost hoodwinking the brain into thinking of someone in pain as being a human being who's not in pain. But of course, that's all very well, but you then have to put strategies in place to actually then make that a normal situation, rather than, you can't just rely on the tape, because they can't put tape on forever. You've got to have strategies of exercise, stretching, soft tissue work, acupuncture, whatever it be that you might do to try and change that experience. But the tape can be a nice window in, psychologically, if you can show somebody that they can exercise without pain, then suddenly they can believe, oh, okay, so this isn't permanent. Okay, now I understand there isn't tissue damage. So it's a really useful tool to getting people to understand, the mechanisms behind pain aren't always tissue damage.
Wow, okay.
But yeah, sorry.
So I'm running at 13.
You are?
Yeah, you're gunning it.
I'm running at 13 kilometers an hour. I'm now going to 14 kilometers an hour. I just want to finish it. So I'm going to fucking finish it.
Now, if this is not worth a donation, and I don't know what is, to see Eddie absolutely wringing herself out on a treadmill, you've got to feel that that's worth £10 or £20 at least. Fantastic.
Yeah, this is
brilliant. Brilliant.
That's too fast.
I can only assume that it's because you don't want to hear me talking any more about pain. That must be the reason that you're fed up.
I just want to finish.
Yeah. Yeah, we're on, 40 plus K at this point, and Eddie's now sprinting to the end. So yes, it's a phenomenal thing to be watching right now.
Come on and set your best presenter's voice. Give it to him. How do people donate towards this amazing cause?
Me or Eddie, Tim?
You, not Eddie.
Me. I was going to say that's too much to ask.
Yeah.
Okay, everyone. Yes, please do donate if you can. Making a donation is very easy from anywhere in the world. Go to eddyizzard.com and hit the donate button to give as much as you like via our crowdfunder site. Or if you have a UK phone, you can send a text instead. To donate £10, just text the word 10, T-E-N, to 70810. That's 70810. To donate £20, just text the word 20, T-W-E-N-T-Y, to the same number, 70810. That's 70810. Yes, I have no more words. Eddie sprinting at the end of Marathon 21. So I think if that's not worth a donation, I do not know what is. So if you can donate,
Less than a
please do.
minute. Less than a
Good
minute.
stuff. Less than a minute. We haven't even got time to boil an egg.
I better get the recovery shake. You're going to beat me to it.
I think you need more than a recovery. I think you need a defibrillator.
Yeah.
Good work, Eddie. 40 seconds. Fantastic. Superb.
Right.
And we're down to 10. We're down to 10.
Last 30 seconds. Right, I'm going to sprint.
I love it.
14 seconds, 13.
Finishing line. You're running down the finishing line's there. Buckingham Palace behind you. Good work. Fantastic. Well done, Eddie. Man, respect. Respect, Eddie.
I got to go and do a show. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Brilliant. See you later. Well
Please
done.
donate at EddieIzzard.com. I'll be on stage at 7 o'clock. Doing a show. 7 o'clock London time. Half an hour, less than half an hour. Got to run. Thank you. Sorry.
Cheers, Eddie. Well done.
Thank you.
Amazing, Eddie. Well done.